Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter and Tony Stark raised and trained together? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Hadrian, Harry, James Potter and Anthony, Tony, Edward Stark met each other by chance. Harry and Tony were both 13 and despite their ages, both teens were attending college at MIT. They were both prodigal geniuses and the heirs to wealthy families. They had a lot in common. But Harry lived in England and Tony lived in America. Harry attended MIT over online courses during the summer. Tony attended MIT in person during the fall and winter months. There really was no reason for them to have met in person. At least there wasn't. Not until Tony stumbled upon hidden family records while hacking Howard Stark and Stark Industries' private servers one dull day. It was business as usual until Tony discovered something interesting and bizarre. Apparently, Tony's father, Howard Stark, hid an entire section of the Stark family tree from the general public. If Howard Stark was the type to pull pranks and make jokes, Tony would think this was just that. A prank aimed at his rebel son. Unfortunately, the deeper Tony dug into the files, the more unlikely that theory became. The available files on the Potter family were intricately detailed with everything. There were stock reports, parking tickets, property holdings, wills, and even obituaries. According to the stock reports on file, Potter Enterprises is financially on par with Stark Enterprises, which quite frankly is an impressive feat on its own. Making the situation even more bizarre, the mysterious Potter family, who Tony is apparently related to on his paternal grandmother's side, are a family-old British noble family. They have fancy-ass titles such as Duke and Duchess of Peveril, Duke and Duchess of Stinchcombe, Lord and Lady Potter. There are even 12 voting seats in the British House of Lords for the current Lord and Lady Potter alone. Digging even deeper revealed a massive cover-up of the Potter family's fate. Over a period of less than a decade, the entire family seemingly died out. By the time Tony reached the police reports and hospital files detailing the seemingly natural causes of his family's mass death, he was hooked in horrified intrigue. It was no wonder that a little over an hour later Tony Stark was hunched over his desktop reading the files of the, seemingly, last Potter. The kid is about his age, only a month or two younger. Tony's cousin was born at the end of July rather than the beginning of May. He's a fellow genius since he's attending the same MIT classes Tony's taking. The only reason Tony hasn't met the kid yet because his cousin is choosing to take all his classes online and over the summer. Who the hell skips summer? Why miss summer and spring for winter and fall? Past the point in his life where he cares about things such as morality and legality, Tony hacked his apparent cousin's school records. The records are weird as fuck. The files and life story the college accepted from his cousin are complete bullshit. Anyone can see that. It's a clear cover story and whoever planned it out did a complete hack job. The only thing that even seems remotely plausible is the kid's name and age. Official legal name: Hadrian Regulus Jamie Potter Black Peveril. Note: prefers to go by Harry James Potter, which honestly with a name as ridiculous as that, who can blame him? Born July 31st, 1991 at home in a cottage located in a countryside English village known as Godric's Hollow. From there, the story is complete bullshit from someone who can't lie to save their damn life. The cover story goes something like this: orphaned at 2 years old when pimp and prostitute parents died in a drunken car crash. Besides this file is a second file with a clear obituary of 2 British nobles having been found murdered in their own cottage vacation home, with their toddler son found missing. Half the place was blown up, and both nobles clearly tried to fight their attacker off before being murdered. Sadly, the official cause of both murders remains unknown. The tiny-ass village of Godric's Hollow had a full month of mourning and even candlelight visual for the noble family who founded the place, which, while weird and unusual, isn't completely uncommon from what little Tony knows about places like that. Unfortunately, things get progressively weirder when the only medical records for a Harry Potter pop up a full 5 years later. The records were submitted by a school nurse who also worked at the local hospital. She reported bruising, burns, scars, and malnutrition as well as suspected abuse. She was sacked within the week. No investigations were ever made into her report or the kid's home life. Similar reports continued to pop up until the kid, Tony's cousin, turned 10. Then all the nurses and school reports just stop. As in they completely stop. There are absolutely no records of a Harry Potter or a Hadrian Potter for 2 more years. At the age of 10, Harry graduated St. Gregory's primary school and was supposedly enrolled in a secondary school, the British equivalent of a middle school. The problem with that is the school listed, St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys, doesn't fucking exist. Yet apparently the kid managed to graduate 2 years in and is now attending MIT? Tony called bullshit immediately. Why didn't MIT's fucking dean? Then it hits him. Maybe, just maybe, the kid doesn't know the school doesn't actually exist. What if Tony's cousin is trapped in some bizarre situation where his crappy guardians are keeping him out of school on purpose? Someone is clearly doing all his college assignments and turning them in on time. The college has to have some proof of identity. But why didn't CPS or whatever the fuck they have in England step in? Why hasn't anyone taken steps to fix this? Why hasn't anyone other than that one nurse stepped in and helped? No, something's clearly wrong with his younger cousin, and everyone else is either being paid off, willfully ignorant, or completely blind. Tony has never been one to turn away from a fight, and he sure as hell can't be bought. Now that he's aware of the situation, he's sure as fuck not going to back down. His mind is already racing with possibilities while planning all the intricacies of a trip to England. He's not even finalized his decision to go in person. Unfortunately, his schedule is full until this summer. This means he'll have search parties and the press to worry about if he leaves now. Mind made up, Tony decides to leave this summer and take his 2 best friends with him. Worst case scenario, Strange and Rodney will say no, but still, hopefully, provide a cover story for him. Date: Tuesday, June 1st, 2004. Location: Realm of Midgard, Planet of Earth, middle of the Atlantic Ocean, Stark Company private airplane. POV: Anthony, Tony, Edward Stark. Stark, are you ready to spill, or are we just going to go into another half-cocked plan of yours completely blind? 14-year-old Stephen Vincent Strange demands. Stephen Strange is a prospective med student. His shit parents are forcing Strange to attend MIT in the fall for courses in computer technology and computer mechanics. Apparently, Strange's dream of becoming a neurosurgeon by 20 isn't enough of a life goal to them. Stephen Strange and Tony Stark bonded over shit childhoods, over expectant parents, high IQs, dark humor, and snark. Give me a minute. Hacking my dad's system. Tony replies, absent-mindedly. While Tony talks, his fingers are quickly hacking into the cameras, microphones, and other spying systems in place in all Stark planes. His parents expect it by now, so they've upped the security and added additional measures of spying on their only son. Howard Stark firmly believes if his 13-year-old son can hack it, then anyone can. A false notion regarding Tony Stark, but unfortunately a realistic notion regarding other teens. Tones, we're in a private plane almost halfway across the Atlantic. What the fuck is going on? 15-year-old James Rupert Rhodes, aka Rodney, demands exasperated. Rodney is a second-generation military brat. Rodney's also a prospective military man himself. He has his whole life and career planned out for him in the American Air Force. Tony and Rodney bonded over shit movies, equally good taste in classic rock, high IQs, dark humor, and snark. Right, so we're on a recon mission. Tony declares his mood suddenly somber once he's satisfied the plane and all additional electronics are secure. This may become a search and rescue operation. Are you high? Strange demands in a shrill scream, now gripping the plane's plastic and polyester seats with whitened knuckles. Unfortunately, no, Tony says with a wry grin before becoming serious again. Last fall I was hacking into my parents' private databases, as you do when I stumbled upon an entire branch of my family I never knew existed, Tony explains, opening the document from his flash drive. Apparently my grandmother on my father's side was born British nobility. Here, check this out. What the fuck? Rodney breaths out as he and Strange read the compressed file's eyebrows, raising higher the further they read. Wait. Strange says, pulling back before scrolling back up to reread a passage. How the hell was this ever labeled as anything other than a genetic epidemic or the work of a serial killer? Your grandmother's entire bloodline died out in less than a fucking decade. I know 7 years. Then poof. Everybody's gone missing, or just got up and dropped dead. Tony agrees. This is where it gets interesting and weird as fuck. Tony explains with a grimace. Apparently, aside from me and Howard, there's only one person left alive with any claim to the Potter family. Let me guess, they're the heir? Rodney asks as he pulls back from the laptop, while Tony moves to pull it toward himself. Yep. Tony agrees happily while pulling up the few files he's managed to gather on his cousin Harry. It's more than the school had, but it's still seriously lacking. Seriously, who has this little presence online in today's world? The kid is either neglected, part of an Anitek cult, or abused. And they live in Britain? Strange asks, sharing a worried look with Rodney. Yep, Tones, we get why you didn't call your parents. They're obviously hiding this. But why haven't you called? Strange said before pausing in thought. Go on, Strange. I'm interested in hearing who you think I should call for something like this. Tony says with a thoughtful frown. The UN? Rodney points out feebly. And what authorization, Rodney Bear, does the UN have in this situation? Tony asks, seriously, while wondering if he has missed something in his careful research. None. Absolutely none. Rodney admits while slumping down in his plane seat. Right. Which is why we're going in and doing the recon ourselves. Tony says decisively. Tony, I don't know if you realize this, but we are teenagers. Stephen Strange says pointedly, making sure to stress the word teenagers. Making us look less suspicious. Tony declares with a careless shrug. Our parents, our very rich and influential parents, think we're going to be on our first vacation on our own. You heard our dads, they called it a wild London summer. Stephen Strange points out, giving us easily defendable and very plausible alibis, Tony says pointedly. Besides, we'll be staying in London and Harry lives in some suburbs nearby. According to his IP address, he mainly spends his summers between the London Library, a London dojo, and the local museums. I figure we can stumble upon him. I've got a complete itinerary with backups planned should anything go wrong. Tones, what are we supposed to do to even help this kid? What if he doesn't want to come with us? What are we supposed to do? Kidnap him? Stephen Strange demands. First off, he's my cousin. My only cousin. So I'm doing this whether you guys want to join in or not. Secondly, from what little intel I could find on him, he's clearly being abused. Third, the kid takes courses through MIT. So if we can get him to consent to a DNA test, he'll likely believe us. He's being abused? Rodney asks aghast. Here's his files. See for yourself. Tony says, pushing the laptop back over to his friends. I'm not going to pressure either of you into helping me with this. But just promise me you'll provide me with solid alibis, yeah? Naturally. Strange says with an eye roll and pulling the laptop a little closer before clicking on something with a frown. Well, yeah, obviously, Rodney says, looking up from the laptop with a frown. Soulmate correspondence, Harry Potter/Loki. And so it begins. Harry is sitting in the Ollery with Draco, Pansy, Blaze, and Theo. Currently, her Harry chick and his friends are contemplating what to do with his book. From what Hedwig can make of their jumbled argument, they are all equally surprised and confused by the book. Between the young chicks and Clarissa and Hermes's marital dispute, Hedwig has had quite enough. Settling her ruffled feathers, Hedwig flies over to land on her fledgling's shoulder. Unlike the other owls, Hedwig was not chosen by a mere human chick. No, her Harry is a young god. Her fledgling is clearly a Vanir god, but judging by his cold temperature, her Harry shares some of his blood with the frost giants of Jotunheim. Unfortunately for Hedwig, her chick was raised by mortal human muggles and only recently rediscovered his magic. He will have far too much to learn far too quickly. Still, Hedwig is certain she will be able to help. Hedwig leans her cold body into her fledgling's equally cold fingers as he absent-mindedly begins grooming her feathers. While her chick is distracted, Hedwig investigates the book that has caused the fledgling's uproar. Hedwig blinks her golden eyes, confused at what she finds. Across the book's cover are the words, Soulmate Correspondence. It is a well-known fact that every year the magic schools in this realm give out such books. Typically, it is to those in their first years of magic lessons. From what Hedwig understands, the adult humans don't particularly care who the human chick's life mates are. The fact is that it is imperative to their species' health, growth, and sanity that the fledglings and even the adults correspond regularly with their life mates and ultimately bond. Thus, each year the books are created with the aid of the student's magic and sent out by a bird or other magical means. Every being with magic, such as herself, is taught such history as a chick. Sadly, her Harry has grown up without these vital lessons and has only begun them just recently. One of the most important lessons is, of course, the day one meets their life mate. Hedwig has yet to meet her own life mate. It's only a matter of time now that her chick is old enough to begin his correspondence. Hopefully, they're not someone untrustworthy or, magic forbid, cruel enough to disregard their bond. As Hedwig listens to her distressed chick vent to his human friends, Draco and Theo, she realizes the problem. Neither Harry nor his friends know if she can send something to Asgard, let alone where to send the book to in the other realm. Thankfully, her chick seems to understand that he can come to Mummy Hedwig with his problems. Carefully lifting herself into the air, Hedwig checks to ensure the doors to the Ollery have been locked. Satisfied that they are alone for now, Hedwig transforms into her true form. Hedwig's true form as an ice phoenix chills the air as she makes one last sweep of the Ollery before landing on her fledgling's outstretched arm. She watches amused as both Pansy and Theo double-check the room's security. Meanwhile, Blaze and Draco stand guard by her and Harry, wands raised. Her chick's human friends are so very amusing if a bit overprotective. Harry himself merely smiles and thanks to her while returning to gently grooming her feathers with his, now blue, fingers. Standing tall and proud, Hedwig gracefully holds out her left leg as her fledgling puts his book in a featherlight bag and attaches it to her preferred leg. She raises her right eyebrow, sensing more than just the book in the bottomless bag. Her fledgling cheekily responds with a resolute half-smile and shrug. Rolling her eyes at her chick, she gives him a quick grooming before sharing a nod of understanding between them. Problem now solved, Hedwig sets off in a flash of fire to find her Harry's wayward life mate. Loki looks up startled from his morning meal at the flash of blue fire in front of his plate. He relaxes slightly upon seeing an ice phoenix. Still, he keeps his guard up. Though it is rare some phoenixes can bond with truly vile individuals, Loki and the bird both give each other an assessing once over as the room collectively quiets in the presence of such a noble bird. The phoenix nods her head once in approval of him before holding out her left leg, which holds a small bag. After he unties the bag from her leg, she gracefully takes to the air and disappears in another flash of frozen flames. I was unaware you knew someone who has befriended such a creature, brother, Thor states from his side in awe. Nor I. Loki honestly responds while working to cover his shock. Loki absent-mindedly opens the drawstring bag as he speaks. Loki pulls out the largest book first before all the air leaves his lungs. Loki, sweetheart, what? Oh my dash, Mother states from behind him, startled, having read the same as him. Loki is frozen in shock. He had truly given up hope of having a soulmate. Like most higher races, when an Aesir reaches their 11th year, they reach out to their soulmate. His 11th birthday came and went with no response back centuries ago. It seems as though his soulmate has just reached their 11th year. He feels guilt gnaw at his heart for daring to doubt. Such situations are not uncommon among immortal gods such as they. He should have suspected the case was thus. Congratulations on finally receiving your soulmate, brother. Thor shouts in joy, having gotten over his shock first. The hall erupts in cheers of congratulations for the young prince. He looks up and smiles faintly at the welcome warmth. But what is the purpose of the book? How does one correspond through a book? Thor's naturally booming voice asks, dumbfounded, causing the hall to fall silent in equal wonder. Perhaps it is a magical book? Lady Sif suggests loudly from the next table over the arising whispers of speculation. Do they not expect you to be able to travel to them? Fandral questions, confused. Perchance they are from a younger realm. Volstagg states before continuing to stuff his face. I have seen such books before on Vanaheim and Midgard. The Siddur users often rely on the books as a means to get to know their soulmate before arranging for a way to meet. Mother states, self-assured. At the assurance, Loki reaches back into the bag, pulling out a hand-drawn map of foreign stars and a set of plane maps. The largest map displays a primitive planet he vaguely recognizes as Midgard. Releasing a startled gasp, he hardly has time to notice both his mother and father coming to his side while Thor leans over his shoulder. "It would seem your soulmate is from Midgard," father says, sounding uncertain. "The realm is known to produce both strong mortals and gods." Mother says wisely before beginning to fret. Although their knowledge of magic is somewhat limited should they be mortal. "In either case, your soulmate will be welcomed with a golden apple," father assures Loki. Father's voice is firm and brooks no argument from those in the dining hall. Absently, Loki feels himself nod his head before he gathers control over himself and begins going through the seemingly bottomless bag, his breakfast now forgotten. Death is a great adventure. Loki/Harry Potter/Anakin Skywalker. Chapter Summary. The untimely fate of the universe shifts for the better when three chosen ones are given the chance to go back in time and change everything. This time around, enemies and allies alike are facing three jaded and experienced prophesied saviors. As far as Harry Peverell, Loki Silvertown, and Anakin Skywalker care, this is just the chance to live their best life and keep their soulmates of paramount importance. Their only actual plans are get revenge, reconnect with their trusted, have fun learning together, and fuck shit up. The wild and chaotic adventures they go on as they fight to save the galaxy together are honestly just an added bonus. The story skips around until The Phantom Menace and the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter notes. Thinking about writing this one, but I have so many WIP already. What do y'all think? Chapter 1. Death is a great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore. Date: Sunday, December 21st, 2009, 21st century AD. Location: Midgard, Earth, UK, Scotland, Scottish Highlands, Hogwarts, Forbidden Forest. POV: Harry Regulus Peverell. Gender: male. Age: 19. Species: Naga. Power: Force-sensitive, mage, sorcerer. A large swarm of Dementors glides amongst the forest, sweeping in and out of the clearing. Harry can feel their chill, and he can no longer control his automatic response. Smiling at the feeling of death so close. What would the wizarding world think of him if they knew? Death and darkness are after all so comforting to him. Hidden as he is under his invisibility cloak, Harry feels no need to hide his minuscule reactions. He's running out of time. He can feel his own life force draining away already. He's been poisoned once again, and this time his body isn't strong enough to fight it off. Despite his distraction, Harry eventually manages to refocus on the conversations happening around him. "No sign of him, my lord," Lord Dolohov is saying. Voldemort's expression doesn't change. His ruby-red eyes, however, seem to glow in the reflected light of the fire. Slowly, he draws his yuan, toying with it between his fingers. "My lord," Bellatrix hesitantly murmured. She is kneeling closest to the self-proclaimed Dark Lord. His loyal spy and his beloved Aunt Bella is messily disheveled, a little bloody, but otherwise unharmed. Tom Riddle aka Voldemort raised his hand to silence her. Rather than object, Bella quickly obeyed him. She returned to watching the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, as though he were her patron god gracing her with his presence. "I thought he would come," the Dark Lord said in his high, clear voice, his eyes focused on the leaping flames swallowing the magical forest surrounding them. "I expected him to come," the madman whispered. Nobody spoke, however. They all radiated fear and worry. Harry's heart was now throwing itself against his ribs, as though determined to escape, and his naturally tan skin is paling of all color. He will need to make sure his death is quick and hopefully painless. Harry calmly pulls off the invisibility cloak and stuffs it into his warded moleskin pouch along with his new wand. He doesn't need to be tempted to fight. Not when he's going to die anyway. "I was, it seems, mistaken," Tom Riddle aka Voldemort continued. "You weren't," Harry said as loudly as he can. With all the air draining from his lungs, the sound comes out far more hoarse than planned. Thankfully, he didn't sound afraid, merely exasperated if anything. The cool rock he found sends out a pulse of power from the warded pouch against his chest. Harry doesn't exactly have time to worry about that right now. Tom Riddle, aka the Dark Lord Voldemort, freezes where he stands, but his red eyes easily find Harry, and he stared as Harry moved toward him. Soon there was nothing but the roaring fire between them. The moment is interrupted when a voice yells, "Harry!" "No!" Harry turned confused at the familiar voice. Hagrid is clearly bound in trust, tied to a massive tree. The half-giant's body shakes the branches overhead as he struggles. Hagrid is a good actor. Harry will give him that. He does seem desperate to escape, but Hagrid is clearly not putting his actual strength into the struggles. "No, no, Harry, what are ya?" "Quiet!" shouted Rowell, and with a flick of his wand, Hagrid was silenced. Harry can feel his own wand warm against his arm, but he made no attempt to draw it. The potion he was doused with is going to kill him anyway, and if there's anything he's learned, it's how to gracefully accept death. Harry has already performed a Black family necromancy ritual ensuring his death will kill each and every one of his murderers, along with all those tied to their life force. Harry absent-mindedly looks around. Meanwhile, Lord Voldemort tilts his head to the side. The Serpentine Man seems to be considering Harry. The idiot's obviously confused as to why he's standing before him uncaring and unafraid. Finally, a smile curled the lipless reptilian mouth. "Harry Potter," he said very softly. His voice became as soft and as burning as the spitting fire surrounding them. "The boy who lived," the false Dark Lord murmured while raising his wand. His head was still tilted to one side, like a curious child. Hadn't the madman killed millions? Harry would assume he was wondering what would happen. Harry looks back into ruby-red eyes and waits patiently. He sees the mouth move and hears the whisper of Avada Kedavra. Harry just stands still, watching, annoyed as a flash of neon green light flies toward him before everything disappears before his eyes. In front of him, the self-titled Dark Lord's body disintegrated to dust. Across the country, Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix members all collapse dead. POV. Narrator. Hari Regulus Peveril. Finding out that you unknowingly have two soulmates is a bizarre experience, especially when you've never even heard of the idea or the concept of soulmates before. Apparently, soulmates are an ideal life partner, but like actual living, breathing, and thinking people. Learning that most species have a soulmate, and that all of this is actually fairly common knowledge, was rather disconcerting. Discovering that he's never exactly been a human and that there's way more species on Earth than just muggles and magicals, and even entire other planets and solar systems chock full of intelligent life, was world-altering knowledge for sure. But for Harry James Potter, or well, apparently it's Hari Regulus Peveril, that awesome new knowledge still wasn't as shocking as learning that he should have known about having two destined soulmates. Especially in retrospect, how did this topic never come up in conversation? Apparently, during his life as Harry Potter, he was unfortunate enough to be doused with a love potion by his best mate's psychotic little sister. Her brother, his supposed best mate, covered it up when the Bint started drugging him in his second year at Hogwarts. Harry would have been 12. Only 12, and she was just 11. Ginny had to have help. Number 11-year-old can plan all this out or pull this off on their own. Hearing all this world-altering knowledge from a Dementor who's working as a Reaper guide, definitely a wake-up call. Unfortunately, there's not much that Hari can actually do with his new knowledge. If you haven't guessed it by now, he's dead. Hari's been dead for quite a while. As far as he's aware, time travel is possible, but you can't actually change the past. You certainly can't go back in time after you're long dead. That is until his patient, formal, and overly polite Dementor afterlife guide explains that Hari and his two soulmates have been granted a rare second chance at living their life. Apparently, the 3 Deathly Hallow artifacts that Hari accidentally collected during the war were actually worth something. Who knew? He's now some sort of master of death. Hari had honestly just thought he found a reliable backup wand, an awesome invisibility cloak, and a really cool rock. Apparently not. Apparently, he accidentally fulfilled yet another prophecy. From what Hari understands, the title, Master of Death, is the reserved title for yet another long-awaited prophesied savior. Still, as far as surprise prophesy titles go, it's pretty kick-ass. The whole Master of Death business is definitely a step up from the whole boy who lived nonsense. Then again, whoever came up with that title set his expectation bar really fucking low. His new status as Master of Death has tons of cool perks. The best is probably getting to do whatever he wants. That includes time traveling to completely rewrite the timeline while keeping all his knowledge, skills, and power. Since both his soulmates will be forcefully dragged along, Hari won't make that kind of major decision without their explicit consent. Really though, who knows if they will even think it's worth it? They've never met in life since someone, Dumbledore, purposely blocked his soulmate bond. Plus, his soulmates Anakin Skywalker and Loki Silvertown, they seem like male names, but who knows? Haven't actually died yet. According to the Lifetimer, Loki will die in his late 20s and Anakin will die in his mid-40s. The Grim Reaper's Hari talks with are very tight-lipped. They will only say that Loki will die a martyr while Anakin is destined to have 2 kids, twins apparently, heroes named Luke and Leia Skywalker. They are oddly reluctant to elaborate, a suspicious rarity. Hopefully, his soulmates will have a much better life than his own life of disaster. Either way, for now, Hari's pretty much just chilling in the weirdly bland afterlife he suddenly owns. He spends all his time reading, training, studying, and waiting for his soulmates to die so they can, maybe, think about reliving their lives. Could be fun, but would it be worth it? Date: Wednesday, March 13th, 2019. Location: Space. POV: Loki Vivian Silvertown. Gender: gender fluid. Age: 29. Species: Jotun. Power: force sensitive. Mage. Sorcerer. All fathers, let the dark magic flow through me one last time. Heimdall prays before summoning the Bifrost to carry the Hulk away into the back of the ship. That was a mistake. Thanos growls before taking one of his lieutenant's glaives and stabbing Heimdall through the heart, twisting the blade in the wound. No. Thor screams in agony as Heimdall dies. You're going to die for that. Thor growls. The lieutenant from before shuts Thor's mouth with his stolen power of telekinesis. The man then has the nerve to shush a king of Asgard like he is an errant child. Seemingly satisfied with his work, the lieutenant kneels before the mad titan, Thanos, offering up the cursed stone that caused this mess. My humble personage bows before your grandeur. No other being has ever had the might, nay the nobility, to wield not one, but 2 infinity stones. The universe lies within your grasp. Loki withholds a snort at the foolish words. The Mad Titan takes the replica of the so-called Tesseract and crushes its square outer shell, revealing the blue stone known to mortals and gods alike as the Space Stone. He blows some of the fractals away, admiring the stone between his thumb and index fingers, before placing it on the gauntlet. Their spaceship is momentarily rocked by the surge of radioactive energy that pulses as the stone seats in its setting. There are 2 more stones on Midgard. The Mad Titan, Thanos orders with a smile. Find them, my children, and bring them to me on Titan. Father, we will not fail you, a lieutenant states with a flourish. If I might interject, Loki says cheerfully while once again calmly striding through the Mad Titan's bewildered army. If you're going to Midgard, you might want a guide. I do have a bit of experience in that arena, if you consider failure experience. The Mad Titan, Thanos, scoffs, clearly unimpressed. I consider experience. Almighty Thanos. Loki holds back a shiver of disgust at his bootlicking, well used to holding back such reactions from years of dealing with his kidnapper, King Odin. I, Loki, Prince of Asgard Odinson. Here, he looks pointedly at King Thor before turning back to the Mad Titan. The rightful king of Jotunheim, god of mischief, do hereby pledge to you my undying fidelity. Loki braces himself before lunging and attempting to stab Thanos. Unfortunately, he is frozen in place by the fake Space Stone's power before the point can strike home. Thankfully, the action uses up all of the blue stone's remaining power, and he is seemingly the only one to notice. Thankfully, now both stones are counting down to detonate. Undying. You should choose your words more carefully. Thanos scoffs. Thanos twists the dagger out of Loki's hand with his right hand. Then he takes hold of Loki's neck with the gauntlet and lifts him to eye level. Loki struggles, kicking, as his throat is squeezed. The Mad Titan, Thanos, makes eye contact with a shocked and resigned King Thor before he increases his force on Prince Loki's neck. You will never be a god. My next death shall signal your own, Titan. Loki chokes out. He manages to spit the magic of the curse and some saliva in Thanos' face. Thanos falls back in shock and disgust as the magic takes hold, dropping Loki back into his feet in the process. The army is frozen in fear and confusion as Loki's curse rushes to drain Thanos' life force before Loki's own death. The face of the Mad Titan is the first to begin suffering effects. Loki stumbles through the stunning army and Asgardian refugees. Loki watches the chaos unfold as he dies from blood loss and internal bleeding. Finally, Loki slouches against the wall of the space-faring ship between blinks. POV. Narrator. Loki Vivian Silvertown, white. Everything is a blurry, undefinable white. It's annoying yet unsurprising. Loki has died often enough to know the waiting room for the afterlife is irritable, bland, and monochrome at best. Loki huffs in annoyance as they turn in a slow circle, waiting on their surroundings to finish forming or for their eyes to finish adjusting. Loki's still not sure which it is. One would think they have died often enough to have figured it out by now, however Loki hasn't. Every time they believe themselves to have discovered the reason for their unclear vision after death, they prove the theory wrong with their next death. Slowly definition begins to form all around them. It's still white. Different shades of white, yet still white nonetheless. A large clear white stained glass ceiling allows bright snow-white light to shine through. A frost-white sky with the puffy shapes of powder-white clouds are visible above the clear white stained glass ceiling. Unlit creamy white lamps line the alabaster-white subway walls. Vanilla-white benches are padded with cushions the color of white seashells. Pearl-white concrete leads to bone-white railroad tracks. It's a maddening white train station, a Midgardian-themed train station. Still, there are long padded benches with fluffy pillows stuffed with feathers. Loki knows from experience the benches are by far the most comforting things about this place. He decides to sit down and wait for his train to arrive. He takes a dagger out of his pocket and practices flipping it in the air, only to catch it before it can land a cut. Loki has found whatever possessions they have with them at the time of their death remain so. It's a puzzling phenomenon Loki has become eternally grateful for. If a possession doesn't relieve their boredom, it's at least a splash of color among this endless white world. From experience, Loki knows there are doors and a staircase leading out to a white realm. The realm beyond is known as Niflheim, full of snow, ice, and mist. As one might expect, it is mainly white. The only patches of color come from the black and gray mountains capped with white snow, small clusters of towns built from said mountains, and the grand castle carved out of a cliff overlooking it all. There are blue waterfalls and blue rivers. Additionally, there are green trees and green vegetation, not to mention the blue, red, and gold flowers. Aside from the mountains, each spot of color was clearly painstakingly added either by magic or by hand. The deviations from the monochrome world seem to require constant upkeep. As such, they rest solely within the property lines of the homes and within the grounds of the Soul Castle. It causes the black and gray masses to stand out even more amongst the stark white landscape. Despite knowing this, Loki has yet to uncover just why the afterlife prefers to take the form of an endless monochrome, practically white realm. He's never felt the need to leave the train station. Nothing has been a permanent death for them thus far. Instead, Loki is sent back to the world of the living after each and every new death, left to explain away the unexplainable, something Loki has become exceedingly good at. It's on his 6th day that Loki realizes his train is likely not coming. This time he's really dead. With this sobering thought, the calming silence is filled with the sound of the steady clicking of boots on stone. Loki nervously stands. It won't do to greet whomever this is while seated. The echoing sound of footfalls stops abruptly behind him. Location: Niflheim, Purgatory, Niflheim Castle POV. Hari Regulus Peveril. Gender: male. Age: 42. Species: Naga. Power: Force-sensitive, mage, sorcerer. Hari absent-mindedly uses his wandless magic to spin himself in his office chair deep in thought. It's been 23 years since he died and 13 since Loki's joined him. According to the Hall of Lifetimers, Anakin is due to join them any day now. Hopefully, he will be on board with their time travel plan. Hari pauses in his spinning when his chair hits something round, gold, and shiny on the floor. Another snitch, maybe? He ponders, squinting at the unidentifiable shape as he spins. Lo! Hari calls from where he's still spinning in his office chair. Hold on, Aston mean. I'm so close to finally being done planning this whole mess. Loki sighs, rubbing her temples before returning to muttering about pathetic magic users and why are we even going to this stupid school if these Midgardians can't even use basic magic? Icelandic. Aston mean equals English. My love, that's another thing. Loki has taken it upon herself to map out a complete timeline of both of their life's major events. After combining what they each knew about the world and both their life experiences, it was decided that if they do time travel, they should aim for their 9th year, specifically the summer. Loki wasn't in Asgard at that time, and Hari was still living with the Dursleys. Loki was attending an elite boarding school on the planet of Naboo in the realm, or galaxy, of Alfheim at the time. Meanwhile, that was the same year the Dursleys left Hari at some hotel in America's Florida for the whole summer. They should be able to slip away long enough to get the block on their soul bonds healed. From Hari's research, all mages and sorcerers are born able to time travel and teleport to their soulmate's side. It's perfectly legal to live in multiple places simultaneously. Most people with the ability even attend multiple schools or work at multiple professions. So far, their plan is to attend 3 schools together. Hogwarts is a given as they don't want people searching for them. Loki was homeschooled in the original timeline, so they're relying on Anakin having some idea of where they'll attend during the other 2 lives. Okay, I'm all yours, Loki says, dramatically leaning back in her chair, pulling Hari from his thoughts. Stars, how did I ever get so lucky? Hari thinks to himself while staring at Loki as they absent-mindedly remove their green leather jacket, leaving them in a tight yellow cotton tunic that shows off their royal blue skin and muscular yet lithe arms. What? Loki asks, tilting her head to the side and grinning pleased. Like you don't know. Hari snarks with a wide grin and a fond huff. You'll need to elaborate, else can. You're making about as much sense as Thor. Loki says with an equally fond huff. Icelandic Helskin equals English, darling. You know what? I don't think I will, Hari says with a fond smile as he uncoils his massive snake tail from around the office chair and makes his way to Loki. I think I'll show you instead, he purrs into Loki's ear. Loki pauses in thought before responding. Very well, with a wry grin and a happy gleam in her emerald eyes. Hari is about to teleport them into their bed when the bell for Anakin's life timer chimed. Right? Rain check? Hari asks an equally annoyed Loki. POV. Narrator. Anakin Benjamin Skywalker. Anakin's not sure what's surprising him the most. Having 2 soulmates is not unusual, but it is still rare enough to be a shock. The fact that his soulmates did not block their bond on purpose and were kept unaware of the connection, Anakin can understand. The practice of blocking a soul bond is barbaric and highly illegal. Sure, but it happened to his best friend and late wife, Queen Padme Amidala. Some nutjob schoolmaster took it upon himself to block Padme's soulmate connection. Padme at least knew her mate would have fought to defend their bond. Anakin only met Luna Lovegood a few times, but she truly seemed like a very sweet woman, a wise scholar, and an extremely capable warrior. Padme and Anakin formed a strong friendship bond over the loss of their soulmates. They eventually married in the hope of carrying on with their lives and continuing their legacies. Padme was never his soulmate, but she was one of his best friends, and Anakin loved his wife dearly. Padme's sudden death, and the assumed death of their children, even drove him to embrace the dark side. Now that he's dead, if his Reaper guide is not joking or insane, Anakin has the opportunity to not only meet his soulmates, but to travel back in time alongside them. They have been given the opportunity to relive their lives and make actual changes. Now, of all the times, now that they're each dead, despite his confusion, disbelief, and worry, here he is inside a primitive transport station and preparing to meet his soulmates. Anakin doesn't know much of anything about his 2 soulmates. He couldn't even see his soul mark or their names until after he died. Their bond was blocked when they were still younglings. Yet here he is only preparing to meet his soulmates now that he's died in battle. Murdered by one of his own son, Luke. Dreaming of you, Loki/Harry Potter/Anakin Skywalker. Chapter Summary. The fate of the universe shifts as three lonely, chosen ones, practically, grow up together. This time, enemies and allies alike are facing three prophesied saviors. As far as Harry Peverell, Loki Silvertownge, and Anakin Skywalker care, they're just living their best life. Their only actual plans are have fun, stay together, protect their own, learn whatever possible, and fuck shit up. The wild and chaotic adventures they stumble into as they fight to save the galaxy together are honestly just an added bonus. The story skips around until the Phantom Menace and the Philosopher's Stone. Dreaming of you. POV. Narrator. Harry Peverell. Everyone is born with at least one soulmate and a matching soulmark. Soulmates always start meeting in their dreams when they turn 7. Everyone knows that. Tonight is Harry's 7th birthday. To be honest, Harry isn't expecting much from his two soulmates. He's still surprised that he has one soulmate, let alone two. Harry's best reasoning is that everyone has a soulmate, so obviously he couldn't be an exception. Still, he still had to be odd enough to get two soulmates, not just the one. Since Harry first understood the concept, he swore to be the best soulmate ever. Harry didn't even know his name until he began primary school and learned to read. It's only thanks to his soulmark that Harry knows his name isn't really spelled Harry. Everyone's soulmark is unique and somewhere different on their body. Harry's soulmark covers most of his back, centering over his spine. It has a brilliant snake, a cool cat, and a pretty bird. Below each animal is a name, while surrounding them all is a pattern of what the soulmate books call protective runes. Harry's name is just below the snake. His snake is posed ready to flee or attack an unseen threat at any second. He loves his soulmark with his entire being. It is a bit unusual and elaborate as far as soulmarks go, but it's his, and that's all that matters. Harry wanders alone in the dark of his dreams, confused. For some reason, he has a snake tail. It's fine though. After all, this is a dream. He's supposed to meet his soulmates tonight. Where are his soulmates? Does he not have any soulmates? Was his mark wrong? There is a flash of bright light, and suddenly he is in a massive library he's never visited before. Harry looks around hopefully. Surely this must be his soulmate's dream. He's never even been outside of Shirley, so this library is likely from another part of England or a different country altogether. Hopefully, they won't have too much of a language barrier. He's only just started learning French, Latin, and Spanish. Even his English is limited seeing as he's only 7. Harry looks around the massive library in awe, being careful to stay within the largest path. The dark, almost black, mahogany bookshelves are solid wood and filled to the brim. The path he's on is lit by large golden chandeliers with small, clearly expensive living rooms set up in the middle. The bookshelves seem to be organized by subject and date. Harry itches to take down a book and sit down to read, but he'll try and find his soulmates first. If he makes it to the end of this massive library without meeting any of his soulmates, he will choose a book, sit down, and read. After what seems like an eternity with no sound but slithering of his snake tail, Harry finally spots someone. The other boy has black hair and oddly enough blue skin. He's laying back on a dark leather couch and reading. Harry blinks as a horned head shoots up, revealing eyes a darker shade of green than his own. The other boy looks about the same age as him, so they shouldn't have too much of an age gap, if any. Harry pauses a safe distance away, seeing the other boy tense. The other boy, his soulmate, might be afraid since Harry has a snake tail for some reason. Then again, the dream gave his soulmate dark blue skin and cool horns. "Hello," Harry calls softly. Date: December 3rd, 2010. Location: Soulmate Dreams POV. Prince Lucas Vivian Silvertownge, a.k.a. Prince Loki Helblindio Dinson, Luca Vivian Lofison, Chosen One, Master of Chaos. Gender: male. Age: 7. Species: 1/2 Jotun, 1/2 Asair. Hail! Loki greets in return, frowning when he doesn't recognize his soulmate's accent, which is odd. He's been trained to recognize accents since he was a toddler. The boy stares at him with wide neon green eyes. Loki frowns, seeing a scar carved across the left half of his soulmate's face. It looks like the Soilo rune carved across his own face, but it's clearly deeper. Loki's frown deepens at how malnourished his soulmate appears. "I'm Hari, but everyone just calls me Harry," comes the shaky introduction. "Do you know why do I look like a snake and you have blue skin and, those cool horns? I imagine this is our true form. Soulmate dreams are meant to ensure you look an exact replica of your real appearance. At least, that's what I was taught." Loki responds while knowing it's odd that neither the nor Hari recognize themselves. "Oh, well, do you? Do you know where we are?" "No, but I believe it to be a combination of everyone's favorite places," Loki answers, absent-mindedly sitting upright. He pauses upon seeing the clear bruising and scarring upon his soulmate's already thin form. "Hari, who did this to you? Who hurt you?" Loki growls, taking his soulmate into his arms. Hari bites his lip with a sharp fang. Thankfully, it does not pierce his skin, and his soulmate is merely deep in thought. Dudley and his friends, Hari finally admits. They were playing a game of Harry hunting. Harry hunting? Loki repeats, confused. "I was abandoned on a doorstep as a toddler. The cult who left me must have made up a name for me, thinking I was unnamed. The family I live with doesn't like me. They have a son named Dudley. Dudley and his friends like to play a game called Harry hunting." Loki frowns as he pulls his soulmate into a hug. "I'm forced to live under a false name as well. My parents are both royalty. They are soulmates but not married, as their realms have been at war since long before my birth." Loki confesses. He feels rather than sees his soulmate tense at his words and hesitant touch. Hari half turns, burying his head in Loki's chest, shoulders shaking as he tries not to cry. "It's okay to cry," Loki whispers awkwardly, not used to doing this sort of thing as a prince. Loki begins rubbing Hari's back as hot tears soak into his tunic. Someone has beaten Hari, and as a part of some sick hunting game no less. Is he injured further? Worry and concern over his soulmate begin clouding the happiness at meeting his soulmate. POV. Narrator. Anakin Skywalker. Anakin wanders a massive empty room alone. Last he remembered, he was falling asleep to his mom's singing. That was in their slave quarters on Tatooine. Where is he now? Where is he? How did he get into this big empty gray space? Where is that annoying, endless bright light coming from? There are clearly no suns, or even visible light sources. Anakin stops his footsteps when he hears two kids laughing with joy. Upon hearing the sound again, Anakin begins running. Hopefully, he'll find someone else on this bizarre planet. There's a flash of blinding light, and suddenly he's surrounded by tall and short plants, as well as endless white sand. Ahead is seemingly endless water in what he can only assume to be a real ocean. Anakin stops for a moment, gaping in awe, having never seen so much water or so many real plants in just one place before. He looks around and spots two boys around his age playing where the endless water meets the sand and rocks. With absolutely no one else in sight, Anakin decides to at least ask them for directions. "Hi," he called softly, seeing the other boys turn around and tense. "I'm Anakin." Accidental baby acquisition. Damian Wayne / Harry Potter. Chapter summary. Albus Dumbledore firmly believes the Savior is growing up raised by the Muggle Dursleys. He never bothered to stop and check. Mrs. Petunia Dursley refused to even let her nephew inside her house. Due to her quick thinking and swift actions, the boy, who grew up in Gotham City, raised by a loving and protective family. Family who are perhaps better known by their villain aliases of Poison Ivy, Joker, and Harley Quinn. At 14, Hadrian Potter Black meets his soulmate Damian Wayne Al Goal. Unfortunately, Hadrian is under his villain alias, Ace Spades, and Damian is under his alias as one of the two newest Roblins. Their relationship is naturally rocky at first, but somehow they make it work and grow from the struggles. After what Batman did to Red Hood, the second Robin, Gotham is eager to cover for the newest Robin and his boyfriend. After all, Ace Spades has always been kind, sweet, and funny, especially for a world-class supervillain. Therefore, Batman and Dumbledore remain oblivious. Chapter 1. Baby Acquisition. POV. Narrator. Author. The headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, happily holds the Potter heir in his arms. He is immensely pleased with how well his pawns work to ensure his plans for Harry's new residence. After the Potters, Heir Sirius Black was the only one left with the power to threaten his plans. A threat he took to heart. Like all purebloods, the Potters and the Blacks are dark and therefore evil. As always, his plans included a course of action to take to deal with Sirius Black. After all, someone had to take the blame for the Potters' double murder. Silently in the frigid November night, Albus and two of his professors approach number 4 Privet Drive. The secondary school headmaster gently lays heir Harry James Potter on the frigid ground. The young Potter heir is wrapped in a blanket covered in Quidditch snitches which appear still to Muggle eyes. The poor boy's parents were recently targeted and murdered. Their son was the sole survivor of the attack. Albus has already prepared a letter to explain everything to the Muggle relatives who reside within the house. Unbeknownst to Albus Dumbledore, or his lackeys, the child in his arms is the Potter heir, but Countess Lily Potter and Count James Potter did not follow an old headmaster's wishes when naming their firstborn son. Therefore, the child's name is not Harry James Potter. Secondly, despite what Albus and many others believe, Lily had more siblings than just Petunia Dursley. Finally, beneath the toddler's blanket, he is wrapped in a particular invisibility cloak with a certain stone and wand in its pockets. Albus Dumbledore and his lackeys remain unaware of these facts as Dumbledore gently tucks a letter into the infant's outer blanket. Dumbledore's followers spare the child one last tear-filled farewell before apparating away. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore spared the child one last glance before apparating away himself without even knocking on the door. The next day, in a castle hidden in the Scottish Highlands, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore gives the first interview on behalf of Harry James Potter, the boy who lived. Since the child has been put under the bewitched sleeping spell, he remains asleep through the night's snowfall. He is not noticed until the next morning. The next morning, Petunia Dursley Valeska finds her nephew abandoned on her doorstep. The boy has a confusing and threatening letter, but there is no form of identification whatsoever. In her enraged and shell-shocked state, Petunia does the first thing that comes to mind. She calls Lily's twin sister Ivy and their two older brothers Jerome and Jeremiah. After she hangs up, Petunia books the first flight to Gotham City. It's in Gotham City that our story truly begins. POV. Narrator: Petunia Mary Dursley Valeska. Petunia touches up her cherry red lipstick and after a second of hesitation applies mascara and eyeliner as well. Makeup done, she makes sure her blonde hair remains hidden under a curly red wig. She is admittedly going a bit overboard with the fake tan and heavy makeup. So, she sees no problem with partially hiding her wig with a green satin scarf. Finally done with her hair, Petunia hides her blue eyes by reapplying her green contacts. She tops off her new look with a pair of pink cat-eye sunglasses. Petunia Dursley gives her new look a once-over before nodding in satisfaction. Petunia's meeting her remaining siblings today and finally washing her hands of her freakishly green nephew. None of this can ever be linked back to her. Her perfect life will be over if anyone discovers Petunia's related to freakish costumed psychopaths. Thankfully, her brothers have agreed to burn the hotel to the ground once she's checked out. Her father's wise words echo in her mind. Leave no evidence and don't get caught. Petunia looks up sharply at the knock on her hotel door before grabbing her purse and suitcases. She meets the masked bodyguards her brothers sent at the door. She promptly and silently directs one of the goons to her freakish nephew. Without a word, she hands her suitcases to another guard and swiftly leaves the hotel. Her brothers always keep their word. The hotel she stayed in blows up as they exit the parking garage. An hour later, Petunia Dursley exits her rental car with a huff and glares up at the freakishly eccentric nightclub her siblings asked to meet at. Behind her, the bodyguards that met her at the airport carry her luggage and the toddler whose skin is steadily becoming an acid green. Petunia pays them no mind. Instead, she strides through the freakishly aquarium-themed nightclub. Ivy, Jerome, and Jeremiah are apparently friends with the owner. Nut jobs and criminals, the lot of them. She follows the gold arrows and signs to a desk with the words VIP in gold lettering before coming to a stop. Location: America, New Jersey, Gotham County, Gotham City, Diamond District, Harbor Street, the Iceberg Lounge and Casino. POV. Petunia Mary Dursley Valeska. Gender: female. Age: 24. Species: pureblood witch. Do you have a reservation? A woman in a bowler hat drones without looking up from her clipboard. I'm here to see Joker and Ivy. Petunia spits in disgust. You have an appointment with the Joker and Poison Ivy? The woman asks, looking up from her clipboard in shocked confusion. Yes. Petunia hisses. She's so annoyed she nearly slips into parcel tongue. I believe I have something they want. Their nephew was somehow left in my care. I just woke up to find their freakish nephew on my doorstep. Whoever left the boy there signed all the legal documentation in my place. I certainly wouldn't have given my consent, and my husband has no tolerance for any freakish nonsense. According to the note we were left, the boy's parents went off and somehow got themselves blown up. Petunia explains in a huff. If Joker and Ivy don't want the brat, I'll drop him off with the next person who does. I sure as hell don't want it, and I certainly won't be raising a freak. As you can see, he is already showing the signs. Petunia says, gesturing behind her to the goon carrying her pale green nephew. The woman looks between the child and Petunia a few times in clear shock before quickly going back to business. Right. I'll just send you right on up. The elevator is right behind me. Room 3, end of the hall, top floor. Thank you. Petunia says with a polite smile as she passes the shocked woman who is oddly transfixed on the freakish toddler with pale green skin. It takes no time at all for the elevator to arrive at the top floor. Petunia spins the short but annoying weight, adjusting her scarf and touching up her makeup. Beside her, the bodyguard holding the freak has become far more vigilant and clearly wary. Petunia pays the idiotic man no mind as she exits the elevator and searches for the aforementioned room. She rolls her eyes behind her sunglasses at the bodyguards waiting outside. The guards behind her give some sort of signal, and she taps her foot impatiently as one of the masked freaks ducks inside. No doubt the minion is announcing her arrival to her freakish costumed siblings. Finally, the door opens, and she is gestured inside. Petunia enters and rolls her eyes at their antics. Her siblings are sitting in a circus-themed lounge overrun by plants. As usual, they are all dressed in ridiculous costumes. Still, they look as though they are royalty holding court. Jeremiah and Ivy's wives are even resting regally despite being dressed as circus freaks. Toonie, our most annoying little sister, Jerome shouts while leaping out of his seat. Petunia nearly flinches at the wide, crazed smile that adorns her big brother's face. She holds back her flinch just in time for Jerome to throw his arm over her shoulder. Why, it's been a good decade or more. I hardly recognize you in that odd costume of yours. It's not up to my tastes, but I'm glad to see you've finally gotten over your boring outlook on life. Take a seat, take a seat. How have you been? Life is good, but I've been better. Petunia says, deciding to play nice. I'm happily married. We have a son who still wakes us up at night. Skip the chit-chat, Toonie. Jeremiah sighs annoyed. You don't call, you don't write. Yet here you are, I in our city. You're back in our home turf. Back in our territory. You want something. What is it? Lily has gone off and gotten herself and her freakish husband killed. Petunia says, bluntly, relishing in her siblings' shocked gasps. 3 days ago, I woke up to Lily's toddler just sitting on my front stoop. All the boy had on him was a blanket and a threatening letter. No basket and certainly no identification. Just a pathetic excuse for a blanket covered in ice and snow and a short but freakishly threatening letter. If the letter is to be believed, Lily and her husband got themselves blown up. Their kid survived the explosion. He was left in my care. I refused to raise a freak. I know Lily would never let me near her kid, much less let me raise the boy. Petunia says while rolling her shoulders. It was never stated, but it was strongly implied that father targeted and then killed Lily and her husband. God only knows why. Lily was always the favored child. In any case, I want nothing to do with it. You want us to take over his care? Ivy asks, confused. If you don't want him, I'll drop the boy off with the next person who does. Maybe sell him to the highest bidders. Petunia vows. Try that and you're dead. Jerome roars, jumping up enraged. That is Lily's kid. That makes him family, Toonie. Doesn't that mean anything to you? No, it certainly does not. Petunia says, unflinching at the enraged and pissed-off looks being sent her way. Now, are you taking the freak in or not? The child is family. Jeremiah growls in firm disapproval. He is our blood and kin. Despite what you seem to believe, that means something. We will take in Lily's little boy, but we will need some proof of our sister's supposed death. Did you even bother looking into her death? How was there a funeral since none of us were ever informed? Was she even buried? I don't know, and quite frankly, I don't really care. Petunia sighs out annoyed. Fine. We will look into Lily's death ourselves. Ivy growls, her eyebrow twitching in anger and annoyance. Do you have this letter claiming my twin is dead? Or did you just toss it out like you've tossed all of us aside? The letter is in my luggage, Petunia says, standing up. I took the liberty of packing some baby toys and supplies. Everything in there should last you a month or more. There's also the family photo albums and the few family heirlooms our parents left me. I'll show myself out. Don't contact me again, Petunia says before sweeping out of the room. She needs to get going. Her husband has dinner reservations for tonight. As far as anyone cares, they are simply on holiday with their son headed toward California's Disneyland. There was a 2-day layover, and they took the opportunity to explore Gotham a bit. She became lost and got mugged. She was saved by a Gotham City police officer. Nothing more, nothing less. Location: America, New Jersey, Gotham County, Gotham City, Otisburg District, Amusement Mile, Foot Street, Cumberland Street, Excelsior Hotel. POV: Harleen Frances Quinzel. Legal aliases: Harley Quinn. Gender: female. Age: 26. Species: pureblood witch, metahuman. I just don't get it, Echo. Harley whines, distressed as she feeds the baby vegan pancakes with strawberry puree. How could that woman just abandon a baby? He ain't done nothing wrong. Just look at his cute little face. Harley coos before placing a kiss on the baby's pale green skin. He is a little cutie. Echo agrees, with a solemn nod of her head. I heard my puddin' talkin' about us all sharing custody and raising him as our own. Ivy and Joker were talking about training and setting up protections. Good, Harley says with a pleased nod and a wide manic smile. That woman may be Ivy's big sister, but I won't let that crazy nutter anywhere near my baby. Families don't just go off and abandon each other like that. Look, I don't care. This is all completely ridiculous. Mr. J yells into his phone as he enters the kitchen. Look, I understand perfectly well what the papers are claiming. Mr. J growls as he pours a glass of milk. Are you serious? I'm upset because Lily Valesca was my sister. I'm upset because I only learned she was dead 2 days ago, and no one will tell me where her funeral is taking place. Why the hell shouldn't I be upset? Harley shares a wide-eyed look with Echo as Mr. J goes still in rage. Very well. When? I'll clear my schedule. I will be bringing my family and our lawyers. See you then, Minister Millicent Bagnold, Mr. J says before hanging up and sitting down at the table. Pardon? What's going on? Echo asks, worried only to melt as Mr. J takes her hand and kisses her knuckles. It seems, my dear Echo, that an old enemy has risen, Mr. J says, brushing his thumb over Echo's cheek and chin before pulling away. An idiotic middle school principal has decided to strike with a poorly designed master plan. He has painted my late little sister Lilane as a muggle-born hero to the wizarding press. He has the wizarding world convinced my father killed little Lily and her husband James. According to the reports, their 2-year-old child defeated father. To make matters far worse, our enemy has the entire world believing our nephew is a half-blooded wizard named Harry James Potter, and that he's being raised a hero. No. Harley gasps. But why, Jeremiah? Echo asks, confused. Why would a middle school principal even want any of that? I don't know, Mr. J says with a small frown. It's far too insane. Even for me. I simply can't make any sense of it. Why kill Lily? Where is father? Why does this man believe Hadrian is a boy hero? What is he gaining from this? Any fame or notoriety he gains will be for naught the moment Hadrian makes an appearance. I just don't understand it. And you know how I hate not understanding things. Mr. J growls. The Bizarre Summer, Harry Potter / Damian Wayne. The Bizarre Summer. Date: July 1 SD, 1994. Location: Great Britain, England, Surrey, Little Whinging, No. 4 Privet Drive. POV: Petunia Mary Dosline Valeska. Gender: female. Age: 33. Species: pureblood witch, metahuman. Petunia: Her visiting sister-in-law Marge and her neighbors look down at the letter that seemingly just fell from the sky and onto Petunia's new glass picnic table in utter silence and confusion. They all spare each other a look, as if to ensure that they have all seen it before putting down their lemonade and half-eaten sandwiches. Their group then search the clear blue sky and the neatly mowed backyard as though a rogue mailman will appear before turning their attention back to the offending letter. Mrs. Marie Thomas is the first to reach over and pick it up off the platter of sandwiches. Well, this is odd. It's an acceptance letter for that backward magic school, Hogwarts. Mrs. Marie Thomas says, looking the thick envelope over. Where do you suppose the thing came from? She asks the gathered group of friends. Well, I would say it blew in from the wind, but it's not strong enough to lift a leaf off the ground, much less a letter. Mrs. Rachel Jocelyn from number 5 says while everyone else pauses and gives it some thought. Well, it certainly couldn't have lifted this. Feel. Mrs. Marie Thomas says before passing the envelope over and letting it make its rounds. I've never seen paper like this before in my life. Mrs. Allison Roberts says before handing it to Mrs. Violet Richards. Mrs. Violet Richards blinks in shock before adjusting her reading glasses and looking the envelope over. This is parchment. It's new too. I haven't seen this high quality outside the library's archives, but it is. I'm fairly certain no one except our local mages have even used parchment in 100 years at least. Supposedly takes a year just to make the stuff for us muggles. This is a new letter, so I'm just going to state the obvious and say someone magical sent it. They can make parchment within a month or two despite the insane costs. Why go through all that trouble just to send a letter? Petunia asks, still confused over the odd way British mages have of doing things. The only letters I ever get are bills. I want to say open it, but we can't very well open some stranger's mail without breaking the law, especially if it is a bill. Odd as that would be given who it's for. Ms. Marge Dursley points out reasonably once it's her turn to hold the odd letter. Who is it addressed to? Petunia asks, confused. And where did it even come from? It's addressed to A. Mr. H. Potter, Marge states proudly while giving the letter to her sister-in-law Petunia with a smile. Seems to be some sort of scholarship offer for Hemlock. Odd name for a school, Hogwarts. They must be bloody expensive to afford using parchment just for scholarship offers. I told you that boy is going places. Not to Hogwarts for sure, but the fact that even the local mages are contacting him is a good sign. He's better at controlling his magic than any grown mage I've ever seen. Marge states with a proud smile. Lily and James both went to the school, but Hemlock was never even applied. Lily and James mentioned how they weren't sure if they wanted him to go, and I know we never bothered to contact the place. Petunia asks, reading the letter bewildered and worried. Their teaching standards have gone down the drain. You know they have a death toll at that school now? How it's been allowed to remain open is a mystery. Perhaps you should read it over yourself before giving it to the boy. Mrs. Violet Richards suggests seeing Petunia's worry. No, I'm sure it's nothing. Petunia brushes off, hoping she can get away with ignoring the letter and the crazy local mages. My maiden family has actually taken turns attending the school for generations. So have Hemlock's late father's family. It's not well known, but our distant ancestors actually founded the school way back in the Middle Ages. Not that anyone remembers that anymore. Our family still owns the castle, though. We have no real use for the old place nowadays. Using the family castle as a school keeps it from falling to ruins. They probably just assumed we forgot to sign the boys up. She suggests. You're likely right. Marge quickly agrees. I always forget how far back you can trace your family heritage. You know, this still doesn't explain where the blasted letter came from. This whole neighborhood is covered under heavy warts. How the hell did the letter even get in? It's probably a fluke. Mrs. Violet Richards says, amused. God knows how tight our security is around here. It's a bit ridiculous actually, even for unspeakables. It's for the best though. We're certainly not paying for lackluster home surveillance. We could all lose our jobs if any of our research makes it out of these wards. Precisely, and very well put. We simply can't afford a leak, much less a thief. So, are we all still on for our trip to America next week? Mrs. Marie Thomas asks, pointedly changing the subject to much more pleasant and familiar ground. It's been a few years since we've all gone on holiday. I'm excited. I hear Gotham and Metropolis have some interesting locals. Yes. Petunia quickly agrees, grateful for the change in topic. My sister Ivy has even offered her Gotham manor for us to use. It's in a very good neighborhood, but we'll still need to be careful. There are some really crazy nut jobs in America. Ivy mentioned something about a man who dresses up as a bat. Apparently, the nut job tried to have her arrested and put in some backward asylum just for growing roses in her own front yard. Yes, I've heard of that fellow. Mrs. Violet Richards says in worry. The reporters call him the Batman. He must have some influence. The authorities seem to cave to his every whim. You should tell Ivy to watch out. She's a good person, but once that bat fellow has someone in his sights, well, she'll be lucky to survive. The last person that bat freak set his targets on mysteriously fell into a vat of toxic waste. He came out alive, if barely. The FBI refuses to release his name, so the media calls him the Joker. The man went from being an upstanding citizen to crazier than anyone I've ever seen. I saw that documentary last week. Horrifying what happened to that poor man. Marge says with a bone-deep sigh. He was an undercover agent for that FBI they have across the pond. Disgusting what's become of him. I've never seen someone so. Marge says, shivering in obvious soul-deep disgust. I'll be sure to tell my siblings. Petunia says, knowing full well the Joker is an alias of her two older brothers. Date: July 3rd, 1994. Location: Great Britain, England, Surrey, Little Whinging, number 4 Privet Drive. POV: Petunia Mary Dosline Valeska. Gender: female. Age: 33. Species: pure blood witch, metahuman. Oh my god. 10-year-old Hemlock breaths out in shock. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Petunia asks, looking up from her cookbook and over at her nephew, worried. It's not like him to curse without a damned good reason. The egg. The egg is paper. Hemlock says, shocked. Why is the egg paper? What do you mean the egg is paper? Petunia asks, confused, walking over to the bowl of eggs and milk. The hell? Petunia mutters, looking at the bowl and using a spoon to poke and lift the paper and green ink soaked in egg yolks. Where did this stuff come from? She asks before groaning. Hemlock, this is not funny. Petunia scolds while crossing her arms and patiently explaining. You are learning to bake a cake. That cake is for your own birthday party. Now is not the time to be practicing your magic. I didn't do it. Honest. Hemlock says while holding his hands up and looking at her. His neon green eyes are wide, filled with panic, fear, and confusion. Fine. Petunia mutters after a long pause. It's okay. I believe you. I don't know who did this, but now we need to start over. We can't use anything in that bowl. Ink is highly toxic to most everyone and paper is not edible. This is not food, and we can't eat it. I'm going to need you to start over. Make sure to use a separate bowl for the eggs, just in case. "K," Hemlock says, quickly moving to obey. Petunia pulls the strawberry tarts and the blueberry pastries out of the oven before moving back to working on the deviled eggs. She's just finished the deviled eggs, and she's about to check on the barbecue chicken in the crock pot when Hemlock starts hysterically squealing, "Oh, yuck, yuck, yuck," in obvious shock and disgust. Petunia looks over to her nephew sitting at the kitchen table, arms wrapped around him and shaking in fear. He's surrounded by cereal bowls with green ink and gooey paper inside. She pinches the bridge of her nose, annoyed, sighs, and counts to 10. Once Petunia has calmed down, she walks over and cracks 2 eggs open into a bowl herself. Instead of the typically expected egg yolk coming out of the fresh farm-grown eggs, soggy origami paper cranes dripping green ink tumble out. Right? Petunia says while trying to think of any reasonable explanation for there being paper cranes in her fresh eggs. Unsurprisingly, she comes up blank. Okay, I don't know why, but someone has clearly gone out of their way to sabotage all of our eggs. We need to find a way to make a cake without eggs. Do you want to help me look for new cake recipes? Petunia asks her inquisitive nephew while ruffling his red hair. Can we still make a chocolate cake without the yucky eggs? Hemlock asks hopefully. Yes, we can. Petunia quickly agrees. Hopefully, Hemlock will come out of this bizarre ordeal with nothing more than an aversion to eggs. I should have a recipe for chocolate and avocado cake around here somewhere. Your Aunt Ivy emailed it to me last year. Your other aunt is a vegan. That means Ivy can't eat eggs, meat, or milk. But I like milk. Milk is good. Ice cream has milk. Hemlock complains with a frown while glaring at the bizarre egg prank distrustfully. Well, then it's a good thing you are getting ice cream with your birthday cake then, isn't it? Petunia says, smiling happily as she finds the recipe. Now, let's make a special cake, okay? Date: July 3rd, 1994. Location: Great Britain, England, Surrey, Little Whinging, St. Gregory's Primary School. POV: Narrator. Everyone on the team screams in shock and terror as they run. The gathered children are trying to get away from a sudden invasion of owls. At least 50 owls decided it would be fun to swoop down and chase primary school children around a soccer field. Hemlock Potter, his cousin Dudley Dursley, and their best mates, Ethan Richards and Dean Thomas, all rush to hide under the school bleachers only to be chased back out by 4 of the invading owls. They quickly rush to help Ethan's twin brother Kyle from where he's fallen. By the time they reach him, Kyle is screaming and crying in terror. His body is tightly curled into a ball. He's surrounded by a small cluster of the owls who have their wings spread threateningly. Kyle fought with them as they all tried to help pick him up until finally, Mr. Richard Roberts and his wife, Mrs. Claire Roberts, rushed in to help. Meanwhile, the 2 teachers' assistants are wielding lacrosse sticks and rounding everyone else up. Everyone is slowly being led to the school's back door. The drinks, snacks, and new soccer equipment Mrs. Roberts and the 2 teachers' assistants brought out are now scattered across the soccer field. The food at least seems to be distracting most of the owls. Their soccer team finally manages to get to the school's back door only for Mrs. Roberts to shakily fumble with the lock and key. At last, the door is finally wrenched open. The 2 teachers' assistants shakily wield their lacrosse sticks, standing guard and hoping to scare away any stray owls. Mr. Richard Roberts blows his whistle, gathering everyone's attention. Okay, everyone back inside. Quickly, quickly get inside now, Mr. Roberts shouts. The owls misunderstand and take this to mean they're supposed to follow the soccer team inside the school. Thankfully, everyone manages to get inside before any more than 3 otherwise docile owls can enter. Date: July 3rd, 1994. Location: Great Britain, England, Surrey, Little Whinging, No. 4 Privet Drive. POV: Petunia Mary Dozley Valeska. Gender: female. Age: 33. Species: pureblood witch, metahuman. Heave, gentlemen, heave. Mr. Doug Richards shouts. I'm bloody well heaving. Mr. Vernon Dozley snaps back. What the devil do you think we're doing? Mr. Wilson Green demands. We're certainly not out here sitting on our arses. We are pushing all our weight into this. Well, push the fucking door harder. Mr. Doug Richards demands. We've barely gotten the blasted thing open an inch. Whatever is blocking the door needs more. More oomph. Oh, you want oomph, do you? We'll give you some fucking oomph, Doug. Mr. Vernon Dozley yells before leaning his shoulder into the door and pushing with his feet. What in the world could be blocking the door? Mrs. Petunia Dozley asks her 2 closest friends. She can feel the heat of her blush and knows her face must be scarlet. Unfortunately for the life of her, she can't get her blush to go down. This is such a thoroughly embarrassing and frankly bizarre situation. If she could get away with it, she'd let the earth take her away. I haven't the faintest, Mrs. Violet Richards says, staring at the sight of their husbands working to open the Dozleys' front door in bewilderment. Your home is always impeccably clean. You hire maids, and you hardly ever have even a pillow out of place. Mrs. Marie Thomas points out, equally embarrassed. Whatever this is, well, it's hardly your fault. Exactly. Mrs. Violet Richards agrees. There's no reason for whatever this is. We both saw your house just before we left. There was only that cup in the sink. I put that in the dishwasher. Mrs. Petunia Dozley immediately snaps in defense, while mentally going over any reason for this bizarre way of being locked out of her own house. Heavens! You don't think the rug got caught on the door, do you? It's possible. Mrs. Violet Richards says slowly and thoughtfully. There's certainly not anything near your doorway large enough to actually block the door. You don't suppose? Mrs. Marie Thomas says hesitantly. I know it's just not like them, but, well, What if the kids got home early and made a mess of things before the party? If they did, Dudley and Hemlock will be hearing from me, Petunia says angrily at the mere thought of her boys ruining the house. We've been planning this birthday party all year. Good Lord. Mr. Wilson Green erupts as the sound of the door giving reaches their ears. What? Petunia, Violet, and Marie ask as one snapping out of their conversation. Letters. Millions of them. Mr. Douge Richards says aghast. Not quite believing it, Petunia, Violet, and Marie walk closer and look over their husband's shoulders. There on the floor, climbing up the walls and completely hiding the living room sofa and chairs are mounds upon mounds of letters. From the looks of things, the bizarre letters cover even the kitchen countertops and the stove. It's the most absurd fire hazard any of them have ever seen. Where the hell did they all come from? Marie demands, thoroughly confused. We've only been gone, what, 2-3 hours tops? Someone must have broken in and put them here, Vernon says, seething at the thought of someone breaking into his house. Petunia mentioned the Hogwarts letter, but they certainly never thought the local mages would go so far as to fill their house with the blasted things. But why? Petunia asks, thoroughly confused and terrified. I don't know, but I'm reporting this to the police, Vernon says, having already pulled out his mobile phone and started to dial. Good call, Vernon. Mr. Wilson Green praises. Prank like this is simply over the top. They're likely covering for something. You don't suppose they stole anything, do you? Mr. Green asks worriedly. Make sure to mention that to the police. Petunia points out to her husband Vernon, who nods and begins making the police report. Date: July 3rd, 1994. Location: Great Britain, England, Surrey, Little Whinging, number 4 Privet Drive. POV: Hemlock James Regulus Potter Black. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter. Gender: male. Age: 10. Species: pureblood wizard, metahuman. Soccer practice was long since canceled by the time animal control and the police arrived. Unfortunately, it took an extra 3 hours for all the teams to round up the wayward owls. Everyone had to stay inside the whole time. Headmistress Remmel insisted everyone was to be kept in the school's library. The ridiculously weird day was made longer when Nurse Moore insisted on giving everyone a mandatory checkup. Everyone had minor scratches from the owls, which were quickly treated for infection and proudly labeled as new battle wounds. Their headmistress refused to even hear of them riding their bikes home in the dark, so Mrs. Thomas was called to pick Dean, Hemlock, and Dudley up from school. To everyone's shock, when they finally arrive home, Hemlock and Dudley's whole house is surrounded by police tape. This day has gone from really weird to worrisome to just flat out bizarre. First, Hemlock and Aunt Petunia found paper cranes in the eggs. Then over 70 lost owls just decided to interrupt soccer practice. Now, whatever this is, hopefully, the rest of the week fares better. This is turning out to be a bizarre and very bad week, and it's only Monday. Police officers are roaming into the house carrying boxes of trash bags. Even more, police officers are coming out of the house with massive black trash bags nearly bursting at the seams. A few have even fallen open, spilling out letters. Most of the neighbors and all the birthday guests seem to have gathered at Dean's house. Guys, they're here. The kids made it to the party. Someone yells from the backyard as Aunt Petunia runs out of the backyard nearly disheveled and in tears. Oh, thank God. Aunt Petunia cries out in shock, nearly sobbing as they slowly get out of the station wagon. She rushes over to them and gives them each a once-over as a crowd of worried adults and kids all come rushing out of Dean's backyard. Hemlock blinks in alarm as he's suddenly engulfed in a small group hug. He shares a bewildered look with Dudley and Dean as all the party guests and the neighbors begin fretting and worrying over them before giving them even more hugs. What? Hemlock asks, confused. What's going on? Hemlock asks in a rush, worried, before noticing more police officers leaving their house with bags of letters. What's going on, Mom? Dudley asks, worried. Is everyone okay? Did someone die? Dean asks, confused. Everyone's acting like someone died. Where did all those letters come from? Hemlock asks before he can stop himself. Some nutjob mages broke into our house and filled it to the brim with Hogwarts letters addressed to some Harry Potter fellow. Uncle Vernon hisses out enraged. They look all official, and they even list a real magic school, but they all have the wrong name. The blasted things have flooded our entire house. Our house is completely ruined. Those nutjob mages filled the place to the brim with those blasted letters. It's fucking crazy. Mr. Doug Richards agrees in a scoff. Place needs a complete gut job now. It's like a real-world spam ad. Mr. Wilson Green agrees. I've never seen anything like it. Right now we have a very tough choice to make. Aunt Petunia explains while brushing a red lock of hair out of her blue eyes and gently taking Hemlock's hands. We really don't know why, but some fanatical group has targeted you, Hemlock. I absolutely refuse to just stand by and just watch one of my children get kidnapped. Much less just sit back and watch you get kidnapped and indoctrinated by the local mages. Those nutjobs still think magic is some sort of government secret. God only knows what they would do to you. We have a plan in place. Uncle Vernon says gently. The police are taking action. They're going to be watching the house for us and checking anything that comes in, even the food. Uncle Vernon says with a frown. We all know about the paper in the eggs, but apparently there was paper in the fridge and pantry too. The police and our security teams have both looked into it. Every one of those is a Hogwarts acceptance letter. What? What kind of nut job sends out school acceptance letters that way? Hemlock asks in shock. I thought it was just a gross prank gone wrong or something. No one even uses parchment anymore. No one. We hardly even use paper or pens anymore. Aunt Petunia agrees. There's talk of changing the school curriculum since everyone is using computers and phones now. The local mages here in Britain are different. They still use quills and ink. But why? Dudley asks, thoroughly bewildered. Do you remember what you boys learned in school about the local mages? Aunt Petunia asks before answering anyway. The British mages are rather ignorant. This entire country's magic population is raised believing that magic is some big government secret. That lie is reinforced in the local magic schools. To hide the fact that they're lying, the mages claim that non-magicals are practically Neanderthals who hunt and kill magicals. They're not a very bright bunch. Dudley agrees. They've yet to advance past the Middle Ages. Dean tacks on. How does this involve us? Hemlock asks. Unfortunately, it seems that they've now targeted you, Hemlock. They're calling you Harry, but it's clearly you they're after. Aunt Petunia said in a huff, clearly upset. While we don't know why, we can use this to our advantage. You want me to go to Hogwarts, don't you? Hemlock asks, now terrified and hugging his chest. Call him selfish, but he's mostly worried about how he's going to live in the backward world that is magical Britain. Can I at least take my phone and laptop when I leave? I want to keep up with all my classes and stay in touch with my friends. Plus my games. Of course, you're keeping your laptop and phone. Uncle Vernon laughs. You still have to do your real schoolwork. Everyone knows a Hogwarts education is worthless outside of a few select places here in Britain. I won't have you going to a school that will leave you jobless. For now, we'll be spending a week in Gotham City. We're staying with my siblings. Aunt Petunia says with a reassuring smile. We're going to treat it like a small holiday. While we're gone, the police will have our home and neighborhood secured. Everyone in the company is pitching in to find out how this breach of security even happened. Since we can't rely on the pathetic education standards at Hogwarts, you boys are getting enrolled in Ilvermorny's online and summer courses. Uncle Vernon explains with a smile while talking about his old school. We'll be homeschooling you in the Muggle world once we find a decent homeschooling program. Your aunts and uncles keep pushing us toward Gotham Academy's curriculum, and we're honestly considering it. Regardless, you will both get special summer lessons from the family. Date: July 10th, 1994. Location: America, New Jersey, Gotham County, Gotham City, Otisburg District, Amusement Mile, Foot Street, Cumberland Street, Excelsior Hotel POV. Adeline Rosalie Valeska ne Perot. Legal aliases: Echo. Gender: female. Age: 36. Species: pure blood witch. Metahuman. Echo sits up in bed and reaches for her gun before registering that she's awake. Pudden, what's that noise? She asks, facing Jeremiah as the banging sound becomes louder. I don't know. It sounds like knocking, but it's certainly not anyone friendly. Jeremiah says as he sits up in bed and pulls up the holographic security feed. Echo leans her head on his shoulder, and they both look at the footage of a half-giant pounding on the steel and rune. enforced doors 20 stories below. They both blink confused twice, before turning to face each other. Seems we have an angry half-giant at our door. Jeremiah grumbles, when we even pissed off a giant is beyond me. He complains as they both slide out of bed and start helping each other get dressed. I would think we would remember that. Giants are kinda hard to forget. Echo agrees as she pulls on her full-body Harlequin suit. Wait, how did he even find us? She asks, pausing as Jeremiah zips up her suit. I don't know, Jeremiah says confused before pulling on his suit jacket. Our security is the best of the best. I would know. I designed it after all. Jeremiah explains while straightening his tie in front of the mirror with a frown. You know, it's very possible this man followed my sister and her family. Petunia has had some rather bizarre issues with the backward mages they have over in Britain. A group of British mages seem to be targeting the family's heir, Hemlock. No one has any idea why. They're messing with our family? Echo asks enraged while she finishes her makeup and places her mask on her face. Should we kill him, Pudden? No, not yet. We need more information. Jeremiah says as he offers Echo his arm. It seems, my dear Echo, that we have a giant to interrogate. I want to know who's targeting our family and why. Hemlock is still a child after all. He's hardly begun making a name for himself. Date: July 10th, 1994. Location: America, New Jersey, Gotham County, Gotham City, Otisburg District, Amusement Mile, Foot Street, Cumberland Street, Excelsior Hotel POV. Ivy Marie Valeska, legal aliases: Poison Ivy, Dr. Pamela Lillian Isley. Gender: female. Age: 26. Species: pureblood witch, metahuman. So, you're saying, Jerome says thoughtfully while idly twirling his dagger, that my nephew is some sort of prophesied savior? No, not just some savior. The hero for the light. You guys think he's this light hero and a savior because some middle school principal claims to have heard a prophecy in a bar from a drunk who was applying for a job at his school. The same principal later claimed that my nephew defeated his grandfather in battle from his crib at 2 years old. Jerome demands in a deadly calm. Yeah. The half-giant slurs around all the veritaserum in his system. Do you have any idea how completely crazy and insane you sound right now? Jeremiah demands in a shrill voice before slamming a dagger into the prisoner's hand. My nephew was 2 when you claim this happened. Jeremiah shouts into the man's face. He was only 2 years old. My father is a grown adult and a trained mage. How stupid are you to not be able to understand this? That woman you claim gave a prophecy was drunk in a bar. Yet you say she was still trying to apply for a job. What the hell is wrong with you stupid Brits? Jeremiah shouts before regaining control over himself and straining out his hair and suit. Feel better? Ivy asks while idly tightening her vines around the half-giant's waist, neck, and limbs. You looked like you really needed that. A little, Jeremiah says with a shrug, while wiping the half-giant's blood from his face with his pocket handkerchief. I'm now very worried about Hemlock. What are we going to do about this? We need a plan. Either those British mages are crazier than Father and Lily ever let on, or someone spiked this guy's tea. Well, first we kill the informant, Jerome says while idly tossing a wandless killing curse at the half-giant who goes limp. He remains in the air only by the tight grip from Ivy's plants. Now, we hash out a plan. We cannot sit back and allow our darling and beloved nephew to just be brainwashed by those moronic mages they have over in England. Young Hemlock is the heir to the family and a good kid. We can't lose him. We're all going to need to give him our complete support once he leaves for that pathetic excuse of a school. Before you ask, no, we can't risk him not showing up, Jerome says as he paces the room. They're going to suspect us if he never shows up. They'll suspect us even more if Hemlock arrives knowing too much about their backward society, Petunia says while idly tracing a vine of devil's snare lost deep in thought. They're not very bright. They keep to themselves and keep each other purposefully ignorant. Not to mention they're isolated from the world outside of their wards. They're a fairly fickle bunch, but their masses are quite gullible and very easily swayed. We can work with that. What if we pretend we're dancing to their tune? What if we have Hemlock play the dumb and abused puppy? And this Jeremiah says with a proud smile while spreading his arms grandly. This, my dear Petunia, is why you are the family's hidden genius. An abused and ignorant hero. They will eat it up. Those morons will see him as a moldable icon. If he makes it into Gryffindor, the lions should let him prowl and hunt with minimum interference, never even suspecting a thing. Jeremiah says before laughing. Why, Toonie, it's the perfect plan. So, the plan's for Hemlock to play dumb? Ivy asks as she decomposes the giant's body. We'll need more than just that. Look where that idea got Lily. It got her killed. Lillian was hardly a celebrity hidden away from the world for 9 years. Now she's dead and famous for her son, surviving an attack that no one saw but everyone claims to know about down to the minute details. I won't let that happen to Hemlock. We can't let that happen to anyone else in the family. Ivy protests as the half-giant skull disintegrates into dust. He plays along. He plays dumb. But once the water gets too hot, he's out of there, Jerome says, leaning across the table and looking at the vine-covered ceiling with a frown. This play, it sounds like the type of master plan that has some heroic martyr. They want Hemlock to dance along to their tune and play boy hero. Fine. Jerome says with a dismissive wave of his hand. Why the hell not? It's as good of a teaching opportunity as any. He'll use the acting skills later in life in any case. But the very moment he's thrown under the bus, the identity of Harry Potter, the golden boy hero, needs to vanish. My beloved, brilliant, and insane siblings, we need to create an escape plan. Jerome says, jumping back up with a wide manic grin that is matched in its intensity but his 3 remaining siblings. Done playing puppet, Harry Potter / Damian Wayne. Chapter Summary. Hemlock, Harry, Potterblack won the Triwizard Tournament and went home. He never claimed to witness Voldemort being resurrected, and he certainly never proposed marriage to Ginevra Weasley. Over summer break, he learns that Headmaster Dumbledore is claiming otherwise. This has prompted the British Ministry of Magic to drag his good name through the mud. Harry decides it's time to just cut his losses and leave the backward community of magical Britain behind. Once back home in Gotham City, Harry stumbles into his soulmate, Damian Wayne Al. As soulmates, the two boys naturally fall for each other, fast. Unfortunately, Damian's father is the local bat-themed vigilante, while Hemlock's family are his enemies. Thankfully, both the teens are scarily possessive and remain determined to make their relationship work. Batsy remains oblivious. The big bad bat rarely even notices when Hemlock randomly stays overnight, or when Ace Nightshade helps Robin out with a case. Slowly others do. Done playing puppet. Location: America, New Jersey, Gotham County, Gotham City, Otisburg District, Amusement Mile, Foot Street, Cumberland Street, Excelsior Hotel. POV: Duke Hemlock James Regulus Potterblack. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, chosen one, master of death. Gender: male. Age: 14. Species: wizard, metahuman. The hell? 14-year-old Hemlock sputters at Sunday breakfast, nearly choking on his orange juice. What? What is it? Aunt Echo and Aunt Harley simultaneously ask while everyone looks up from their own food worried. The Brits have gone round the bend again. Hemlock shouts enraged while wildly waving his morning edition of the Daily Prophet around. They're now claiming that I proposed to that crazy Weasley stalker. Says here that the Bint's even 2 months along with my kid. The next news bit is going on about me claiming that I was kidnapped. After that, it's a full-page article claiming I spun some lie about grandfather being resurrected. Worse yet, the British Minister of Magic has apparently launched an official in-depth investigation into my assets and my personal life. Everyone over in Britain is dragging my good name and good standing through the mud. What? Where did they even get the idea you're engaged to that lying whore? Uncle Jerome demands with a deep frown. We all got restraining orders against that bitch, don't we? Auntie Harley asks worriedly. 'Cause I gotta be honest. I don't trust that nutcase around Hemlock. Especially since she only just turned 13 and she's already claiming that she's pregnant and engaged to our nephew. We each have an ironclad magical restraining order. We updated the terms just last week. Uncle Jeremiah says with a matching frown. No one in that order of the Phoenix group can come within 20 feet of us. Her family is going to have lots of fun explaining away that teen pregnancy when the truth does come out. Auntie Echo giggles while Auntie Harley gasps and grabs her paper tighter. That lying bitch has a fake diamond ring. Auntie Harley yells before breaking into chaotic and mad laughter. Those lying idiots didn't even bother getting a real ring. Auntie Harley chokes out through her laughter. What are they hoping to accomplish with this? Uncle Vernon demands, while reading his own edition of the Daily Prophet. This is all utter rubbish. Not one hint of truth in this whole damn newspaper. Uncle Vernon shouts, while balling up his paper enraged. They're even citing our names and claiming we're muggles local to Britain. They've clearly not made an ounce of effort to look into their own claims. I'm not sure what exactly they've hoped to accomplish with this. Aunt Ivy says, looking up from her own paper bewildered. They're not a very bright society, but this is still beyond ridiculous. I'm not sure why, but they seem to be convinced we're British muggles, which is absurd in itself. Then there's the fact that everything in this paper is alluding to or blatantly stating that Father is still very much dead from killing Lily and James. Father has never even died, much less attacked Lily or James. Never died? Never died? Father wasn't even in Britain when Lily and James were killed. Uncle Jerome shouts, annoyed and pissed off. For God's sake, our parents were still living in France at the time. They were even attending the French ministry's Samhain ball that night. What bullshit investigation team did they even hire to look into Lily's death? Uncle Jerome demands mournfully before falling back into his chair. The British mages have a really bad habit of just blowing things way out of proportion with the wildest and most bizarre assumptions. 14-year-old Dudley says with a scoff. It's like they take the most absurd rumors and automatically assume it's true. We need to call Father tonight. He has to know they're back to looking for him, but a more personal warning won't hurt. Aunt Petunia points out as she cuts into her eggs. They have a whole list of criminal charges and crimes they can legally pin on him, not to mention all the rubbish charges and crimes they've made up over the years. Location: North America, United States of America, New Jersey, Gotham County, Gotham City, Phantasm Square, Gringotts Bank. POV: Duke Hemlock James Regulus Potter Black. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, chosen one, master of death. Gender: male. Age: 14. Species: wizard, metahuman. 14-year-old Hemlock groans in dismay and drops himself on a comfortable leather couch. The king of goblins, Ragnar Ragnarokringet, sits across from his friend and wordlessly passes him a silver tankard of goblin mead. Hemlock downs half of it in one gulp. Hemlock and Ragnar have grown to become close friends, a natural result of spending years training, studying, and working alongside each other. When Hemlock learned that an illegal marriage contract was created between him and the Weaselette, he went straight to King Ragnar. The king of goblins was beyond livid that someone dared to attempt such a crime on his friend. After calming down, he swore to take revenge on Hemlock's behalf. He even requested the aid of Queen Elizabeth of England and both the American magical and Muggle presidents. Once informed of the apparent breach of security, the Queen informed the Scotland Yard, while both the American presidents informed the American ORS and the FBI. Everyone immediately began making inquiries and investigations of their own. 2 days ago, Queen Elizabeth herself came to London's Gringotts with grave news. Hemlock's Muggle accounts in the Potter name are slowly being drained into several offshore accounts. Within hours of the shocking discovery, Scotland Yard launched an investigation into the matter. The illegal withdrawal started nearly 4 days after the late Duke and Duchess Potter were murdered. King Ragnarok immediately hired a team of goblin accountants to look through Hemlock's Gringotts accounts. Judging by the team's colorful swearing and gobbledygook, it's not looking good. Hemlock and his family have been kept busy planning out their upcoming legal battles with the family lawyers. The illegal marriage contract Albus Dumbledore created is ironclad and heavily favors the wife in the relationship. The magical contract will force the husband into a life of mindless servitude with nothing to their name. They were left with no other choice but for Hemlock to call upon Lady Magic to judge and rewrite the contract. The result was a slave contract. On the prearranged day of bonding, the new contract will forcibly strip Albus Dumbledore, the Weasley family, and most of the illegal order of their legal rights, magic, and free will. The culprits will be forced into a life of mindless servitude for their crimes against Lady Magic. Their new worry is that Albus Dumbledore's minions will seek revenge. Hemlock's not too worried about someone getting the drop on him. He's an expert duelist and a trained assassin on top of being a wizard and a meta. The main issue was ironing out all the details of a legal battle with Albus Dumbledore. Now that that's done, everyone went home to rest. Hemlock decided to see how bad his Gringotts account manager fucked up his accounts and assets. Since his former account manager is kneeling, gagged, and chained at King Ragnar's feet, it's fair to guess that the idiot fucked up pretty bad. Hemlock hasn't even a drop of sympathy for the treacherous thief. Had Albus Dumbledore not been such a bloody idiot as to blatantly inform the wizarding press about the marriage and a contract existing, he'd be fucked over. Albus Dumbledore and his precious pet sycophants have worked their asses off. That hard work would be mildly impressive if they weren't trying to strip Hemlock of his legal rights and tie him down in an illegal marriage with a crazy stalker. After an hour spent listening to cursing, the scratching of quills on parchment, and the shuffling of papers, silence reigns. At the worried whispers and terrified whimpers, Hemlock shares a raised brow and makes a toast with King Ragnar. Once finished, they sit their empty tumblers of fire whiskey on the rock's back on the steel coffee table. They turn as one to face the army of nervous goblin accountants. Hemlock gives his most insane and pissed-off smile that only widens at the flinches and whimpers from the goblin accountants. "So, give it to me straight. How bad is it?" Hemlock asks, stretching out his back and sitting up straight before crossing his legs. He raises an eyebrow at the continued silence. Finally, one of the goblin accountants shakily stands and shuffles over with a tall file of the necessary paperwork. "Duke Potterblack, it is with great dismay that I must inform you of a grave error that Gringotts Bank has made. We here at Gringotts Bank have failed to keep your wealth, possessions, and property safe." The accountant shakily begins what already seems to be a long-winded and overly formal apology. "I want you to be aware that this is a rare case," the accountant says pleadingly. "The Gringotts Bank is known for its top-of-the-line security and the unparalleled ability to increase wealth. We are even dash. Stop your bullshit stalling and tell us how bad it is." King Ragnar Ragnarokringed of the Goblin Nation interrupts his subject in a deadly growl. "Of course, Your Majesty." The accountant spokesperson quickly agrees with a low bow to his king before rising. He shuffles in place before turning to face their wealthy, powerful, and influential client who has been robbed blind under their noses. "To begin with, I would like to reassure you that the Black, Valeska, Isley, Evans, and Peveril accounts all remain in very good condition and standing. No recorded transactions have been made in those accounts with the exception of regular legal withdrawals and deposits. It's just the Potter accounts that have been drained." "Drained in what way?" Hemlock demands in a low growl. "Well, sir," the accountant spokesperson squeaks before taking a deep breath. "The Potter accounts have lost $3 billion to thieves in addition to several items and possessions that are now effectively stolen." He quickly explains, pausing only to glance between his king and client before continuing on. "The Potter accounts have 12 properties with individuals claiming ownership through something called squatters' rights." He begins trying to get all the bad news out of the way. "Bullshit," King Ragnar interrupts in a derisive scoff. "If they are squatters, they are thieves. Only a thief would dare to live on another's land and property illegally. Thieves have no rights to ownership. What they have is the right to a fair legal trial before facing proper punishment. Don't give me any squatters' rights bullshit. In the magical world, that is correct, Your Majesty." Another accountant contradicts, clearly hesitant to go against her king. From the notes jotted down by the former Potter account manager, the Muggle world seemingly does not follow these laws or procedures. At both Hemlock and Ragnarok's low growls and fierce glares, she quickly backpedals. "We have yet to check into the matter ourselves and see if such absurd claims are valid. Regardless, all of the properties claiming squatters' rights are magical and in magical districts. Our team has already begun the process of eviction on all 12 properties. We just need time to finish writing up the paperwork. Once it's drafted, Duke Potterblack may read it over, make edits, and eventually provide his signature. So I've been robbed of 3 billion gallons, and I have 12 properties being used illegally. What else has happened that you have not mentioned?" Hemlock demands in a growl. The Potter accounts should still have a substantial and regular income through investments alone. Unfortunately, that is not the case, Duke Potter Black. In fact, you are losing more gold than you are making. The accountant spokesperson explains while quickly waving his hand and making 2 copies of the folder and passing one to the young duke and another to his king. If you can turn to page 5, within the middle file in the second folder, you should find the soul investments being made by the Potter accounts. As you can see from the information listed, it is to the Wizard Wheez's toy and joke enterprise. Wizard Wheez's enterprises are booming and the investment is bringing in a substantial income. Unfortunately, despite the lies and claims in the first folder, no other source of income or investments have been acted upon to add to the Potter accounts. What about rent? Hemlock demands, thoroughly bewildered and distressed. I own all of the businesses and the buildings in Diagon, Horizon, and Nocturne Alley. Those businesses alone should bring me in a nice size percentage each month. That's not touching even on all the magical houses, buildings, schools, and cities I own. We haven't gotten to anything Muggle, but there should be decent-sized and regular Muggle payments coming in as well. Hemlock says quickly, searching through the manila folder for any mention of the payments and monthly income. Why am I not seeing any of this? He demands. This is not the same information I get in my monthly bank statements. Sir, I am very sorry to say this, but it is as I said before. You are losing more gold than you are making. The accountant spokesperson explains, embarrassed. No rent payments have been made on anything since your parents' deaths. In combination with the $3 billion stolen directly from your vaults, we are looking at a loss of at least £23 billion. In essence, you are now down to a net worth of $130 billion. While that is a substantial amount, it is far less than what the Potter accounts should have at this point in time. So the Potter accounts have gone from a stable $153 billion to barely balancing at $130 billion. Where does that leave Potter accounts in regards to our bank? King Ragnar demands in place of his friend, who is now in a state of enraged shock. Due to the actions of the former Potter accountant and the former Potter bank manager, the Potters are no longer our richest client. Instead, the Potter accounts are now barely within our top 10 clients. To be precise, the Potter vaults are barely balancing as our 8th richest clients at this point in time. Currently, the Valeska, Isley, Evans, and Black accounts remain as our top 5 richest clients. The Peveril accounts have taken the former place of the Potters as our richest client. Due to his overall family wealth, Duke Potter Black's situation is not as horrible as it could have been. Hemlock stares blankly ahead, his natural neon green eyes flaring in anger before turning to look at an equally shocked and pissed off King Ragnar. I will require the dueling rooms. Would you care for a duel, old friend? Hemlock asks hopefully, his glowing neon green eyes gleaming with ruthless rage. A duel sounds lovely. King Ragnar agrees before adding, I feel we may also need a battle to the death. You head to the dueling arena and let off some steam. Try and hold back. Don't kill anyone if you can help it. I will join you shortly. We can head to one of the death arenas after our duel. I will only be a moment. I must arrange for a convoy of prisoners to join us. Sounds nice. I'll see you there. Hemlock hissed, grinning wickedly before using his personal authorization code and operating just outside the dueling arena. Hemlock hums to himself in thought, walking between the main arenas before deciding to start with the Ani Magic Dueling Arena. Location: North America, United States of America, New Jersey, Gotham County, Gotham City, Phantasm Square, Gringotts Bank. POV: Duke Hemlock James Regulus Potter Black. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, chosen one, master of death. Gender: male. Age: 14. Species: wizard, metahuman. Well, that was fun, Hemlock says with a crooked and blood-splattered grin aimed at King Ragnarok as they stride out of the mutant death dueling arena. That it was. King Ragnarok Ringgit agrees with a pleased and sated smile as they enter the VIP rooms. Shall we see what can be done to salvage your accounts? Given your wealth, fame, job, and connections, it shouldn't be too hard to place you back on top as our richest client. You have worked far too hard just to lose everything by being screwed over by some foolish light wizard. Yes, it needs to be done. Hemlock easily agrees. But first I will require a shower. As will I. I am covered in blood intestines, King Ragnarok says with a grimace after looking his battle armor over. Ugh, don't get me wrong. A shower gets the gunk off, but I think we both are totally going to need a bath later. Hemlock says while absent-mindedly brushing his crimson hair away from his neon green eyes and coming back with flesh and a few teeth. I've got molars and troll flesh in my hair. Harry cries mock outraged before breaking into a fit of mad giggles. How did you cause that troll to explode anyway? King Ragnarok asks as they enter the VIP shared bathroom and begin to strip. I honestly wasn't expecting an explosion of troll goo, Hemlock explains as he tries to pull down his black leather pants before just sighing and simply banishing his clothes back to his rooms at Grimmauld Place. I plan to strangle that troll or maybe hang the guy with my vines. I honestly hadn't decided yet. I barely even got to touch the guy's leg with a vine. Hemlock growls with a pout. That was a pretty large vine for a devil's snare. I know people who would pay good money for a poisonous plant that size. King Ragnarok praises as he walks into a free shower stall. Hell, I would fix your account with my own money for a devil's snare that can successfully strangle a troll. We could even add it to the bank's defenses. I may take you up on that offer. Either way, I really need to see what can be done legally to fix my accounts and make those thieves pay. In the spirit of fair business, you should know that vine wasn't even toxic or poisonous. It was just devil's snare. Hemlock explains as he steps into a free shower stall and turns on the faucets. Knowing you, I somehow doubt that. King Ragnarok rebukes with a deep laugh. Well, it was a mutant cousin, but it was still devil's snare nonetheless. Hemlock explains as he cards his pale green fingers through his vivid crimson hair while standing under the cascading waterfall. I have used that plant on many people many times. Hell, I've even used it on other trolls. I honestly don't get why the troll exploded. It looked like a bizarre allergic reaction. I've seen it happen to a few muggles. King Ragnarok hums in thought from his own shower. Trolls with muggle allergies or magical plants capable of evolving without aid. That's something to look into either way. Location: America, New Jersey, Gotham County, Gotham City, Diamond District, Harbor Street, the Iceberg Lounge and Casino. POV: Duke Hemlock James Regulus Potter Black. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, chosen one, master of death. Gender: male. Age: 14. Species: wizard, metahuman. So, that's how they're planning to play their rubbish story, is it? Hemlock murmured to himself in resigned annoyance after reading trash that is the Daily Prophet. The latest regarding the upcoming bonding ceremony is now claiming the boy who lived is best friends with the two youngest Weasleys. Additionally, he's apparently a proud member of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore's terrorist group. Every article and report is claiming he was spending his summer holidays in Egypt with the Weasleys. He apparently knocked up Ginevra Weasley during their stay. According to the liars interviewed, he was shocked but overjoyed with the pregnancy. Naturally, Ginevra broke into tears of joy but accepted when he proposed with his mother's ring the next night. The bonding ceremony's date has been set for the 15th of August and will be held in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Amazing what you can learn about yourself in the paper. Hemlock scoffs while setting fire to the gossip rag. What insane idea have you come up with now? King Ragnarok Ringgit asks as he burns his own paper and turns to pick up his cocktail. Not that I don't enjoy a paid vacation on occasion, but I assume this is all part of some plan. We're openly spending the day out in Muggle Gotham. We've spent the entire day visible to the Muggle public's eye, and you're not even hiding your real appearance. King Ragnar says, gesturing to Harry's copper-red hair and pale mint-green skin. Oh, Ragnar, my dear friend, I have a simply marvelous plan. Hemlock says before breaking into mad laughter before becoming deadly serious. I know you despise most wizards, light ones in particular. How would you like to help me ruin the Weasley family name? Well, ruin it worse than the idiots have already done themselves. Sounds like fun. What's the plan? King Ragnarok asks as he leans back in his chair and sips at his blue cocktail. Well, Hemlock says while idly twirling his champagne flute. I was thinking, provided you and your nation can assist, of course, we could slowly and systematically chip away at that nice little fan base that Dumbledore has placed his precious pet weasels on, Hemlock explains with a mad grin before popping a crab-stuffed mushroom into his mouth. He hums, pleasantly surprised by the taste of fresh ingredients. "Forgive me if I am mistaken," King Ragnarok says while sitting down his blue daiquiri and reaching for the last crab cake. "But aren't you dear friends with a few of those Weasleys? 5 of them are mine and under my protection, yes?" Hemlock agrees as he reaches for a piece of fried calamari. "However unknown to most of our fellow Brits, my Weasleys have all left the nest as it were. All 5 of my boys have shed the surname Weasley. Additionally, they have sworn loyalty and fealty to me and mine." When the Deers learned just what their parents and younger siblings had planned, well, they were pissed. They've even offered to help me out. So when I take my revenge for this brash and brainless scheme to enslave me, my boys will be right beside me. Done playing Puppet A, B/O version, Harry Potter / Damian Wayne. Chapter Summary. Hemlock, Harry, Potterblack won the Triwizard Tournament and went home. He never claimed to witness Voldemort being resurrected, and he certainly never proposed marriage to Ginevra Weasley. Over summer break, he learns that Headmaster Dumbledore is claiming otherwise. This has prompted the British Ministry of Magic to drag his good name through the mud. Harry decides it's time to just cut his losses and leave the backward community of magical Britain behind. Once back home in Gotham City, Harry stumbles into his soulmate, Damian Wayne Goal. As soulmates, the two boys naturally fall for each other fast. Unfortunately, Damian's father is the local bat-themed vigilante, while Hemlock's family are his enemies. Thankfully, both the teens are scarily possessive and remain determined to make their relationship work. Batsy remains oblivious. The big bad bat rarely even notices when Hemlock randomly stays overnight or when Ace Nightshade helps Robin out with a case. Slowly others do. Chapter 1. That's it, I quit. Date: Tuesday, December 3, 2019. Location: UK, Scotland, Highlands of Scotland, Hogwarts Castle, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. POV: Duke Hemlock, Harry, James Regulus Potterblack. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, chosen one, master of death. Gender: alpha male. Age: 18. Species: pureblood wizard, metahuman. Is this some kind of sick joke? Harry asks, so shocked by the conversation happening without his input around him that his devil-may-care attitude breaks for the first time in literal years. "Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall snaps before beginning to scold him. "Marriage is no joking matter, especially between soulmates such as yourself and Miss Weasley." Her already thin lips are thinning even further. "We are all quite aware that you have already proposed. We're simply worried about when to time your wedding. It will need to be soon after all." Even on a normal day, Professor McGonagall practically radiates the textbook picture of a professor's firm disapproval. With how thin her lips are pursed right now, Harry's quite certain she's beyond disappointed in him. Not that that will stop him from speaking up in his own defense, especially with these new wild and baseless assumptions. Honestly, soulmates and marriage. How did they ever arrive at those ideas? He's not even spoken more than a passing comment to the crazy stalker. Heck, his entire family has restraining orders against the girl. Where have these morons gotten the idea he's the Bint's soulmate, much less than he ever proposed to the Nutter? Soulmates, Harry repeats in a monotone, still in shock over their insane assumption. "My dear boy, there is no need to hide here," the headmaster says with a worried and concerned frown before continuing on with a wide, pleased smile. "Molly has made us aware of your and Ginny's soulmate connection. In fact, Minerva and I have known since young Ginevra's soul mark finished forming along her wrist. Molly Weasley called us from the hospital shortly after she gave birth to your soulmate. She was ever so proud that her baby girl would one day marry the savior," the Hogwarts headmaster proudly declares while popping yet another lemon drop hard candy into his mouth. Harry blinks in shock as he works to slowly digest their words. "They think me and the Weaselette are... Oh, Merlin. EW." Harry shivers in disgust at the thought. As if that Bint could ever do it for me. She's a light witch and she doesn't even have the right parts. Not to mention she's a first-rate Bint and a second-class whore. Why do they even believe we're soulmates? Hasn't anyone checked? We are each only all too happy for you both. That is why I have taken the liberty of writing up a marriage contract in your place. The Hogwarts headmaster continues to explain while talking around 3 lemon drops and almost causing one to fall out of his mouth. Given your history, I am sure you can, of course, understand our concerns should anything ever happen to you. We simply must be prepared for all continually. This marriage contract will allow for that. I have, of course, signed in your place. We didn't want to bother or worry you with anything. You simply have so much on your young shoulders already. That's not even mentioning finishing your schooling, so you can become an auror. Harry's head snaps to attention at the news the idiot has created a marriage contract and even signed in his place. He pales dramatically as he begins to realize the implications of the headmaster's words. This is bad. This is really, really bad. How stupid is this wizard? In the Muggle world, the punishment for an illegal marriage or forced marriage is a lifetime jail sentence. If you somehow manage to avoid that fate, you're forced into a life of servitude. Basically, you become a virtual slave to the offended party. You become a social pariah and an outcast in society. Rightfully so, given that the criminals dared to marry someone for their money or to rape them. Not to mention they're defiling the purity of a soulmate union. In the magical world, the punishment for an illegal or forced marriage is so much worse for the criminals responsible. The price of creating an illegal marriage contract in the magical world is the loss of one's magic, which equates to a slow and painful death. Based on what little Harry knows of the magical community here in the UK, he'll be blamed for this whole mess. It is the fault of a senile old headmaster who is once again overstepping his place. Still, Harry just knows he's going to be the one being blamed. He won't stand for it. Not this time. He is so done taking the blame for other people's mistakes. He barely resists the urge to hex the two, or better, yet sever their heads off with his goblin, wrought sword. Instead, his katana remains wrapped around his finger, transfigured as an ordinary silver ring. If it wasn't for Harry growing up raised by his mother's family, he likely wouldn't realize just how bad his current situation is. It's only thanks to his mom's maiden family, the Velasquez, that Harry even knows the basics of the magical and muggle worlds. It is only thanks to the personal recommendations made by both his uncles Jerome and Jeremiah and his Aunt Ivy that Gringotts and the Goblin Nation took an added interest in Harry. Had it not been for his family's joint aid, he likely wouldn't have his summer job as a curse breaker and a healer at Gringotts Bank. Were it not for the combined efforts of the Goblin Nation and his aunts and uncles, Harry likely wouldn't know even the basics about either the magical world or the muggle world. Hogwarts is shockingly lacking as far as magic schools go. Harry has barely learned basic magical theory and basic life skills for the magical world here. The entire Hogwarts history course is a joke, and there are no math or science courses to speak of, much less any classes on magical law, languages, society, or customs. If Harry actually solely relied on Hogwarts' school curriculum, like so many others do, he would have never realized how much trouble he's in with this illegal marriage contract. Now, my dear boy, you don't need to worry yourself with anything. The headmaster condescendingly soothes in the suffocating silence. Molly has assured everyone that she has everything handled. Your wedding, as well as your honeymoon, are completely covered. All you need to do is show up in your new dress robes on the wedding day. Molly will be mailing you the robes this weekend. Headmaster Dumbledore tries to soothe. The effect is ruined because the headmaster's blue eyes are twinkling like there's actual glitter hidden within them, and the old man is stroking his long white beard. It doesn't help that the man is just calmly explaining he's just going to be married off to some lying whore claiming soul marks. This conversation couldn't possibly get any worse. Harry thinks to himself, at this point, I just want to sink into the shadows of the floor and disappear. The sight of such dark magic from his savior will make him wonder and sweat if nothing else. Harry thinks to himself, amused by the mental image of the man's panic. We've taken the liberty of inviting both your and Ginny's school years, the ministry and their families, as well as several foreign officials. Your wedding will be held in the Great Hall after next year's opening feast. The headmaster continues to ramble on while remaining happy and obvious to Harry's rising outrage and panic. Young Ronald will be picking you up from your relative's house at the end of this summer. I am aware the Dursleys will likely not take kindly to any magic being used in their presence. We have arranged for something called a taxi. It seems to involve a car, which is some sort of muggle transport from what we can understand. Horseless carriages. Truly a fascinating concept. The insane man continues to happily ramble while crunching on his lemon drops. Absently, Harry wonders just what the headmaster will do when he realizes Aunt Petunia Dursley-Valeska and her husband, Vernon Dursley, have been in jail since the middle of his 4th year. Harry's family wouldn't stand for Petunia and her husband attempting to keep his magical heritage, money, or school letters from him. Uncle Jerome, Uncle Jeremiah, and Aunt Ivy all worked together to get their sister and her husband in jail and claim joint custody. By the time Harry was beginning his 5th year at Hogwarts, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were both in jail for life. Aunt Petunia is now officially and legally removed from the Valeska clan and family. Any connection to the magical heritage she had is now null and void. Ronald's soulmate, the brilliant witch Hermione Granger, has offered to help you and Ginny search for a nice house once you both come back from your honeymoon in Paris, France. We were thinking you would want to remain close with Ginny's family. So we've started looking for properties around Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon. As I'm sure you're aware, time is of the essence with these types of things. I know being a young couple yourselves, you'll need help with all the children you'll be having. Ginny has agreed to name your first 3 after your late parents and your deceased godfather. Once again, Harry reins in the urge to punch the Hogwarts headmaster in the face at all his bold assumptions and these outrageous long-term plans. Instead, Harry very calmly stands and makes a polite exit. "I'm so sorry. You'll need to excuse me, sir. I just realized I still need to pack. The Hogwarts Express leaves in an hour after all, and with everything that's been happening, well, I seem to have quite forgotten." "Of course, Harry, my dear boy," the headmaster says while smiling jovially. "I do hope you enjoy your last summer living with your loving relatives. I am truly sorry, but being Muggles, the Dursleys, of course, cannot come to your wedding, the wedding's reception, or to your bachelor's party. I simply feel the sight of so much magic would terribly overwhelm them." The headmaster apologizes, seemingly upset. Harry nods dumbly as he heads out the door. He pointedly ignores the remark about the Dursleys being Muggles of all things. Well, they're now, of course. Still, they certainly had plenty of magic until a few years ago. Aunt Petunia and her husband were hardly born as Muggles. He nearly laughs at the concept. Instead, Harry tries to focus. He needs to focus. There just is no way in hell he is getting married out of Solmark, let alone to Weaselette. She is an alpha for one. Secondly, she is widely known as the Gryffindor whore for a reason. Ginevra Weasley has spent the last 4 years sleeping her way through most of the boys in this school. Now the whore is claiming to be his soulmate, likely so she can prove herself to be fit for marriage. To make matters worse, the slut managed to either con their headmaster or convince the nut job to go along with her desperate scheme. He is so sick of Headmaster Dumbledore controlling his life. Honestly, what kind of sick society allows stuff like this to even happen? Harry fumes as he makes his way to the Gryffindor dormitories. Even Muggles have numerous ways to ensure 2 people are soulmates without actually seeing the marks themselves. Muggles still believe soul marks are invisible to all but kin. I know for a fact the magical world is far more advanced than this. Hell, I've personally helped the goblin healers check soul marks and client records for authenticity. Somebody should have checked into her claims. Britain may be rather backward, but somebody must have checked. Somebody should have at least checked. Date: Tuesday, December 3rd, 2019. Location: UK, Scotland, Highlands of Scotland, Hogwarts Castle, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry equals. POV: Duke Hemlock, Harry, James Regulus Potter Black. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, chosen one, master of death. Gender: alpha male. Age: 18. Species: pureblood wizard, metahuman. Harry enters the Gryffindor common room in a haze. He's not fully focused on where he is going. At this point, he's just focused on keeping his occlumency shields up, keeping his magic in check, and planning his daring escape. Harry ignores everyone's worried stares and concerned whispers. Instead, he uncharacteristically heads straight for the air dorm rooms. He's never been happier to have his own dorms. It did take his Parseltongue secret getting out, but it was so worth it. Thankfully, with the help of a goblin-drawn contract, his fellow Gryffindors have been forced to keep quiet about the full extent of his talents and the truth of his lineage. After Harry finishes packing up what was once his personal air suite, he takes one last look around the empty rooms. He had 2 years left here, but the headmaster just couldn't stop meddling in his life. He had, admittedly foolishly, hoped he could finish with his Hogwarts education before leaving and enacting his revenge. Unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be. Thankfully, he has already taken his O.W.Ls, his N.E.W.T.S., and he aced his A-levels last month. Merlin only knows what kind of desperate, insane, and criminal schemes the barmy headmaster would have tried to pull otherwise. Focusing on the school wards, Harry finds a familiar code in the base of the castle security system. The ancient security ward is keyed into every lord and heir of Hogwarts to provide an escape in the event of some disaster or emergency. Harry has had to use it more times than he would like to admit. After one last longing look around his old rooms, Harry gives the code embedded in the foundation of the castle's wards a slight tug. Moments later, he's standing in an untouched warded room in the former ornate Hogwarts manor turned the hovel that is the Shrieking Shack. Not one to waste time, Harry pulls his cloak of invisibility over his head before operating in silence to Diagon Alley. Unknown to Harry, it will take until the next school semester for anyone outside his friends, and those in Gryffindor, to have realized he never took the train. By then he will have long since left Wizarding Britain. Right now, though, Harry needs to get out of the country. Fast. There is no way in hell he is getting married out of Soulmate, much less to the Gryffindor whore. Date: Friday, January 3, 2020. Location: UK, England, Diagon Alley, Gringotts Bank POV. Duke Hemlock, Harry, James Regulus Potter Black. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, chosen one, master of death. Gender: alpha male. Age: 18. Species: pureblood wizard, metahuman. The 18-year-old Duke Hemlock, Harry Potter Black groans in dismay and drops himself on the leather couch in his Gringotts account manager's office. The British Goblin King, Ragnar Ragnarok Ringgit, sits down across from him and wordlessly hands Harry a silver tankard of goblin mead. Harry downs half of it in one gulp. Harry and Ragnar have grown close after spending years training and working alongside each other. They are colleagues, peers, and friends. When Harry learned an illegal marriage contract was created between him and the Weaselette, he went straight to Ragnar. King Ragnar Ragnarok Ringgit was beyond livid and swore to take revenge on Harry's behalf. They even requested the aid of Queen Elizabeth of England and the Scotland Yard. Once informed of the apparent breach of security, the British Queen and the Scotland Yard immediately began making inquiries and investigations of their own. A week ago, the Queen herself called Harry to inform them Harry's Muggle accounts are slowly being drained into several offshore accounts. Scotland Yard began an investigation into the matter within hours. The illegal withdrawals started just a day before Harry was first orphaned. King Ragnarok immediately hired a team of goblin accountants to look through Harry's Gringotts accounts. Judging by the team's colorful swearing and gobbledygook, it's not looking good. Harry himself has been busy with his barrister and lawyers. The illegal marriage contract Albus Dumbledore created is ironclad and favors the alpha in the relationship. The contract will force the Omega into a life of mindless servitude with nothing to their name. As Harry and Ginny are both alphas and the girl is an obsessed stalker, Harry was left with no choice but to call upon Lady Magic to judge and rewrite the contract. The result was a new magical slave contract to House Potter and House Black. On the day of the bonding, the new contract will forcibly strip Albus Dumbledore and most of the Weasley family of their magic and then into a life of servitude. Their new worry is that Albus Dumbledore's pet and minions will seek revenge. Harry's not too worried about someone getting the drop on him. He's an expert duelist and a trained assassin on top of being a wizard and a metahuman. The main issue was ironing out all the details of a legal battle with Albus Dumbledore. Now that that's done, Harry's free to see how bad his Gringotts account manager fucked up his accounts and assets. Since his former account manager is kneeling, gagged, and chained at King Ragnarok's feet, it's fair to guess the idiot fucked up pretty bad. Harry has no sympathy for the treacherous thief. Had Albus Dumbledore not been an idiot and informed Harry of the contract, he'd be fucked over. Albus Dumbledore and his precious little sycophants have worked their asses off trying to strip Harry of his rights and tie him down in an illegal marriage he wants no part of. After an hour of listening to cursing, the scratching of quills on parchment, and the shuffling of papers, silence finally reigns. Harry lounges across his couch, sipping a glass of fire whiskey and idly tracing his bold soul mark across his pale green-scaled wrist. Sharing a raised brow with King Ragnarok at the sudden, suffocating silence, Harry places his whiskey on the rocks back on the coffee table. His tumbler makes a clang that echoes across the room as he turns to face the nervous army of goblin accountants. Harry gives his most insane and pissed-off smile that only widens at the flinches and whimpers from the goblin accountants. "So, give it to me straight. How bad is it?" Harry asks, stretching out his back and sitting up straight before crossing his legs. He raises an eyebrow at the continued silence. Finally, one of the goblin accountants shakily stands and shuffles over only to turn back and fetch a file of paperwork. "Duke Potterblack, it is with much dismay and regrets that I inform you that we at Gringotts Bank have failed to keep your gold and properties safe," the goblin accountant shakily explains. "I want you to be aware that this is a rare case. The Gringotts Bank is known for its security and the ability to increase wealth. We are even dash. Stop your bullshit stalling and tell us how bad it is." The British Goblin King, Ragnarok Ringgit, interrupts in a deadly growl. "Of course, Your Majesty." The goblin accountant quickly agrees with a low bow before rising and turning to face Duke Potterblack. The Black, Valeska, and Isley accounts have all remained in good condition and standing. No transactions have been made with the exception of regular legal withdrawals and deposits. It's just the Potter accounts that have been drained. Drained in what way? Harry demands in a low growl. "Well, sir," the goblin accountant squeaks, "the Potter accounts have lost 3 billion to thieves in addition to several items and possessions that are now effectively stolen. You have 12 properties with individuals claiming ownership through something called squatters' rights." "Bullshit," King Ragnarok scoffs. "They are squatters and therefore thieves. They are living on another's land and property illegally. Thieves have no right to ownership. What they have is the right to a fair legal trial before facing proper punishment." "In the magical world, that is correct, Your Majesty," another goblin accountant shakily and unwillingly contradicts. From the notes jotted down by the former Potter account manager, the Muggle world seemingly does not follow these laws or procedures. At both Harry and Ragnarok's growls and glares, the accountant quickly backpedals. "We have yet to check into the matter and see if such absurd claims are valid. Regardless, all of the properties claiming such things are magical and in magical districts. Our team has already begun the process of eviction on all 12 properties. We simply need to finish writing up the paperwork. Once that is done, Duke Potterblack may read over the paperwork and provide his signature." "So I've been robbed of 3 billion gallons, and I have 12 properties being used illegally. What else?" Harry demands in a growl. "I should still have a substantial and regular income in the Potter accounts through my family's investments as well as my own." "Unfortunately, that is not the case, Duke Potterblack. In fact, you are losing more gold than you are making," the goblin accountant explains while quickly waving his hand and making 2 copies of the folder and passing one to Harry and another to King Ragnarok. "If you will turn to page 5, you will find the sole investments being made are to the Wizard Wheeze's toy and joke enterprise. The toy and joke enterprise is booming and bringing in substantial income. However, no other source of income or investments have been acted upon to add to the Potter accounts." "What about rent?" Harry demands, bewildered and distressed. "I own all of the businesses and the buildings in Diagon, Horizon, and Nocturne Alley. Those businesses alone should bring me in a nice size percentage each month. That's not touching even on all the magical houses, buildings, schools, and cities I own. We haven't gotten to anything Muggle, but there should be decent-sized and regular Muggle payments coming in as well," Harry says quickly, searching through the manila folder for any mention of payments or income. "Why am I not seeing any of this? This is not the same information I get in my monthly bank statements." "Sir, I am very sorry to say this, but it is as I said before. You are losing more gold than you are making. No rent payments have been made on anything since your parents' deaths. In combination with the 3 billion stolen directly from your vaults, we are looking at a loss of approximately 23 billion pounds. In essence, you are now down to net worth of 130 billion. While that is a substantial amount, it is far less than what the Potter accounts should have at this point in time. So the Potter accounts have gone from a stable 153 billion to barely balancing at 130 billion. Where does that leave Potter accounts in regards to our bank? King Ragnarok demands in place of his friend, who seems to be in a state of enraged shock. Due to the actions of the former Potter accountant and the former Potter bank manager, the Potters are no longer our richest client. Instead, the Potter accounts are now barely within our top 10 clients. To be precise, the Potter vaults are our 8th richest clients at this point in time. Currently, the Valeska and Isley accounts remain in the poison of the top 3. The Black accounts have taken the place of the Potters as our richest client. Due to Duke Potter Black's overall family wealth, the situation is not as horrible as it could have been. Harry stares blankly ahead, eyes flashing between alpha red and his natural neon green before turning to look at an equally shocked and pissed off King Ragnarok. I am going to require the dueling rooms. Would you care for a duel, old friend? Harry asks, his eyes now pure neon green and shining with ruthless rage. A duel sounds lovely. King Ragnarok agrees before adding, I feel we may also need a battle to the death. You head to the dueling arena and let off some steam. Try and hold back. Don't kill anyone if you can help it. I will join you shortly. We can head to one of the death arenas after our duel. I will only be a moment. I must arrange for a convoy of prisoners to join us. Sounds nice. Harry hissed, grinning wickedly before using his personal authorization code and operating just outside the dueling arena. Harry hums to himself, looking between the main arenas before deciding to start with the Oni Magic Dueling Arena. Date: Friday, January 3, 2020. Location: UK, England, Diagon Alley, Gringotts Bank POV. Duke Hemlock, Harry, James Regulus Potter Black. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, chosen one, master of death. Gender: alpha male. Age: 18. Species: pureblood wizard, metahuman. Well, that was fun, Harry says with a crooked and blood-splattered grin aimed at King Ragnarok as they stride out of the mutant death dueling arena. That it was. King Ragnarok Ringit agrees with a pleased and sated smile as they enter the VIP rooms. Shall we see what can be done to salvage your accounts? Given your wealth, fame, job, and connections, it shouldn't be too hard to place you back on top as our richest client. You have worked far too hard for too long just to lose everything by being screwed over by some foolish light wizard. Yes, it needs to be done. Harry easily agrees. But first I will require a shower. As will I. I am covered in blood intestines, King Ragnarok says with a grimace after looking his battle armor over. Ugh. I think we both are totally going to need a bath later, Harry says while brushing his crimson hair away from his neon green eyes and coming back with flesh and a few teeth. I've got molars and flesh in my hair. Harry cries in mock outrage before breaking into a fit of mad giggles. How did you cause that troll to explode anyway? King Ragnarok asks as they enter the VIP bathroom and begin to strip. I honestly wasn't expecting an explosion of troll goo, Harry says as he tries to pull down his leather pants before just sighing and simply banishing his clothes back to his rooms at Grimmauld Place. I planned to strangle him or hang the guy with a vine. I barely even got to touch the guy's leg with a vine. Harry growls with a pout. That was a pretty large vine for a devil's snare. I know people who would pay good money for a poisonous plant that size. King Ragnarok praises as he walks into his personal shower stall. Hell, I would fix your account with my own money for a devil's snare large enough to strangle a troll. We could even add it to the bank's defenses. I may take you up on that offer, but you should know it wasn't even toxic or poisonous. It was just devil's snare. Harry explains as he steps into his own personal shower stall and turns on the faucets. Knowing you, I somehow doubt that. King Ragnarok rebukes with a deep laugh. Well, it was a mutant cousin, but it was still devil's snare nonetheless. Harry explains as he cards his pale green fingers through his crimson hair and stands under the cascading water. I have used that plant on many people many times. Hell, I've even used it on other trolls. I honestly don't get why the troll exploded. It looked like a bizarre allergic reaction. King Ragnarok hums in thought from his own shower. Trolls with allergies or magical plants evolving on their own. That's something to look into either way. Date: Friday, January 3rd, 2020. Location: America, New Jersey, Gotham County, Gotham City, Diamond District, Harbor Street, the Iceberg Lounge and Casino. POV: Duke Hemlock James Regulus Potter Black. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter. Gender: alpha male. Age: 18. Species: pureblood wizard, metahuman. So, that's how they're planning to play their side of the story, is it? Harry murmured to himself in resigned annoyance after reading trash that is the Daily Prophet. The latest regarding his upcoming bonding with Ginevra Weasley now claims Harry was an Omega in hiding. Every article and report is claiming he was spending the summer with the Weasleys when he went into a surprise heat. According to the liars interviewed, he became pregnant with a little Weasley. Naturally, Ginevra Weasley accepted when he proposed with his mother's ring. What insane idea have you come up with now? King Ragnar Ragnarok Ringgit asks as he drops his own paper and turns to pick up his cocktail. Not that I don't enjoy a paid vacation on occasion, but I assume this is all part of some plan. We're in Muggle Gotham, and you're not even hiding your real appearance. King Ragnarok says, gesturing to Harry's copper-red hair and pale mint-green skin. Oh, Ragnar, my dear friend, I have a simply marvelous plan, Harry says, breaking into mad laughter before becoming deadly serious. I know you hate wizards, light ones in particular. How would you like to help me ruin the Weasley family name? Well, ruin it worse than the idiots have already done themselves. Sounds like fun. What's the plan? King Ragnarok asks as he leans back in his chair and sips at his blue cocktail. Well, Harry says, idly twirling his cocktail, I was thinking, provided you and your nation can assist off course, we could all slowly and systematically chip away at that nice little fan base Dumbledore has placed his precious pet weasels on. Harry explains with a mad grin before popping a crab-stuffed mushroom into his mouth and humming pleased. Forgive me if I am mistaken, King Ragnarok says while sitting down his blue daiquiri and reaching for the last crab cake. But aren't you dear friends with a few of those Weasleys? 5 of them are mine and under my protection, yes? Harry agrees as he sits down on his strawberry margarita. However unknown to most of our fellow Brits, my Weasleys have all left the nest as it were. All 5 of my boys have shed the surname Weasley. Additionally, they swore loyalty and fealty to me and mine. When the dears learned just what their parents and younger siblings had planned, well, they even offered to help me out. So when I take my revenge for this brash and brainless scheme to enslave me, my boys will be right beside me. Date: Friday, January 3rd, 2020. Location: America, New Jersey, Gotham County, Gotham City, Diamond District, Harbor Street, the Iceberg Lounge and Casino. POV: Wallace Rudolph West. Legal aliases: Kid Flash. Gender: alpha male. Age: 23. Species: metahuman. So, care to give me another reason why it was a bad idea for us to get all dressed up and chaperone your cousins? Damien in his persona, as Robin demands, annoyed as their group is led to the VIP elevator by Penguin's goons who keep side-eyeing them. Maybe their mysterious friend is just well off? Wally in his Kid Flash persona suggests. He practically wilts under Nightwing's fierce glare. It's still a possibility, he protests despite knowing that it's a pathetically weak defense. Look, our cousins aren't harmless, but they're civilians. Red Arrow defends. I get that the twins are both pranksters, and they all have a bit of history with MI8, but they're not, like, involved in our kind of life, okay? This is probably a rich client of theirs, nothing more. Look, Jason in his persona, as Red Hood sighs out annoyed. I hate to be the one to break this to you guys, but we're all going to the top floor. That's for like, the top floor is for the fucking supervillains, okay? I am still new to the top floor. This is not just some business deal, and if it is, we need to step in and I don't know, do something. Do what, Hood? I can't fucking fight my family. Kid Flash hisses in a panic as the elevator door opens with a ding. Look, why don't we just try and keep an open mind? Nightwing suggests as they're all slowly and silently led even deeper into the VIP section. We've each come a long way from the bullshit codes our mentors taught us. Let's try and compromise. Like it or not, they're family. We should at least try to understand why our own cousins are willingly friends with and possibly working for a supervillain. Whatever this is, it may not be as bad as we're thinking. We can try to understand, right? Nightwing asks. Whatever. Robin scoffs. I'll play nice, but if they hurt one of you, they're dead. I'm done working by father's rules, and I don't care if this is how I break from him. Fair enough. Red Hood easily agrees while fingering his gun as the ever-silent chaperones stop at the door labeled VIP 3. One woman slides an all-access card as the second types in a code before the doors finally unlock. The third woman just knocks on the door, causing it to open. Abruptly, the sound of laughter and music fills their ears. The chaperones step back and bow before turning around, leaving them at the open door. Red Hood shrugs and steps in, whistling at the entrance lounge. Way nicer than what I got, let me tell you. What is this? Is this like a villain apartment? Kid Flash asks, quickly zooming around the plant-filled sitting room before freezing. Oh, I smell food. Well, Red Arrow says hesitantly and bewildered. The invite did mention dinner. Great. You could have mentioned that at literally any point. Nightwing sighs, running a hand through his hair. Are we waiting for someone to come get us, or would they have a full fucking Indian feast in there? Kid Flash says, practically salivating at the smells wafting from down the hall. Someone is coming, Robin says with a confused frown. Wouldn't need help, one of the twins soothes. Unfortunately, those morons we once called family are trying to steal your fame, nobility, and money, Charlie explains as the voices come closer. We won't just sit back and let that happen without one hell of a fight. And you think a few masked vigilantes can help me? A new voice demands, skeptical. Are you forgetting my family's luck with vigilantes? Or even our luck working as vigilantes? Our relatives can help. Percy explains, they hold more political sway than you realize. Fine, but if this blows up in my face, you're bailing me out of Arkham. It will be more of a breakout than paid bail, but duly noted, Bill says in a laugh before the group comes around the corner. Date: Friday, January 3rd, 2020. Location: America, New Jersey, Gotham County, Gotham City, Diamond District, Harbor Street, the Iceberg Lounge and Casino. POV: Prince Damian Bruce Ra's Wayne Al Ghul. Legal aliases: Robin. Gender: Omega male. Age: 18. Species: pureblood wizard, metahuman. Damian swallows nervously, his throat quickly becoming dry as the hot alpha continues to bring in more and more food. Realistically, he knows the alpha is not trying to court him, but his instincts keep insisting otherwise. He's never had this problem. Damian normally keeps his Omega instincts on a tight leash. He is a master of disguise, and his acting skills are good enough to fool even Father. Hell, he even managed to trick Father into thinking he's an alpha until last year. Yet here is an alpha, barely even radiating any alpha pheromones, that has nearly caused Damian to bare his neck in submission. There are few things that can cause such an uncontrolled reaction. Damian is nowhere near his monthly heat, so he can't blame that. The strange alpha has hardly talked. He definitely has not ordered him to submit. Judging by the red hair and green skin, the alpha is related to poison ivy in some way. Since the alpha has yet to even touch him, Damian can't blame a toxin entering his bloodstream. Worse yet, no one else seems to be affected. This is not good. The only explanation coming to mind is that this is his soulmate and his body is reacting to his presence. He is so fucked. All right, the alpha says, clapping his hands and giving the table a pleased and happy smile that betrays a hit of insane madness. Other than dessert, I think that's everything. What do you want to drink? I have Sprite, cola, milk, butterbeer, fire whiskey, and of course water. Kid Flash says, finally tearing his greedy eyes away from the table overflowing with Indian cuisine. I don't know what some of those are, but this looks fucking amazing and really, really spicy. I'll have a tall glass of milk. Same. Everyone says in unison, staring at the table in hunger and awe. K. The alpha says, smiling pleased. Feel free to help yourselves, I'll be right back. Fucking finally. Charlie says as the 5 Foamer Weasleys begin to load their plates. Hungry, are you? Nightwing laughs. Hell yes. Bill says, already eating. We've been dash, Fred begins. Smelling this cook dash, George continues. Since last night. Fred finishes before shoveling a mouthful of Indian butter, chicken into his mouth and leaning forward with a dreamy sigh. Harry is the best cook we know, Percy says before eating his chicken korma with far more grace than his brothers and giving a pleased hum of satisfaction. How do you know the guy anyway? I mean, he's clearly British, but it's also obvious he's somehow related to Ivy. Red Arrow asks as he samples various dishes and makes a plate for himself and Red Hood. Poison Ivy is Harry's aunt on his mum's side. The Jokers are both his uncles. Percy explains with a shrug at their shocked looks. Yeah, there are two Jokers. They're twin brothers from what we understand. According to his parents' wills, Harry was supposed to be raised by them. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Due to politics and an overstepping headmaster, he ended up with another aunt instead. You say that as if the Joker would have been a better option. Red Hood says, confused and worried. How bad was this other aunt? We don't know much, Charlie says, picking at his food in thought. We know Harry was horribly abused, and he has the scars to prove it. He was beaten and starved regularly. He grew up in a staircase cupboard until he was 11. Until they remembered to send him to school, Harry honestly thought his name was Freak. As if that wasn't bad enough, he's a duke through both his parents, and no one ever told him or thought to prepare him for it. Charlie sighs with a faraway look. I had to be the one to drag him to the bank and then to a hospital when he was 14. The scars. Charlie gulps, looking up, haunted. It still gives me nightmares. Yet you're asking for our help now, Nightwing says, confused. What happened? Our spoilt little sister happened, Fred growls. Our parents can't deny their little princess anything she wants. George agrees. What did they do? Damien asks, now worried. Mum and Dad went and created an illegal marriage contract. Charlie groans. The idiots even had our former headmaster sign in Harry's place. They're out there telling everyone Harry is an Omega and pregnant with Ginny's pups. They have the world believing Harry proposed to Ginny with his mum's wedding ring. Shit, Kid Flash says, shocked enough to drop his fork. No offense, but your folks sound like idiots. Harry's clearly an alpha. If I were in his shoes, I'd be pissed. Wait, hold up. How did they even get the ring? Red Hood asks, confused. Harry asked himself the same thing. Bill says, wiping his mouth. Come to find out, our old family and their friends have been robbing Harry blind since he was a newly war-orphaned toddler. They stole $3 billion in cash and are illegally living in 12 of his properties. That's not even mentioning the shit they did to his bank accounts. He's lucky it just put a large dent in his net worth. Anyone else would be broke and homeless. Kay, I'm back. The Alpha, Harry says, coming back in with a tray of glasses of milk floating behind him. Sorry, it took so long. I had to feed my owl. Hedwig's pretty pissed about being left out of our dinner party. Okay, so, just to double-check, everyone just wants milk, right? Partners in Crime, Harry Potter / Damian Wayne. Chapter Summary. The Joker, Harley Quinn, and Poison Ivy have been married for a decade. So have Tony Stark, Stephen Strange, and Loki. Then, Ivy and Loki's kidnapped kid is finally found. He was living with Ivy's scumbag sister this whole time. They reclaim custody and return home with Harlow, Harry, Potter Black. Once in Gotham, Harry stumbles into his own soulmate, Damian Wayne Al Ghul. Naturally, they fall for each other, fast. Unfortunately, Damian's family are the Bat-themed vigilantes while Harry's family are the Bat's enemies. Thankfully, these teens are scarily possessive and determined. So together they keep Batsy oblivious, make their relationship work, master time travel, and moonlight as heroes and villains, all while attending Hogwarts, YEA Academy, and Gotham Academy. Batman is oblivious, but others notice. Ace Spades is kinda nice and totally cool, for a villain. The new Robin is really shy, but he's also really cool. Then they openly flirt, actually kiss, and are maybe secretly dating. The world falls in love with these star-crossed soulmates. Actually, keeping Batman and his allies oblivious? It's the height of entertainment skills. Chapter Notes. Note: my fanfic idea, Partners in Crime, now has its own story. Partners in Crime. POV. Narrator. She slipped away like a proper villain. That's right, Harley Quinn actually managed to slip all the baggage weighing her down. She's been in America's top 10 most wanted since her high school days. Still, not even Batsy has ever recognized that Harley Quinn and Dr. Harleen Quinzel are similar names for the exact same woman. And they call Batfury the world's greatest detective? Pathetic. Still, both Harley Quinn and Dr. Harleen Quinzel both need to make regular appearances for it to work. Make people think they're in the same places at once for that finishing touch. She's been in prison a while, and the whole away on research thing can only hold up for so long, you know? She has all the actual research and documentation done already, don't get her wrong. Still, you gotta show up in person, meet new people, and be seen on tape every once in a while. Otherwise, people will start to wonder. Everyone knows that just leads to gossip. She can't have that. It'd ruin her careers. So Harley needed a plan and the chance to escape. She got the perfect escape opportunity when her alter ego was unwillingly enlisted into that whole Suicide Squad team-up thing. Harley even made sure she was seen struggling not to fall out of the helicopter. So, as far as the world cares, she's nice and dead. Well, for now anyway. Of course, she had to make a quick trip back to collect her belongings. Look, some of that stuff is worth a fortune. Her guns have real gold detailing, okay? So while their Harley cleaned up loose ends, scored some cool new toys, and helped all her new besties escape. Those guys now owe Harley Quinn big time, and they know it. Don't get it wrong, okay? Villainous besties are super cool and all, but villainous besties who owe you life debts are way better. Harley Quinn is a saint, okay? She didn't just give these guys a few weapons and say, good luck. She got her besties, cool weapons, fake IDs, paper money, and plane tickets. Wherever they wanted to go. No stupid questions asked. Harley even helped her new besties remove their shitty implants. Surgery was a bitch to learn, but Doc Harley has her masters. No one wants a ticking bomb with a remote tracker in their neck. No one. Oh, and you remember Amanda Walker? You know, the Fed? Yeah. She died in a rapid series of very large and fiery explosions. The official reports claim her fancy hostage detonators suddenly malfunctioned. Oopsie. Once that was finished, Harley Quinn decided it was time to fancy up her main two identities. She got another new villain lair added to the list, a new Gotham district, all to herself, a whole new wardrobe, plus Harley finally found the perfect pets. Two rescue hyenas named Bud and Lou. They're little cuties. They're even one-of-a-kind metas, just like her. She loves them. While Harley was still busy spiffing up her life, Joker and Ivy broke back out of Arkham. If Harley were an average citizen, she'd be worried about Arkham's revolving door. But she's been labeled as a nutcase, and she married those two. So, who cares? Next thing anyone knows, Poison Ivy and Loki's long-lost son is finally found. Apparently, Ivy's scumbag sister was the one to kidnap the kid. Loki, Iron Man, and Doctor Strange all got stuck on Asgard. So Dr. Pamela Lillian Isley, Dr. Harleen Francis Quinzel, and Dr. Jeremiah Alexander Valeska fly to Britain to reclaim custody of Reed, rescue Ivy's son, which is a big step. They're already secretly America's most wanted villains, and now they've got a kid. He's a teenager, but still. Joker is even worried. Okay, what if he doesn't like any of them? Thankfully, Ivy's kid agrees to move in with them. So they all suffer through the court process for their soon-to-be son. 3 days into the court-approved and closely supervised visits with Harlow, he goes by Harry, and already something smells fishy. It's glaringly obvious to everyone involved that Ivy's nutjob sister and overweight brother-in-law are clearly abusing this poor kid. For one, Harry's clearly malnourished, practically skin and bone hidden under dull, oversized baggy clothes. Jeremiah buys their new kid clothes before they arrive at their second visit. Harry's former outfit may as well be old rags at this point. Secondly, number 13-year-old is that skilled in the kitchen, the garden, and in the laundry room. Finally, this is a teenager, and he doesn't have any hospital or school records. None. Zilch. Nada. Everyone is naturally horrified and shocked. How is this even possible? They only know he's Ivy and Loki's kid because of the mandatory DNA tests. Naturally, the kid needs a lot of motherly love, parental guidance, and the freedom to grow into himself. When the doctor's report says their new kid's blood has evidence of meta, demigod, and magical abilities, well, what are 3 new parents expected to do other than love and fuss over their new teenage son even more? What kind of parents wouldn't love to get a cool and overpowered kid? As far as Poison Ivy, Harley Quinn, and the Joker care, their new teenage son is the perfect combination of them. He's natural magical chaos personified. Still, they have a part to play. After all, they're in their actual real civilian identities to keep this whole legal process as clean and orderly as possible. The entire annoying legal process actually takes 2 months. Once that mess is sorted, they actually manage to work with the doctors and the local police. Everyone wants to ensure the Dursleys are charged with their very obvious crimes. Those horrible people are arrested at some big showy birthday party. Vernon and Petunia Dursley are charged with theft, kidnapping, child abuse, child neglect, illegal seizure of property, and attempted line theft. The police even tack on resisting arrest for good measure as they drag the pissed-off and screaming couple away. So, it took forever, and it honestly felt like a lifetime, but everyone's finally got their shit together. Well, they're getting there anyway. It's great. It's awesome even. Except now they're trying to figure out how to move on with their lives. They have a kid now. They can't just leave their kid. They can't even risk getting locked back up in Arkham. Not now. They have an actual son. Now. They have a teenager, okay? Somebody's gotta raise him. And they refuse to foster their new kid out. His horrifying attempt at reassurance by using stories about his magical boarding school only solidifies their resolve. What kind of shitty school does their kid attend? Location: UK, England, London, Hilton Hotel. POV: Harlow, Harry, Regulus Potter Black. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, chosen one, master of death. Gender: male. Age: 14. Species: demigod, wizard, metahuman. Harry's had an insane few months. First, he was hit by a fucking car. Then, it turned out his mom and dad have been alive this whole bloody time. They both had bad amnesia after the home invasion that landed him with the Dursleys. His mom was transferred to a hospital in America's Gotham City in New Jersey. His dad was transferred to an American hospital in New York City. Harry's parents weren't actually soulmates. They were both under powerful love and lust potions. They ultimately agreed to divorce when his dad met his soulmates, 2 men named Dr. Tony Stark and Dr. Stephen Strange. They exchanged contact information and are still best friends. They talk regularly and even shop and vacation together, even now. His parents did remember him. Everyone spent the past 12 years looking for him. They assumed Harry was kidnapped, which is true. Technically, he was kidnapped and then left on the Dursleys' fucking doorstep. The Dursleys never legally registered him anywhere. Harry was never even enrolled in a Muggle school. Aunt Petunia basically homeschooled him by letting him read textbooks. Without any legal records, it's taken 12 years and a goddamn traffic accident for anyone to narrow down on his location. Apparently, his dad and his husbands are stuck on another fucking planet. So when he woke up in a Muggle hospital, his mom was the first person the hospital had contacted. She goes by Dr. Pamela Lillian Isley now. His mom had to find a new legal name since her old one was declared legally dead, and no one in Britain would hear a word otherwise. His mom met her soulmates in Gotham and remarried a decade ago. All his parents, biological and adopted, are gods and wizards, plus something called metahumans. His mom is a nature goddess of nature, magic, sexuality, and motherhood. His mom's wife, Dr. Harleen Frances Quinzel, is a chaos goddess of death, chaos, magic, and sexuality. Their husband, Jeremiah Valeska, is a death god of death, magic, chaos, and fire. Apparently, his dad is the chaos god, Loki, as in the actual Norse god of chaos, lies, magic, and fire. Yeah, that Loki. So, on top of being a wizard, Harry is apparently a death god of death, nature, chaos, and magic. Plus, he's actual royalty and nobility here on Earth and on other planets. Harry's a divine alien prince plus a fancy duke here in Britain. He's an heir prince on Jotunheim and Asgard while he's an heir duke here on Earth. Oh, and like his parents, Harry has those cool metahuman powers too. He's a shapeshifter, a parcelmouth, a necromancer, a liesmith, an elemental, and a trickster. Harry already knew he had those abilities. It's still cool to have it confirmed, treated as normal, and to have actual names for everything. Maybe now he can finally have actual lessons instead of just learning everything by trial and error? For now, Harry's just drinking his jasmine tea and nervously waiting. He's only just finished summarizing his last 3 years at Hogwarts. Now he's waiting on someone to react. He's still not sure if he's waiting for a positive reaction or an outraged one. That's still up in the air with these people. His new parents are pretty cool, but they're also fucking crazy. They completely ruined the Dursleys' perfect lives. First, they sued the Dursleys for everything. Then they evicted them from number 4 Privet Drive. Apparently, the Dursleys had no right to live there. The house has always belonged to his mom. So the Dursleys got charged with paying back almost 2 decades of rent on top of all the other charges. They're now staying with Uncle Vernon's sister, Marge Dursley, but who knows how long that will last. The quick and systematic annihilation of the Dursleys' entire picture-perfect lives was fucking amazing to watch. Harry already loves his crazy parents so bloody much. They're doctors, scientists, and professors, plus they're all secret vigilantes and villains. He has a lot to live up to. Right now, he's just patiently waiting for one of them to actually react to his victory stories from Hogwarts and the Dursleys. They all have jobs, but Harry can honestly take care of himself, especially if they just need to leave every few weeks for work. He has lasted way longer than a just month on his own, especially over the summers. He's a proud Slytherin, and he puts his knowledge and skills to good use. He sure as hell didn't make it this far in life by staying weak-willed, ignorant, and unprepared. Location: UK, England, London, Hilton Hotel. POV: Harlow, Harry, Regulus Potter Black. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter, the boy who lived. Chosen one, Master of Death. Gender: male. Age: 14. Species: demigod, wizard, metahuman. What the actual fuck? Harleen Quinzel: hey kiddo, feel free to call me Mom or Mama Harley. Yells, snapping Harry out of his spiraling thoughts. Look, I know I'm still new to this whole being a mom thing. I get that. But what the fuck? What kind of fucked up school do you go to, kid? Exactly. Jeremiah Valeska: look kid, just call me Pops or Papa J. Agrees. What kind of asshole teachers just sit back and watch as a bunch of kids get turned into fucking stone? Who hears that a little 11-year-old kid just killed a teacher, burned the fucker alive, and didn't provide some sort of counseling? No, I refuse to send you back, right? Mama Harley agrees. Look, we get that you have tons of friends at this place, kiddo, but we are not sending you back there. 1 year. Poison Ivy, you may call me Mom, or Mother Ivy sweetie, says once she's finished her own tea. Harry's half certain her tea mug was filled, at least halfway, with strong fire whiskey. Huh? Mama Harley asks, seemingly confused that someone would actually continue the conversation. We give it 1 year, Mum says as she pours herself a new cuppa, this time with actual tea. This is supposed to be one of Europe's best boarding schools. Mum continues once she's taken a sip of her herbal tea. No cream or even sugar, the absolute heathen. I still don't remember enough about British magic or their magical societies to argue this case in court. No one else in our family has ever studied in Britain. Our son will attend 1 more year at this British boarding school. I apparently attended, as did his father's entire mortal family. We will make sure the last 3 years weren't flukes before switching Harry's schools. What? Mama Harley demands, slamming her hand flat on the table. Are you out of your fucking mind? Papa J demands, our son could have easily died at this shitty school. Exactly. Mama Harley agrees. Why the hell are we sending our kid back to this place? Harry grabs another egg and cheese sandwich, his now full tea mug, and snags 2 bags of American chocolate chip biscuits. Once settled, he leans back in his plush armchair to watch the chaos unfold. Look, his mom says slowly, think about it this way, okay? Britain has different laws, different customs, and different races than back home. They're an alien community that happens to share our planet. We have no actual practical knowledge about these people. This magic boarding school has a seemingly historic and well-loved reputation. Our son's school is inside an old medieval castle. Their defenses must have been updated over the centuries. Most families in this community have long-standing histories of attending this school. This could just be 3 bad years. Nua. No way. Not happening. Mama Harley argues back while Harry opens his bag of American chocolate chip biscuits. Fancy magic boarding school and in an actual fairy tale castle. I don't fucking care. I am not letting my new baby die at school. Harry scoffs under his breath at the idea that he's a defenseless baby, of all things. He's 14. He's turning 15 in just a few months. He's a teenager, not a little kid. No, Ivy's right. Papa J angrily agrees. We'll give it a year, but just one, he warns. Exactly. Just 1 year. Mum firmly agrees as though this wasn't her idea. If things still don't improve at this place, we'll transfer Harry to a new school. Our son must train his natural magic abilities. I hate to say this, but Harry will still need basic traditional schooling. Papa J hesitantly adds. Everyone knows the British mages are years, maybe even decades behind. They don't even teach basic math. Yes, we also need to find time in Harry's schedule for training his remaining abilities and talents. Mum agrees. That's without mentioning another major problem. Papa J groans in dismay. We can't find a school for our son's magic when we still don't really know what type of education options are available for magical kids these days. Fine. Mama Harley growls. I don't like it, but fine. Hey, kiddo, you know where we can go to learn about this stuff? Me and Mr. J have never been to Britain, and Ivy's here still missing some pretty important memories. Harry perks up at that question. I'm sure there's more, but I've only ever been to the one magical shopping district. It's called Diagon Alley. It's hidden behind a pub in London. POV. Narrator. No one's surprised to find an entire city hidden past the first alley. After buying new trunks, new muggle and magical wardrobes, and an entire library's worth of books, they decided to go exploring. They finish their tour in Nocturne Alley and find some cool new trinkets in a magical antique store. Specifically, Harry and Harley trip over a stack of steamer trunks full of time turners. Time turners are old-fashioned time travel technomage jewelry. The items in question are state-of-the-art time turners from the 19th century. They're made from real gold, real silver, real crystals, and real gems. The already huge steamer trunks are magically expanded and thus even larger inside. It's a goldmine of necklaces, bracelets, and rings. So many time turners will help everyone be in multiple places at once. Ivy and Joker decide it's worth the splurge and buy all 7 trunks plus the contents. The board shop owner is totally clueless and sells them everything for just 12 sickles. Just 12 sickles. Sickles are the equivalent of $1. They pay $12 for real gold, real silver, real gems, and real-time travel. This man is clearly naive and unaware of what's in his shop. They're all thinking it, but no one dares to say anything. It's basically legal theft. Now armed with 7 full trunks of priceless time turners, they decide to go ahead and sign Harry up for a Gotham Academy education. With time travel in mind, it's easy to start planning home visits plus extra education lessons during more than just the school holidays. As for keeping an eye on their kid, they've decided to carve out their own 6 Gotham City territories. 2 territories to share as a family home, and 1 to eventually be handed over to their kid. They'll help him out. He's their kid. Still, Harry needs to learn how to carve his own spot in the world. The other 3 territories will be solely for themselves, obviously. As for any upcoming Arkham visits, both the Riddler and the Penguin are basically family already. So, they're now Harry's cool new uncles. If the worst happens, their allies should be able to watch Harry, no problem. Which reminds everyone that Harry still needs to be introduced to life in Gotham City. So Poison Ivy, Joker, Harley Quinn, and Harry Potter leave England for America's Gotham City. That's where our story truly begins. The Road to Hades, Nico D'Angelo/Harry Potter. Chapter Summary. History repeating itself. The tale of Hades and Persephone, with the newly turned gods Harry Potter and Nico D'Angelo. Because the Ghost King and the Master of Death are my crossover OTP. Harry, discovers he's the demigod's son of Loki and Hecate, and that his parents were forced to keep their distance to allow him a chance to live. Astonished face, crying face. Harry, if my parents can't come to me, I'll go to them. Angry face with steam from nose. Harry realizes that trekking his way to Asgard or Olympus is out of the question. Face with steam from nose. Harry, you know what? If Persephone, Heracles, Odysseus, and Orpheus can all enter the underworld, why the hell can't I? Walks into the underworld looking for a vacation and to possibly find his mom. Asterisk thinking face, smiling face with sunglasses, winking face with tongue. Nico. Oh, pretty boy. Wait, what are you doing here? You're not dead. Why are you here if you're not dead? Flushed face, smiling face with hard eyes, confused face, confused face. Harry snarks and sasses his way through the underworld, smiling face with sunglasses, winking face with tongue. Nico. Smiling face with hard eyes, smiling face with hard eyes. Harry, upon meeting Cerberus. Puppy. Who's a good boy? Who are good boys? Nico. Smiling face with heart eyes, smiling face with heart eyes, smiling face with hard eyes. Harry, I have one too, you know? Whistling for Fluffy. Nico, do you want to marry me? Right now? Hamburger, hamburger, hamburger? Chapter 1. Entering Hades. Harry. Asterisk discovers he's the demigod's son of Loki and Hecate, and that his parents were forced to keep their distance to allow him a chance to live. Asterisk astonished face, crying face. Harry. If my parents can't come to me, I'll go to them. Angry face, face with steam from nose. Harry realizes that trekking his way to Asgard or Olympus is out of the question, face with steam from nose, face with steam from nose. Harry, you know what? If Persephone, Heracles, Odysseus, and Orpheus can all enter the underworld, why the hell can't I? Asterisk walks into the underworld looking for a vacation and to possibly find his mom. Asterisk thinking face, smiling face with sunglasses, winking face with tongue. After the war, Harry Potter didn't quite know what to do with himself. To start with, Harry's life post-war was not great. His ex-best mates kept hounding him to propose to Ginny and then marry her. As for Ginny, she was obsessed with falling into bed with him and making babies who were apparently already named. The people who he once saw as his allies and mates simply refused to accept the fact that he is gay, which after everything they've been through together has really hurt. Additionally, Britain's Ministry of Magic kept pressuring Harry to attend all these fancy parties and hounding him with job applications to the Auror Corps. Everyone practically had his social life and career mapped out for him. No one ever thought to even consult him on his opinion in the matter, which after everything he's done for them is just rude, insulting, demeaning, and altogether too much. To be honest, Harry had no idea how to function at most of the galas and parties thrown in his honor. No one understands his dark sense of humor. In fact, most seem to take offense. Even with his lessons on wizarding and mundane social etiquette, he sticks out like a leper. He flat out stopped attending the ridiculous events supposedly held in his honor 2 years ago. Since then, he has completely distanced himself from the British wizarding community. He went as far as to move back to America without telling anybody, except those necessary, last month. Even those necessary were placed under personalized binding magical oaths. For company, he only brought his house elves Creature, Dobby, and Winky, his owl familiar Hedwig, and his Cerberus familiar Fluffy along with him. After all, his mother's family, the Adams, all live in America. It's where he grew up, and his friends and family here shaped him into the person he's become. Initially, he was worried about money and finding a place to live on his own. Thankfully, Gringotts has numerous banks around the world and across the known universe. He's certain even with his highly profitable career as a curse breaker, he wouldn't be able to survive without his Gringotts bank account. Additionally, as it turns out, he's the owner or landlord to several magical and muggle districts worldwide through either blood or conquest. There's another thing that surprised him. According to the mandatory blood test Gringotts Bank had him undergo, his parents are not only alive, but they're a god and goddess to boot. Upon coming to the discovery that his parents are in fact alive, Harry immediately sought contact, demanding to know and begging to understand why they left him. He grew up loved and cared for by his Uncle Gomez and Aunt Morticia. Wednesday and Pugsley view him as an honorary older brother, and he views them as his honorary younger siblings. It's just, there have been many times he's simply wanted the comfort of his birth parents. It would have been nice for them to be there for him in some manner. His father, Loki, contacted him first through his dream-walking ability. His response made sense, as his father is Prince Loki and King Odin has either killed or banished all his other siblings. His mother's response actually managed to shock him. Apparently, there was a war between the Greek gods and the Titans in America around the exact same time as the Death Eater attacks in England. According to his mother, Lady Hecate, she sided with the Titans after being promised visitation rights to her demigod children. After reading his mother's letters, Harry's outlook on war in general changed. Given everything that's happened to him in recent years, it wasn't that shocking. Since dying, gaining godhood, and securing his mastery over death at age 17, Harry has begun changing and growing as a person. Naturally, his opinions and outlook on the world have grown and changed with him. Harry no longer sees things in black and white. Hell, the world isn't even shades of gray but a rainbow of various colors. Discovering people normally have legitimate reasons for their actions, no matter how volatile they may seem, was one of the hardest life lessons Harry has undergone. Still, discovering he was unknowingly a demigod for the better part of his life was surreal. For comparison, he fought a 1,000-year-old basilisk with nothing but a sword, a phoenix, and a talking hat when he was 12. Nowadays, it takes a lot to throw him off. Right now, though, he's putting all his battle and weirdness training to the test. He's smart enough to realize that trekking his way to Asgard or Olympus is practically suicide. From his research, the Underworld is much more welcoming. Based on his research, the main issue people have with the Underworld is leaving. That mostly seems to be due to an influx of idiots entering another realm and then blatantly breaking laws. So long as you follow the laws of the realm, the Underworld seems to be a rather welcoming place. According to the goblins and his fellow cursebreakers, there are 3 entrances to the Underworld in America for the living willing to enter. He's decided to take the California route. Gringotts easily agreed to maintain his bank account for 17 years without direct contact from him. If at that point they still cannot get into contact with him, his vaults will be closed and he will be presumed dead. Since that's the usual deal given to employees and customers, Harry had entered his vacation with high spirits. As it turns out, actually entering the Underworld was practically a cakewalk. Harry quickly decided that even if he doesn't find his mum, his trip will be worth it. Despite having the money for it, he's never taken a proper vacation as an adult. Since graduating from Hogwarts and finding his passion in his career as a cursebreaker, there's been no need. He tours the vampire-infested catacombs of Italy, traverses the cursed pyramids of Egypt, and explores China's dragon caves for work. Besides, what's more exotic than the Underworld? Harry made sure to check in with his friends, colleagues, and employers at Gringotts before entering the Underworld through the rather inconspicuous DOA recording studios in Los Angeles, California. Then Harry, Hedwig, and Fluffy waited in a nice upscale Gothic-themed waiting room with his favorite punk rock band, MCR, playing over the speakers. While they waited, he checked in with his account manager, Ironclaw. Harry then chatted with a nice ghost who cooed over a preening Hedwig, even if he was a bit wary of Fluffy's 3 heads. The poor ghost had, unfortunately, lost his wallet upon being blown up and was waiting for a free pass into the afterlife. Feeling a bit sorry for the guy and feeling the truth of his words, Harry offered him a spare gallon. Their talk was eventually cut short when his name was called out over the loudspeaker. With a still pleased Hedwig perched on his shoulder and a newly excited Fluffy on his leash, Harry took the elevator down to the hand-rowed gondola ferry. Harry made sure to snap a few photos and send them off to Ironclaw with the attached note stating proof of life. Made it to Chiron's ferry with my health intact. Next, he took a lovely ride across the River of Styx. The other passengers gave him a few odd looks for the photos and selfies he took on his phone, but Harry paid them no mind. He had no idea how long he would be visiting, not to mention when, or if he would lose service. Ironclaw sees he has 10 unread messages from his most influential and profitable client. What has that man-child done now? Ironclaw slowly swipes through his messages. Oh, my gods. Was he serious about visiting the Underworld? How is that man still alive? Ironclaw stares and restarts the last video 3 times before sighing. It's a short clip of Harry with his owl-familiar Hedwig and Cerberus-familiar Fluffy on a boat with ghosts surrounded by ominous shadows. The group are being rowed across the ghost of a river by a living skeleton dressed in a robe. Attached are 2 simple sentences. Proof of life. Made it to Chiron's ferry with my health intact. Why do I worry for that man's sanity when he will be the death of me and my career? Ironclaw asks his empty office. Wicked pirate magic. Harry Potter/Harry Hook. Chapter Summary. The Chaos King, Prince Loki of Asgard and Jotunheim, was James Potter. The Red Queen, Lillian Hearts of Wonderland, was Lily Potter Nay Evans. It's exactly that simple, and it's exactly that complicated. After years isolated and imprisoned on the 13 Isles of the Lost, the arrival of a Hogwarts letter shocks everyone. Still, Captain Adrian Lockison of the Lost Revenge is hesitant to leave the 13 Isles alone. Surprisingly, he's not the only member of his crew to receive a Hogwarts letter. Adrian's soulmate, Harry Hook, and their best mates, Uma Sparrow, Gil Gaston, and Henry Turner have all received Hogwarts letters too. Once their parents each confirm their letters are authentic, the C6 decide to take a leap of faith and write back their acceptance. Then, their requested portkey malfunctions. Rather than having escaped the 13 Isles, the C6 are now stuck living a double life. Far more upsetting, most of the local mages seem to foolishly believe they are perfect heroes despite being sorted into the apparently dark and evil House of Slytherin. It will take all their lessons and training in wickedness, piracy, and magic to get out of this mess without losing their newfound freedom. Chapter 1. An Isle Pirate's Life. POV. Narrator. A 10-year-old pirate dressed in black and green throws his head back and cackles madly. He's running through a city almost completely designed with the colors red and black in mind. The young pirate is the son of the Norse god, Prince Loki Odinson, and the Wonderland goddess, Queen Lillian Hearts. His parents are perhaps better known as the Red Queen of Hearts and the Norse Chaos King. Their heir prince is known by his enemies and allies alike as the Pirate King. Even the citizens of his kingdoms only refer to their heir prince as prince or sire in more formal settings. The crew of the Lost Revenge mostly prefers to call their captain Captain King, Captain Adrian, or just simply Captain. Only the boy's family, his soulmate, and his best mates ever refer to the 10-year-old by his actual name, Hadrian Freyr-Lockison. He's still lovingly nicknamed Adrian by the same group. Prince Hadrian Freyr-Lockison darts between carriages, motorcycles, scooters, horses, and foot traffic. Everyone is shocked and curious at the sight of the Pirate King, running from Auradon's invading navy. The Pirate King is widely renowned for being fearless, graceful, and deadly. The Pirate King is clearly playing a game with his prey. The Pirate King easily dodges his enemies' swords and their gunfire. Adrian cackles madly at the mad chaos he leaves in his wake as he darts through the Red City's crowd-filled streets. Strapped to his back is his trusty bottomless black satchel. It's now packed full of books on supposedly lost magics and various magical knickknacks. More importantly, there are plants that can be used in both food and potions. Adrian's newest treasures are safe from prying hands so long as they're stored in his warded black leather satchel. His potions professors will both be very pleased with his looted treasure. Adrian stays at the top of all his classes, but he excels in potions, defense, runes, wickedness, cunning, and divination. He already helps teach each of those 5 classes. His professors will probably try and eventually take him on as their apprentices at the rate he's going. Not that he'd say no to an apprenticeship with any of them. Adrian's been aiming for top marks in all his classes since he first started attending Serpent's Prep at 6 years old. He's working and hoping to eventually score an apprenticeship with a master by graduation. After all, you need to be at least 16 or 17 to even consider accepting an apprenticeship. Apprenticeships lead to master's degrees and then, eventually, to higher-paying jobs and better careers. Hadrian's not sure what subject he wants to master. He's rather good at and equally fond of runes, defense, potions, wickedness, cunning, and divination. The professors for art, charms, transfiguration, storytelling, astrology, and science always have fun class periods at the very least. Adrian's not too fond of math, history, English, or his 4 language classes though. Then again, no one really likes those classes. They can't even get a professor to stay year-round. They've had 3 English and 4 math professors this year alone. Despite having narrowed down his desired field down a bit, choosing a school subject to make a career out of won't be an easy task. Thankfully, Hadrian Lockison is still 10. He has 7 more years to spend deciding on his future. As for his newfound treasure, the idiotic Muggle Navy planned to burn everything they stole in a massive bonfire. Auradon's Navy first planned to present their stolen magic treasures to Auradon's ruling monarchs. Auradon's beastly king and his Belle of the Ball Queen would likely even make an entire day of celebration out of burning so much magic. Having been born with magic himself, Adrian wouldn't stand for it. Auradon's navy has clearly stolen the loot from victims outside the 13 Isles of the Lost. That's a rare treasure for prisoners of the 13 Isles. They're all stuck here with whatever they legally owned before being abducted and trapped within the 13 Isles of the Lost. Hadrian and his family were on Midgard living as mortal wizards at the time. Still, most of his parents' properties and belongings that came along were stolen from the realms of Wonderland, Asgard, and Jotunheim. They haven't been able to send word for help yet. Still, surely someone must have realized thousands of people, including royals and nobles, have gone missing. Auradon's reigning monarchs have never been bright. Their navy has repeatedly proved they're more idiotic than King Beast and Queen Bella. Auradon's newest mistake was bringing navy ships full of war prizes within their prisoner-run island prison system. Auradon's voyaging navy hoped to restock their ships with fresh food and clean water. They were headed to Auradon's Soul Island outpost near the border of the prison wards caging the 13 Isles. Fortunately, for the 13 Isles prisoners at least, Auradon's navy fleets were surprised by Hadrian's parents and their newly reformed navy fleets. The two navies are worked en masse with the 7 pirate lords and Queen Ursula's own underwater navy to kill and capture. The crew of the Lost Revenge were just headed home from yet another day of studying and schoolwork at Serpent Prep. Captain Hadrian Lockheisen himself was just about to do the same after securing the wards protecting his beloved pirate ship. Adrian had only just left his ship, the Lost Revenge, when he saw a wayward enemy lifeboat arriving in the Red Isles Pirate Cove. The fleeing survivors were in a royal blue lifeboat with yellow detailing and trimming in gold. They were all wearing matching blue, yellow, and gold navy uniforms. As everyone on the 13 Isles knows, navy blue, sunflower yellow, and molten gold are Auradon's colors. Naturally, Hadrian Lockheisen couldn't just sit back and let Auradon's navy get away with easily invading his mum's kingdom. So, Adrian stole Auradon's newest loot and began a mad and chaotic chase designed to lead the fools deeper into his mum's capital city. Adrian quickly ducks into a side alley beside Darling's Whimsical Wonders. Darling's Cafe is owned and run by Harry Hook's ma'am, Captain Wendy Darling of the pirate ship, Whimsical Wonder. Harry Hook is Adrian's soulmate and the first mate of his ship and crew. They both work part-time in the bustling Neverland-themed cafe, known simply as Darling's. Darling's Whimsical Wonders is one of the most popular cafes within the 13 Isles. Harry and Adrian are paid an entire 3 gallons per hour in addition to 1 free meal, drink, and dessert a day from the cafe. Right now, though, Adrian is on the run from the enemy's navy and not able to follow the delicious smells wafting from the cafe's open windows and doors. Once safely hidden behind Captain Darling's cafe, he quickly and effortlessly casts a wandless privacy ward and a muggle-repelling ward. Within breaths, Auradon's muggle navy are rushing past him. Auradon's navy is now being chased through the Red City by a few pirate kids from his own crew. Several of the Red City citizens are even buying rotten food and spoiled goods from the happy and profiting street vendors. Each new purchase is passed on to the crew of the Lost Revenge, who throw it at the filthy navy. Thankfully, Adrian's wards are able to hide the sound of laughter that surprises him by bubbling out. He just couldn't keep the laughter in his chest at the sight. The prissy Auradon navy all look like they fell into a dumpster. After regaining his breath, Adrian easily scales a red brick building before beginning to stealthily track his enemies from across the black-tiled rooftops of the Red City. Their invading enemies are finally spotted by the Red Isles Knights and guards midway through downtown in rush-hour traffic. Once Adrian has a clear opening, he launches a swift air attack on Auradon's wayward navy. As always, he uses his signature weapons: black and green ninja stars, black and green throwing knives, and his wandless magic. The only 3 weapons missing from his blitz attack are his twin guns and his sword. The 3 weapons are safely strapped to his sides. One by one, the invaders fall to the ground, either incapacitated or dead. It's their own fault for being foolish enough to sneak into a prison system run by their own prisoners. Those Auradon bastards trapped them all in this god's forsaken island prisons. Their only reason and excuse being they have magic, and that somehow offended some prissy muggle nobles. The abrupt blitz attack by their own pirate king has several Red City citizens startled into loud clapping and roaring cheers. The members of his pirate crew all halt into their attack before singing their own praises at the swift intervention from their captain. Meanwhile, the Red Isles, apparently lazy, knights and guards finally rush into action and take charge, securing the already defeated enemy. The ruby red cuffs with black chains clash horribly with Auradon's iconic navy blue, sunflower yellow, and molten gold uniforms. Serves the bastards right. All the casualties are wrapped in black and red checkered cloth before being levitated into the air and put on floating stretchers by the Red Isles guards. The Red Isles knights and guards now wait on the Pirate King's arrival to transport the criminals he captured. Adrian, meanwhile, surveys the scene from his position hidden on the local laundromat's roof. Finally satisfied that all the enemy navy are accounted for and secured, Adrian slides down the side of the red brick building using a black water pipe. He makes sure to cast a modified sticking charm to ensure the thin pipe won't fall off. Once he lands, Hadrian Lockheisen slowly strides toward the lineup before leading the Red Army in a slow procession to his mum's castle. 4 of the lazy guards even pull out trumpets while another 6 summon flags. The lazy bastards are all drunk and several are already swaying. His mum will not be pleased when she hears about Auradon's newest attempt at a shadow invasion. She will be even more enraged at her own knights and guards for their lazy and lackluster vigilance. Actually, now that he thinks about it, Adrian decides to inform both his parents of this new development. Who knows if any of the enemy navies manage to invade his dad's pet isle? As it's not just the smallest island kingdom, but also the home of one of the Isles' 2 main schools and frozen and icy tundra to boot, Serpent Isle hasn't had too many attempts at a takeover. Still, it is as his dad and King Scar have both always said, it's always better to be prepared. Location: Alfheim, the United Kingdoms of Auradon, the 13 Isles of the Lost, the Red City. POV: Hendrik, Harry, James Hook. Legal aliases: Harry James Darling, the Mad Pirate, first mate of the Lost Revenge. Gender: male. Age: 11. Species: mage god. Come on, Adrian. Hurry up. We gotta hurry, or we're both gonna be late. Harry Hook shouts to his soulmate, boyfriend, and captain, Hadrian Lockheisen. Adrian just grins and rolls his eyes in response. Both teens are rushing through the Red Queen's Intercity and toward the local pirate cove. We can't be late, Harry Hook shouts in a panic as they round a street corner and pass an old-fashioned black street clock. There's one posted on every street corner, and they've passed each one leading away from the Red Queen's castle. The town hall's large back bells chose that exact moment to chime once to signal it's 1 a.m. We're gonna be late, Harry cries out in dismay. We won't be late. Adrian shouts back, annoyed as they run and jump onto the back of a black and red horse-drawn wagon when it stops at a red and white stop sign. The driver turns back to look at them before shrugging and continuing to speed along the winding coastal walls surrounding the Red City. We'll make it. Don't worry, Adrian assures, moving to sit on a barrel of yellow hay. The sighs again and pulls Harry closer by the sleeve of his white, silver, and black school uniform. If we're late, then our whole crew will be late too. Harry continues to panic, ignoring his soulmate's words. Next thing we know, we'll have a mutiny on our hands. We can't have a mutiny. We'll lose our ship, Adrian. We'll lose the Lost Revenge. We built her ourselves. We spent our entire lives designing that beauty and years more building her from scratch. We can't lose our ship, Adrian, Harry Hook shouts while looking at his soulmate sitting to his left. Adrian is clearly unworried about their situation and just looks exasperated by his panic. Harry sighs and leans back against the itchy barrels of hay. He watches the red brick streets and red brick buildings disappear behind them. Once they start getting out into the villages, he looks over the red brick fence, nearly hiding the dark, nearly black, sea and the bright stars visible in the sky above. Adrian's a seer. That means he can see the future. Adrian has always warned him of possible threats and danger. If they were in any real danger of being late and risking a mutiny from their newly formed pirate crew, Adrian definitely wouldn't be so relaxed. Adrian is rarely relaxed at all. Adrian's always on the lookout for possible threats and planning out at least 3 possible ways to deal with them. He's always planned out the best ways to deal with a situation. He's always ready for every possible outcome before anyone else even realizes there's an issue at all. There's clearly nothing to worry about. Besides, it's not like their ship and crew can just leave port without their captain and the first mate. Well, unless they have a damned good reason. Even for pirate crews, that reason is typically something life-threatening. Today's morning trip may just be to Serpent Prep, but some kids lose their life for being late to class or skipping school. Every kid on the 13 Isles knows someone's parents may actually kill their kid for being late or missing a class. It's happened before after all. There were 2 new court cases of kids being killed by their guardians just last week. Sadly, abuse is a very rampant issue within the Isles. They're all unjustly imprisoned on 13 islands, and the wee bit of sea available to them. Tensions run high even in the most loving families. Thankfully, abusive parents and partners are always quickly taken to court and sentenced once caught. Imprisonment, slave work, or just a straightforward execution are the most common punishments among the 7 lost kingdoms. Sadly, no punishment has ever stopped the ongoing social issue. Both boys know their parents would never even raise a hand to them. They're also very aware that other Isle kids aren't so lucky. It's their self-appointed task to help lost kids who have shitty parents or just have bad home lives. Now, once found, all lost kids are always invited to join the crew of the Lost Revenge. Their crew is still new, and therefore it's still very small. They may just lose some decent people if they're even a minute late arriving at Serpent Prep. That's an unacceptable price to both the ship's captain, Adrian Lockheisen, and his first mate, Harry Hook. They're both responsible for the lives of their ship and crew. They take their new responsibilities very seriously. Thankfully, they're nearly to the local pirate cove. After that, they just need to make it aboard their ship. Hopefully, the winds and sea will be in their favor. If not, there's always their magic and the Hook and Darling family's pixie dust trees. Location: Alfheim, the United Kingdoms of Oridon, the 13 Isles of the Lost, the Red City, Pirate Cove. POV: Adrian, Frere Lockheisen. Legal aliases: Adrian, Frere Potter. Gender fluid. Age: 11. Species: mage, god. Okay, get ready to jump, Harry. Adrian shouts to his soulmate, startling Harry from his seemingly deep thoughts. And now, Adrian shouts as the horse-drawn wagon begins to rapidly rush downhill. They both jump and quickly land in a roll on the brick pavement, only to run and jump over a solid brick garden wall. They fall at least 5 feet before landing on a new shipment of barrels. The wooden barrels are stacked 3 up and 7 across. The barrels smell like they're full of rum, wine, mead, whiskey, scotch, and vinegar. The boys take a quick breather before jumping down again. When the 2 land a second time, they're finally at the Red ISE's Pirate Cove. They waste no time after landing and break into another mad sprint. For God's sake, Adrian! Harry Hook shouts out in shock. Adrian, who is widely known for his grace and agility, nearly tripped over an orange tabby cat when they started running again. "Ya gotta be more careful." Harry scolds him, clearly trying to hide his worry. "We don't have time to heal ya for making a rookie mistake. We gotta get to school before the first bell," Harry says, not bothering to watch his volume as they both make a mad dash across the black docks full of daily port life. They're both running while dodging boxes, barrels, fishnets, and older pirates. "Oi, I'm not the idiot. You're the one who decided to stop and eat a second fucking breakfast," Adrian shouts back, only mock offended. "Oi, that's not fair and you know it. I've always had a second breakfast at your mum's castle," Harry shouts right back, only slightly offended by the point Adrian made. They both know damned well if Harry hadn't eaten that plate of strawberry pancakes, they wouldn't be in this mess. Harry Hook knows that, and Adrian Lockheisen knows that. Harry just doesn't want to admit it. He's not too good at that kind of thing. Admitting mistakes isn't his strong suit. As his soulmate, Adrian's good at getting him to face the hard facts of life as well as find and enjoy what little good there is in this world. Adrian's also good at pointing out when Harry's in the wrong, even if no one else will. Case in point, "We didn't have time for it today," Adrian points out as they both duck under the new mast for the Flying Dutchman that's being carried past. Captain Davy Jones was pissed on rum, wine, and scotch last week. The infamous pirate captain rammed the Dutchman, mast first, into the bottom of an iceberg in the Sea of Serpents. The mast took the brunt of the damage, but half of the legendary pirate ship had to be completely rebuilt to avoid future problems. Ye could have eaten at school for once in your life. We were already late. What with Orden's army invading last night and all, ye just made us even later. Adrian shouts as they near their ship. Oi, I regret nothing, Harry shouts back with a laugh as they rush onto their docked ship. Your mum's cooking is fucking amazing, okay? Harry says by way of apology as they quickly make their way past their crew and to the ship's wheel. What the hell took ye both so bloody long? One of their three best mates, Uma Sparrow, daughter of Queen Ursula and Captain Jack Sparrow, shouts while striding toward them, clearly pissed off. We can't leave port without a captain or a first mate, and today both of them were late. What were ye two even thinking? Do ye want a bloody mutiny on our hands? Do ye want to lose your ship? Chill out, Uma. Gil shouts at his soulmate while climbing down from the mast to defend his captain and the captain's first mate. Gil is the son of Duke Gaston and one of Captain Hector Barbassa's daughters, no one's overly sure which. I'm sure our captain and his first mate both have good reasons, Gil shouts as he walks in between them to prevent a fight. You both have good reasons to be late, right? Gil asks hesitantly while the rest of their crew silently prepare the Lost Revenge to leave port. No kid or pirates that's silent while preparing a ship for launch. Their crew are clearly all listening in to the conversation, ready to make a decision that will make or break their pirate careers. Course we do. We've had a bloody hectic night and an even worse morning. Captain Adrian Lockheisen easily defends. Adrian always takes care to soothe his crew's anger, justified or not. While he's busy, Harry Hook begins walking around checking up on their crew's progress and helping those who need it. He takes his job as first mate very seriously. It's one of the things Adrian Lockheisen admires about his soulmate. I was actually done securing my ship early for once, Adrian says with a growl. I was on my way home at just 10 o'clock last night. Woulda made it home early too. Well, I would've if Orden's idiotic army hadn't decided to invade our own Red Cove and make their way into my mum's isle. Orden attacked the Red Isle? They were here? Several crew members gasp and demand in shock at the verbal bombshell without stopping working on their assigned tasks. Several members of his new crew now look guilty. Adrian will let them each stew for a bit before talking to them individually. He's aware not all of this crew will make it as pirates. Some kids are now mumbling terrified apologies to Harry for ever doubting him or their captain. His first mate just nods his acceptance and mutters what looks to be amusing reassurances as he checks up on their progress. Those kids will need to be toughened up, or they'll never live to their next birthdays. The 13 Isles are a Prion colony first and foremost. It's survival of the fittest out here, even for the ruling class. Yeah, course they did. We told ya. Well, didn't we? Claire demands from where she's with her team working to prepare the sails. Duke, Sally, Charlie. And I all chased that prissy Orden Navy right through the Red City. We scared their pathetic lot just by throwing rotten food at their backs. Weakest army I've seen fro yet, Claire scoffs as she finishes tying the sails. Did ya get Alta the Red Queen of Hearts okay, Captain King? Your mum ain't mad at ya for this mess, is she? Claire asks while she slides down a rope after preparing her assigned sails. Claire and her group are orphans from formerly abusive homes. Their orphanage was burned down last month in another one of Orden's attacks. She's clearly worried he shares a similar home life as she did and just hides it. That's not the case. It will take time and effort to ensure his crew knows his home life is fine. Yeah, I got him to my mum's castle just fine. You don't need to worry about meh. My mum's not mad at meh. She was livid at her army though. Mum had a right fit when she heard her knights and guards all missed Orden's own navy, just casually running down her own city streets and leaving a mess of trash and property damage behind them. Adrian says with a laugh while leaning back against his ship's wheel. The entire Red Army was down at the tavern again. Mum's making them each work off their tab with community service. Still don't explain what took you both so long. A new lad complains from where he's leaning against the ship's hull. That was last night, wasn't it? Yeah, but I had to sit in on the bloody sentencing this morning. I was the one to capture him after all. Claire, you and your mates saw that mess. My mum's army did jack squat to help. My own crew to step in for mum's army. Why's the first mate late? The new lad demands. He's clearly the one who just tried and failed to organize a mutiny on their ship. The unknown boy is dressed far too nice for any kid of the Isles. The idiot will need to be dealt with swiftly and quickly. He was clearly part of the invading Orden Navy. Probably one of the crew's kids or something. Harry came by to my mum's castle to pick me up this morning. Same as always. Adrian responds with a firm glare. When he realized I was occupied with my job, as a prince he spent the wait eaten. We would have made it here sooner if it weren't for the pancakes. Had to send in a new guard to the dining hall to fetch him. Captain Adrian Lockheisen says with an amused grin, staring down the now angry Orden kid who tried and failed to overthrow him as captain. The fool had the guts to try and take the mad pirate's pancakes out from under his fork. Poor lad nearly wet himself in fear when my first mate went after him. The entire crew of the Lost Revenge breaks out into mad and chaotic laughter at the story. They're all laughing so hard, a few pirate kids nearly fall down. Coming between the mad pirate and his food is a death sentence. Everyone knows that. Just last month some French waiter died in a death match with the mad pirate over a loaf of garlic bread. To be fair, their captain and his first mate paid for a full 2 loaves of garlic bread, and the waiter decided to cheat them both. The man gave the two just half a loaf of garlic bread to share, all for the price of 2 full loaves of garlic bread. The idiot then accepted a duel to the death with the mad pirate, Harry Hook, after refusing to give them a well-deserved refund. The Hook family's love is as deadly and all-consuming as it is legendary for its intensity. As for Harry Hook, the only things he loves more than his food, weapons, and fights are the sea and his soulmate. Most are fairly certain Harry Hook's love for Adrian Lockheisen could dry up the sea itself with its burning intensity. Not that Adrian Lockheisen loves Harry Hook any less. The two soulmates have been together for as long as anyone who grew up on the 13 Isles can remember. Harry Hook and Adrian Lockheisen have always been dedicated to securing their futures too. They're virtual role models for most of the kids who grew up imprisoned within the 13 Isles of the Lost. Harry Hook and Adrian Lockheisen have always felt the call of the sea. Growing up with pirates on an island will give anyone respect for the sea's mighty power and otherworldly beauty. Even their powers as young gods are better suited to the life of a pirate than another job or occupation. The two soulmates spent their childhood years designing their own pirate ship with their best mates, Uma Sparrow, Gil Gaston, and Henry Turner. Over time, their parents and even the several older pirates offered them occasional aid and input. Their joint efforts and reputation as young pirates dedicated to their future earned their group nickname, the C6. The C6 is composed of Adrian Lockheisen, Harry Hook, Uma Sparrow, Gil Gaston, C.J. Hook, and Henry Turner. These last 3 years, the C6 have mainly spent their free time building their precious pirate ship, from sundown to sunup, and sometimes even in the dead of the night. If the C6 had a moment to spare, they would work on building their ship. The 6 friends finally finished her first construction last week. They named her the Lost Revenge. Adrian Lockheisen was unanimously voted as captain of their ship. Harry Hook quickly agreed to be his first mate after Adrian offered the oddly romantic proposal. They quickly built a crew and took their ship's first voyage, sailing around the perimeter of their prison's golden walls. Now, the C6 and the crew of the Lost Revenge are finally making a name for themselves as proper pirates. They couldn't be prouder or happier of their progress. Location: Alfheim, the United Kingdoms of Oridon, the 13 Isles of the Lost, Serpent Isle, Serpent City, Serpent Preparatory School for the Education of Miscreants POV. Calypso, legal aliases: Tia Dalma, gender, female, age, unknown, species, mage, goddess. I know, I put those damn stirring rods in here. Calypso curses as she rummages through the shelves in her potion classroom's storage closet. Bloody fucking mortal brats keep stealing mess shit. She curses as she begins searching through her bottomless trunk full of extra potion supplies. Her trunk is still missing things. It was forcefully stolen back from Oridon's Muggle army. She'll need to see what else she can manage to steal back from those Muggle landlubbers. Calypso jumps in shock as her classroom's wooden door bangs open. "Professor Calypso, we're back early." Harry Hook, first mate of the Lost Revenge and member of the C6, calls out as the tantalizing smell of deep-fried fish and chips reaches her nose. Meh. Ma'am let me and Adrian off an hour early. Queen Ursula did the same for Uma and Gil. Meh. Sis and Henry even got out to help in Captain Swan with her dress shop, the lad happily declares. Everyone's gone soft. C.J. Hook scoffs in a distinctive sound of disgust. We're all being treated like prissy Oridon royals. We're only turning 11, not being crowned. She adds on in annoyance. C.J. Hook is a member of the C6 and part of the Lost Revenge's pirate crew. The sound of Calypso's heavy classroom doors closing and relocking reaches her ears as she begins digging through her supplies again. She's still searching for her iron potion rods. The damn things have gone missing right when she needs them. We brought lunch from Ursula's Fish and Chips. Plus there's tea and cake from Darling's Whimsical Wonders. Hadrian Lockheisen adds as the sound paper bags full of lunch finally reaches Calypso's ears. Hadrian is the captain of the Lost Revenge and unofficial leader of the C6. We were sure to make your usual this time. Hadrian adds on amid the sound of paper bags opening and cups having straws slid in. No funny stuff. We put it on your tab. Calypso hits her head on the wooden shelf above her head when she hears her 6-star pupils thought to bring her lunch from their parents' shops again. God's damn bloody shelf, she curses before starting to mutter a healing spell under her breath. She barely stopped herself from moving toward the smell of fried catfish, hush puppies, and chips coming from her classroom. Calypso is always forgetting to eat nowadays. Her life has just gotten unusually hectic since being imprisoned on yet another God's damned island. She's usually much more escape and vengeance-oriented than this. She normally has a plan long before now. Of course, normally she's not trapped on more than one island and able to touch the sea. She's never been faced with other island prisoners either, much less we bairns that need looking after or youngins that need teaching. Honestly, at this rate, she just needs to stay away from every God's damn island within the 9 realms and their 7 seas. This is the 3rd bloody time this has happened to her. She's a God's damned sea goddess. She doesn't even need to step on land unless she wants to. Still, she's been tricked into going on land no less than 3 separate times. You'd think she'd learn by now. Each damn time it ends with her imprisoned on some god's forsaken island. This time she even has youngins and we bairns stuck on an island with her. Come help your favorite professor. Calypso shouts out before beginning to look through her mess of supplies again. Blasted fucking dunderhead students. Always messing with meh perfectly organized chaos. Can't find a cauldron in this bloody fucking mess. The hell am I supposed to find 5 iron stirring rods? Damned mortals. Them mortals are always messing up my life. Don't know what I was thinking. Listening ta that sea goddess and going ta the Bahamas on vacation has landed me right back on another island prison. She mutters to herself. Course she'd been tricked too. Calypso says trailing off before starting to search her shelves again. Hardly Ursula's fault. Bloody mortals. They're always pulling shit like this on us, unsuspecting sea goddesses. What do you need done today? Uma Sparrow asks after a short pause in which her 4 favorite students have probably stopped to eat. Uma's the heir princess to Queen Ursula herself and the pirate lord, Captain Jack Sparrow. Uma's a member of the C6 and a crew member of the pirate ship, the Lost Revenge. Calypso continues searching her supply closet as her star students eat. The poor kids work themselves to the bone, always trying to learn everything they can. Plus, the youngins work part-time jobs while maintaining their own territory, their own pirate ship, and their own pirate crew. The C6 they're known as by the 7 local island kingdoms. The 4 we gods woulda taken over the world by now if they weren't all imprisoned under the blasted wards surrounding their 13 damned prison islands. Everyone loves them to death. They've got a bit of hero in them too. Just enough to confuse you and let them slip past real heroes undetected for what they are. The C6 help their community by taking in any kids who need a place to work or stay by employing them on their ship. They're good kids stuck traveling around a measly 13 islands in this God's damned island prison system. We have all our other schoolwork done. So, we're free for the next 3 hours. Gil Gaston tacks on. Gil is the quiet one but deadly with a sword and scary smart. Gil's a member of the C6 and a crew member of the Lost Revenge. He's the youngest son of Duke Gaston. His mother is one of Captain Hector Barbassa's daughters. No one's really sure which, but everyone at least suspects it's Captain Elizabeth Swann. Given Captain Swann's marriage to her soulmate Captain Will Turner, the news would be a scandal. They have a child even, so it's not like she would have any excuse if she is the boy's mother. We've eaten enough to hold us over for another half an hour. Do you need anything specific done today, or should we just mop up and go? Henry Turner asks. Henry Turner is the son of Captain Elizabeth Swann and Captain Will Turner. He's the last member of the C6. He's also a member of the Lost Revenge's pirate crew. Slowly, the sound of buckets and mops being lifted reaches her ears. Her assistants have apparently decided she's been silent for too long. I need help with me potion rods. Calypso shouts through the door and her drapes hiding the back room's closet from prying eyes. They be missin' again. Blasted things may as well have feet of their own at this point. 1 second. Uma calls back. Calypso listens to the sound of heeled boots, paper bags of takeaway, and her classroom's stone desks being moved about before there's a loud thud followed by a shriek of a chair being moved across the floor. The sounds of shuffling are followed by the sound of heeled boots clicking and clacking on her classroom's stone floors as the youngins come closer. Do you remember where you last saw him? Captain Adrian Lockheisen asks as the rest of the C6 all come around the corner and into her supply closet. In my extra potions cauldrons, she says, gesturing to the shelf above her, annoyed only to gasp in delight upon finding her potion rods. Oh, Lockheisen, you're a lucky charm, y'are. Calypso praises, now happily climbing up onto the storage closet ladder to fetch the bundle of iron potion rods. They weren't there before ya and your crew came in. I just know it. Tell ya what, you lot go on and start up on your lunch, and I'll make sure to share a vial of this here potion with ya. Calypso says before pausing in thought. Actually, no. You're all advanced potion makers for your ages. Calypso says. She thinks it over before deciding. Yes, this will be the perfect incentive to keep them on as assistants, not to mention a reason for me to petition to have them all as my apprentices later on. Tell you what, Calypso says, sitting her iron potion rods down and clapping her webbed hands hidden by fingerless gloves. If ye four be willin', I'll spend the day teaching ya all how to make dreamless sleep. It's an old world favorite of mine. Captain Darling taught me the original recipe herself. She did. We've both had to modify those recipes a few times since then. I dare say it be stronger now with our current recipe than it ever was before. Calypso happily declares. Me ma'am taught ya the potion? Harry Hook asks, surprised. I didn't even know she knew how to brew. The son of Captain James Hook and Captain Wendy Darling exclaims in obvious surprise. Ah, she brews potions all right. One of the best potion masters stuck here Captain Darling is. How do ya think your ma'am makes her food so reminiscent of the magical world? That's not even mentioning Neverland's own recipes she's been modifying to use in that shop of hers. She's a snake in disguise, that one. Calypso says fondly. So ya kids want to learn to brew dreamless sleep or not? Sounds fun. Captain Adrian Lockheisen says with a wide manic grin just this side of saying. What kind of mad chaos can we create with it? He asks curiously. Well, Calypso says thoughtfully, it kept Lady Medusa company on her island when mixed with her tears. We now know Gorgon tears will turn ya to stone, but add in a bit of dreamless sleep, and it will make him sleep till they're healed. Queen Maleficent mixed the sleeping potion with a beautifying potion. She gave it to her own goddaughter. She did. It turned that ugly Princess Aurora into Auradon's own Queen Charming. Course, the lass is better known from her days under its effects. They called her the Sleeping Beauty. What can it do on its own? Uma asks while the kids put away their food and pull out their cauldrons. Ah, it just puts ya to sleep without any dreams. Nothing too fancy. Calypso explains as she collects the necessary ingredients. It's mostly used as a medicine, to be honest. The school's infirmary and the local hospitals be needing some more. Seems their stocks be running low. Helps knock patients out when they need to sleep to heal, or just can't sleep. That's it, I quit. Harry Potter /L Lolliot /Honey Senpai. Chapter Summary. Due to the assurances of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Wizarding Britain expected their savior, Harry Potter, to marry Ginevra Weasley. He would then, naturally, start working for the ministry by becoming an esteemed Auror, settle down in a nice wizarding area, and then have a few children of his own. So, when the savior failed to show up to his own wedding, panic and confusion overcame wizarding Britain. As for Haruki, Harry Potter Black, he's flat out done letting others treat him like a living pawn. Harry got his new start at Japan's top university, Auron Academy, only to accidentally stumble into his soulmates, Loliot and Honey. As soulmates, they fall for each other fast. They even make good friends and join Auron's host club, Black Magic Club, and Defense Clubs together. Now, if only they can keep Loliot from accidentally befriending quite so many creepy serial killers. Meanwhile, Loliot tries to juggle being a secret international detective, leading the chaotic and confusing Kira case, attending Auron Academy University, and getting to know both of his brilliant, badass, hot, and, seemingly, oblivious soulmates. Chapter Notes: Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling. Auron High School Host Club. All media types, Death Note, and related fandoms. That's it. I quit. Date: December 3, 2002. Location: UK, Scotland, Highlands of Scotland, Hogwarts Castle, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. POV: Duke Haruki, Harry, Regulus Potter Black. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, the Master of Death, the Shinigami King. Gender: male. Age: 17. Species: pureblood wizard. Is this some kind of sick joke? Haruki asks, so shocked his Slytherin mask breaks for the first time in literal years. Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall snaps before beginning to scold him. We are planning out a marriage ceremony. This is no joking matter, especially between strong soulmates such as yourself and Miss Weasley. Her already thin lips are thinning even further. We are quite aware that you have proposed already. We're simply worried about when to time your wedding. It will need to be soon after all. Professor McGonagall always radiates the textbook picture of a professor's firm and angry disapproval. With how thin her lips are pursed right now, he's certain that she's far beyond just disappointed in him. Not that that will stop Haruki from speaking up in his defense, especially with all these wild and just baseless assumptions. Honestly, soulmates and now marriage? How did they arrive at those ideas? He's not even spoken more than a passing comment to that crazy stalker. Heck, his family has numerous restraining orders against this crazy girl. Where have these morons even gotten the idea that he's this Spence soulmate, much less that he ever actually proposed to this crazy nutter? Soulmates. Haruki repeats, his voice in a careful monotone as he's still in shock over their insane assumption and creepily detailed wedding plans. My dear boy, there is no need to hide here. The Hogwarts headmaster says with a worried and concerned frown before continuing on with a wide, pleased smile. Molly has made us aware of your and Ginny's soulmate connection. In fact, Minerva and I have known since young Ginevra's second soul mark appeared. The Hogwarts headmaster proudly declares while popping yet another lemon drop hard candy into his mouth. Molly Weasley called us from the St. Mungo's Hospital. She was, of course, ever so proud that her baby girl would one day marry the savior. Haruki blinks in shock, slowly digesting their words. They think me and the Weaselette are. Oh, Merlin. EW. Haruki shivers in disgust at the thought, as if that bint could ever even do it for me. She's a light witch and she doesn't even have the right parts. Not to mention she's a first-rate bint and a second-class whore. Do they actually believe we're soulmates? Hasn't anyone bothered to actually check? We are all overjoyed for you both. That is why I have taken the liberty of writing up the basics of a formal marriage contract. The Hogwarts headmaster continues to explain while talking around 3 lemon drop candies. Now, given your extremely reckless history, I am sure you can, of course, understand our concerns should anything ever happen to you. We simply must make sure we are prepared for every possibility. This marriage contract will allow for that. I have, of course, signed in your place. We didn't want to bother or worry you with anything. You simply carry so much on your young shoulders already. That's not even mentioning finishing your schooling, so you can become an Auror. Haruki's head snaps to attention at the news that this creepy old idiot has created an actual marriage contract and has even signed in his place. He pales dramatically as he begins to realize the implications of his headmaster's bold words. This is bad. No, this is This is beyond just bad. How stupid is this foolish old wizard? In the Muggle world, the punishment for a non-paired marriage, also known as a forced marriage, is an immediate lifetime jail sentence. If you somehow manage to avoid that polite fate, you're forced into a life of servitude. Basically, you become a legal slave to the offended party. You become a social pariah, an outcast, and are from then on devoid of all rights in most governments. Rightfully so, given that the criminals dared to marry someone for their money or to rape them. Not to mention they're defiling the purity of a soulmate union. In the magical world, the punishment for an illegal or forced marriage is so much worse for the criminals. The fallout from creating an illegal marriage contract in the magical world is the automatic and just complete loss of one's magic, which that just equates to a slow and a very painful death. Based on what Haruki knows of the magical community here in the UK, he'll be blamed for this mess. It is the fault of a senile old headmaster who is once again overstepping his place. Still, Haruki already knows he's going to be the one blamed. Haruki flat out refuses to allow this level of disrespect. He is so done taking the blame for other people's ridiculously stupid mistakes. Haruki barely resists the urge to hex the two, or better, yet sever their heads off with his goblin-wrought sword. Instead, his beautiful katana remains wrapped around his finger, where it's transfigured as a handsome silver ring. If it wasn't for his aunt's suggestion, he likely wouldn't realize just how bad his current situation truly is. It's only thanks to Aunt Petunia that he even knows the basics about the magical and muggle worlds. Hogwarts is surprisingly lacking as far as magical schools go. He has barely learned basic magical theory and magical practice here. The entire Hogwarts history course is a joke, and there are no science or even math courses to speak of, much less any classes on magical law, languages, basic society, or even common customs. Had Haruki solely actually relied just on the Hogwarts' school curriculum, like so many others do, he would have never realized how much trouble he's in with this illegal marriage contract. Now, my dear boy, you don't need to worry yourself with anything. Molly has assured everyone that she has it all handled. Your wedding as well as the nice honeymoon are completely covered. All you actually need to do is show up in your dress robes on the wedding day itself. Headmaster Dumbledore condescendingly soothes in the suffocating silence. The effect is ruined because the headmaster's blue eyes are twinkling like theirs, actual glitter hidden within them, and the old man is now creepily stroking his long white beard. Like, who even does that? Not to mention he's just calmly talking about selling him off to some lying whore claiming soul marks. This conversation couldn't possibly get any worse. Haruki thinks to himself, at this point, I just want to sink into the shadows of the floor and disappear. The sight of such supposedly dark magic from his supposed savior will make him wonder and sweat if nothing else. Haruki thinks to himself, highly amused by the mental image of the man's panic. We've taken the liberty of inviting both your and Ginny's school years, the entire ministry and their families, as well as several foreign officials. Your wedding will be held in the Great Hall after the next opening feast. The headmaster continues to ramble on while remaining happy and obvious to Haruki's rising outrage and panic. Young Ronald will be picking you up from your relative's house at the end of this summer. I am aware the Dursleys will likely not take kindly to any magic being used in their presence. We have arranged for something called a taxi. It seems to involve a car, which is some sort of muggle transport from what we can understand. Horseless carriages. Truly a fascinating concept. The insane man continues to happily ramble while crunching on his lemon drops. As if I'd ever actually come back next year with what you've just said. Haruki angrily thinks to himself, enraged at this man's bold and baseless assumptions. Absently, Haruki wonders just what this idiotic headmaster will do when he realizes Aunt Petunia divorced Vernon Dursley several years ago. Last they heard, the wail of a man and his sister were both just rotting away overseas in some maximum security prison cell. Something about illegal drugs, human trafficking, and horrible dogfights. It made the Muggles international news. It will make these idiots wonder and sweat when they learn about it, if nothing else. Haruki decides before realizing the idiot clearly never checked on him, even after leaving him on a doorstep overnight. He reins in the urge to punch the moron. Ronald's soulmate, the brilliant witch Hermione Granger, has offered to help you and Ginny search for a nice house once you come back from your honeymoon in Paris. We were thinking you would want to remain close to Ginny's family. So we've started looking for nice-sized properties around Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon. As I'm sure you're already aware, time is of the essence with these types of things. I know being a young couple yourselves, you'll need help with all the children you'll be having. Ginny has agreed to name your first three after your late parents and your deceased godfather. Once again, Haruki determinedly reigns in the very strong urge to punch the Hogwarts headmaster in the face at all his bold lies, stupid assumptions, and now with these stupid and outrageous long-term plans. Instead, Haruki very calmly stands and makes a polite exit. I'm so sorry. You'll need to excuse me, sir. I just realized that I still need to pack. The Hogwarts Express, well, it still leaves in just an hour after all. With everything that's been happening, well, I seem to have quite forgotten. Of course, Harry, my dear boy, his idiotic headmaster says while smiling. I do hope you enjoy your last summer living with your loving relatives. I am truly sorry, but being Muggles the Dursleys, of course, simply cannot attend your wedding, the main reception, or even your bachelor's party. I simply feel that the sight of so much magic will terribly overwhelm them. With them, well, being Muggles, you see, well, I'm quite sure you're already aware of why it is much better this way. The headmaster apologizes, seemingly upset. Haruki nods dumbly as he heads out the door. He pointedly ignored the remark about the Dursleys being family, and now he ignores this nonsense about his aunt being a Muggle of all things. Aunt Petunia is hardly a witch, but she is certainly not a Muggle. The Evans family are a renowned, powerful, and ancient Kitsune family. His ancestors helped found numerous magical communities after all. He nearly laughs at the concept of his mother's family being Muggles, of all things. Instead, Haruki tries to focus. He needs to focus. There just is no way in hell he is getting married out of Soulmark, let alone to Weaselette. She is widely known as the Gryffindor whore for a reason. Ginevra Weasley has spent the last 4 years sleeping her way through most of the boys in this school. Now that shameless whore is claiming she's his soulmate. Likely this is some foolish ploy, so she can prove herself to be fit for legal marriage. To make matters far worse, that shameless slut has managed to either con their headmaster or convince the nut job to go along with her desperate scheme. He is so sick of the headmaster just playing games with other people's lives. Honestly, what kind of sick society even allows stuff like this to actually happen? Haruki fumes as he makes his way to the Gryffindor dormitories. Even Muggles have numerous ways to ensure two people are soulmates without actually seeing the soul marks themselves. And Muggles still believe soul marks are invisible to all but blood kin. I know for a fact the magical world is far more advanced than this. Hell, I've personally helped countless healers check people's soul marks and client records for authenticity. Somebody should have at least thought to check into this Bint's bold-faced lie. Britain may be rather backward for a magical society, but somebody should have at least checked. Date: December 3, 2002. Location: UK, Scotland, Highlands of Scotland, Hogwarts Castle, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. POV: Duke Haruki, Hari, Regulus Potter Black. Legal aliases: Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, the Master of Death, the Shinigami King. Gender: male. Age: 17. Species: pureblood wizard. Haruki enters the Gryffindor common room in a haze. He's not even focused on where he is going. At this point, Haruki's only focused on keeping his occlumency shields up, keeping his magic abilities in check, and planning out his very rushed escape. He ignores everyone's worried stares and concerned whispers. Instead, Haruki uncharacteristically heads straight for his personal dorm rooms. He's never been happier to have his own dorms. It did take his Parseltongue secret getting out, but it was well worth it. Thankfully, with the help of a goblin-drawn secrecy contract, his fellow Gryffindors were forced to keep quiet about the full extent of his talents, as well as his mother's lineage. After Haruki finishes packing up what was once his personal air suite, he takes one last look around the now seemingly empty and extremely outdated flat. He had just 2 bloody years left here. However, the Hogwarts headmaster just couldn't stop meddling. Haruki had hoped that he could have at least been finished with his Hogwarts education before leaving and enacting his revenge. Unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be. Thankfully, he already has his O, W, Ls, and N, E, W TS. 4 British magic, and he aced his Muggle A levels just last month. Merlin only knows what kind of desperate, insane, and criminal schemes the barmy headmaster would have tried to pull otherwise. All that's left to do is to just return home to Japan and explain the situation to Aunt Petunia. Hopefully she won't be too angry. Who's he kidding? Britain will be lucky if Hogwarts is even still in operating condition after this mess. Focusing on the school wards, Haruki finds a familiar code in the base of the castle's main ward scheme, security system. The ancient security ward is keyed into every lord and heir of Hogwarts to provide an escape in the event of some disaster or emergency. Haruki has had to use it more times than he would like to admit. After one last longing look around his old flat, Haruki gives the code embedded in the foundation of the castle's wards a slight mental tug. Moments later, he's standing in an untouched and heavily warded room in the former ornate Hogwarts manor, turned the hovel that is now the Hogwarts, the Shrieking Shack. Not one to waste time. Haruki pulls his cloak of invisibility over his head before operating in silence to Diagon Alley. Unknown to him, it will take until the next school semester for anyone outside his close friends to realize that he never even took the Hogwarts train. By then, Haruki will have long since left Wizarding Britain behind for bigger, greener pastures. Right now, though, Haruki needs to escape the country. Fast. There is no way in hell he is getting married out of Soulmark, much less to the Gryffindor whore. New Albion, Merlin/Arthur. Chapter Summary. Every species is born with their soulmates named somewhere on their body alongside a matching soulmark. Additionally, what is written or inflicted on the skin of one appears on the other. Finding them is nevertheless not that easy. Names are rather common things, and most keep their soulmarks hidden under clothing or carefully placed jewelry. But scars, names, and a soulmark aren't the only things soulmates share. A sorceress shares a small portion of their magic with their soulmate. Chapter 1. Foal's Legs. Date: Tuesday, May 20th, 0475. Location: Avalon, Camelot POV. Queen Igraine Pendragon née Dubois. What is the price? Igraine asked, setting down her tea solemnly. You know the laws of the old religion, a life for a life. The high priestess responded sadly. But because you are my friend, I shall give you 17 years with our son before I exact my payment. And can you hold out that long, Nimue? Igraine asked, allowing her worry to show clearly. For you and the future our son promises? Of course, my dear. Nimue assures before settling her resolve. I swear on the magic that runs through my veins and into my soul that I shall never blame you or your son for King Uther Pendragon's actions. Just don't tell him about this, Queen Igraine Pendragon pleaded. He doesn't know I have magic. He's afraid of it. He fears magic far more than any sane person fears their death. Uther is already laying down the groundwork for laws that will make the very practice of magic illegal. If I told him of my innate power of what I've done, I'll take care of it, Nimue assures her friend while placing a hand on hers. Uther shall not discover your gift, nor that of our sons, should he also be so blessed. You have my word, my queen. I swear it on my magic. Date: Friday, February 20th, 0476. Location: Avalon, Camelot. POV: King Uther Pendragon. Uther gripped Igraine's hand as she screamed, her grip making his hands white as the nails broke the skin. He grits his teeth, trying not to show the pain he felt. Those nails really hurt. Surely childbirth isn't this difficult. The sorceress must have done something. Push, the sorceress mumbled. Another scream tore through his wife as the sorceress continued to use her magic uninterrupted. Fresh tears poured out of his queen's eyes as she gave one final push, and out came a blood-covered head. Queen Igraine laughed happily as Nimue showed them their child. King Uther Pendragon was seething. Something went wrong, he knows it. Arthur Eric Pendragon. Queen Igraine Pendragon mumbled, tiredly brushing the blood off their child while reading the name he was born with, the name they decided on. Her eyes widen as she gasps out, his soulmate shall be a Murden Emery's Ambrosius. What's the payment? Uther demanded, still enraged at the court sorceress for the pain she put his wife through. A life for a life? How dare you? Uther shouted, incensed, and in not understanding how magic works, ordered the sorceress' death. But the witch simply smiled at his wife and son before spinning on her heel and vanishing into thin air. "From here on, magic shall be outlawed in the kingdom," he decreed to his guards. "Spread the word." POV. Narrator. King Uther's animosity towards magic only intensified over the years. The longer he went without killing the sorceress responsible for gifting them their little miracle, the more mad Uther became. Even Queen Igraine found she could no longer recognize her once kind-hearted husband. The atrocities King Uther committed in his quest to purge his kingdom of magic were soulless and spoke of pure evil. Fearing for her son as his magic became increasingly powerful, Queen Igraine took to sneaking Prince Arthur away whenever King Uther's guards were not around to interrupt. They would hide out for hours in secret rooms in the palace only accessible by those with magic practicing their gift. It was on her son's 4th birthday when her husband saw fit to murder Arthur's nanny for some minor discrepancy. It was then that Igraine realized she had to protect Arthur even further. It took a full year, but the priests of the old religion came and visited her often, and she still spent time away with the local druids telling Uther she was hunting for sport. With the help of the local blacksmith, Queen Igraine was easily able to forge 2 silver and quartz rings with a hint of her blood. Her oldest and closest friends then infused the rings full of their magic, while she did the same. The result was breathtaking. 2 powerful rings that would remain invisible and undetected even from magic users, while protecting the wearer from minor magical attacks, mind readers, and all manner of poisons while still serving their original purpose. Protecting the wearer from being discovered as a magic user. Date: Sunday, April 20th, 0480. Location: Avalon, Camelot. POV. Prince Arthur Pendragon. "Here, I had this ring created especially for you," his mother says, smiling down at where he's nestled in her lap. "It's a magic ring and it will grow with you, so no matter how big your finger gets, it will adjust in size." "It's so pretty," Arthur responded, staring at the ring in awe and quickly slipping it on. "But it also does one very important job, and you must wear it at all times." Igraine's stern tone broke through Arthur's playfulness. "Mother," he asked cautiously, "as you know, when one performs magic, their eyes will glow." Igraine told him while brushing the fine golden hair out of his eyes. "You also know that your father fears magic more than death itself." His mother had told Arthur the circumstances of his birth, unknown to Uther. It was another of their mother-son secrets, and yet another reason Arthur will always trust his mother more than his tyrant of a father. Uther loathes magic users more than one has any right to hate something. "This ring will protect you not only by concealing the glow of your eyes and presence of your magic, but from minor magic attacks and minor poisons. Do you remember the spell I taught you during our last magic lesson?" "Yes." "Try it with the ring," she said, picking him up and setting him down in front of a floor mirror. Arthur nodded. This time, when he repeated the word, his eyes remained his natural blue rather than turning a pretty molten gold. All around them in the warded room, books set themselves back onto the bookshelf, and dust began sweeping itself away. "How come your eyes don't turn a pretty gold?" he said, pulling his attention away from the mirror and his reflection. "Does everyone have a different eye color?" Arthur asked. She shook her head. "Normally, you would have a yellow color like everyone else but you," she said, bopping Arthur's nose. "We're born under very special circumstances." At this, Arthur's smile dropped. "I don't want you to go," he said, about to cry. "Shoo, my love," she hushed. "It's okay. You're worth it. You have always been worth it. Let's talk about something else, shall we?" Igraine opened the book. "How would you like to learn some magic spells?" she asked. Just like that, Arthur's good mood returned, and they spent the rest of the day hidden away. Species unknown, Jasper Hale/Harry Potter. Chapter summary. When the public turns on him during the Triwizard Tournament, Harry decides enough is enough. Discovering he's emancipated due to competing in the tournament, Harry leaves Wizarding Britain for good. Sirius and Remus join their pup in fleeing England with their newborn son Teddy. A newly orphaned and recently adopted Luna Lovegood happily follows along. The new family chooses to settle in the one place where nobody will ever think to look for them. A small town in America's capital named Forks. Everything is going smoothly. The American magical and Muggle governments have even granted them asylum from Britain and dual citizenship. Then Luna casually drops the news on their first day of Muggle high school that she and Harry will meet their mates. Damn Sears. A Twilight/Harry Potter fanfic that won't let me rest without writing it down. Chapter 1. Leaving England. We need to leave England. As soon as possible. Immediately is preferable. Luna Lovegood. 12 Grimmauld Place, Islington, London, England, Sunday, September 4th, 1994. Sirius and Remus had finally put their newborn son Teddy to sleep and are tiptoeing down the stairs for a glass-aged fire whiskey. They still haven't announced Teddy's existence given that Sirius was on the run from the law at the time of conception. Thankfully, it's been all too easy to keep their son hidden from the public eye. The last thing they expected to find were Harry and Luna in their study, poring over books. The two are supposed to still be at Hogwarts. The magical boarding school just started back up 3 days ago. Not to mention neither child lives with them despite Sirius being Harry's legal guardian and Harry his heir. Pronkslet, is everything okay? Sirius asked, choosing to address his 14-year-old orphan nephew over Harry's younger friend. Harry took a moment to answer, but Luna quickly beat him to it. We need to leave England. As soon as possible. Immediately is preferable, but we need time to move our bank accounts and lock down our properties first. The 13-year-old said, unusually serious. Okay, you can't just drop in and say something like that expecting us to jump on board, Remus says warily. Right. Not that we don't believe you two are serious about this. We just need to understand your reasoning. Sirius says, plopping down on the antique couch. So Spill, what's going on? Sirius I. Someone entered my name in the Triwizard Tournament. The headmaster and the officials tricked me into agreeing to compete. My magic and life force are now tied to me competing in the tasks. What? Sirius erupts enraged. I thought they put an age line in place. We were promised an age line would be put in place. The headmaster put an age line in place, but apparently he didn't account for someone else entering an underage student's name. We have more than enough reason to believe he did this on purpose. Luna says, oddly serious. I can't do this anymore. I just can't. Harry screams, pulling on his wild black hair. Do what, Harry? Remus asked, turning to look his cub over worriedly. Every year the headmaster tricks me into competing in some sick test of my character. In my first year, I killed a mountain troll and I was coerced into running a maze to save the Philosopher's Stone. My hands, the fire. It just came out when he was choking me. I killed Professor Quirrell. I didn't mean to, honest. Harry cries with tear-filled eyes, flinching upon hearing his legal godfather and honorary godfather gasp. We're not blaming you, Harry, Remus says in a growl, both his werewolf side and wizard side enraged that their cub was forced to kill so young in self-defense. Do you know what caused the fire? Was it a spell, or did your magic just react to a threat? Sirius asks, oddly somber. The headmaster says it was love. Harry spits. What? Sirius asks, bewildered. That makes no sense. Love is an emotion, it doesn't cause fire. Remus says seriously. I know. I think it was accidental magic. My magic never acted up when Uncle Varen would. But it's the only thing that makes any sense. Harry says, trailing off awkwardly. We're coming back to that, Remus says in a forced calm state. For now, how about you explain what other tests the headmaster has made you endure? Second year, it was a diary possessed by the Dark Lord and I had to fight. It was me or the snake. I killed a 1,000-year-old basilisk. Harry sniffs, burying his head in Luna's shoulder, not seeing his godfather's face's drain of blood and turn bone white. The poor thing wasn't even in her right mind. Harry continues once he's gathered control over himself. Someone had her imprisoned in the school. They had her under some mind control spell. She, the basilisk, she tried to fight it, but she lunged at me and I didn't have a choice anymore. Last year I mean, it's not that I didn't want to save you, honest. It's just dash. All right, I think we understand, Remus says in a deadly calm voice, amber eyes locking onto Harry's worried and fearful green. Luna, why do you want to leave? They killed Daddy, Luna says from where she's wrapped around Harry, comforting him. What? Someone killed? When? Who? Sirius asks, bewildered. Luna. Last I checked, the Quibbler was still publishing. In fact, I have today's edition. Are you sure your dad isn't just being withdrawn? Remus asked worriedly. It was last summer. I came home from second year to his dead body. The blood. It was dash, Luna says before beginning to sob. Luna's been writing for the Quibbler under an alias since she was about 5, Harry explains to his confused godfathers while tightening his arms around Luna. When her mum died in the potions accident, her dad checked out. She's been running the Quibbler single-handedly ever since. Since Neville and I found out, we began to help out where we can. The twins have a weekly article, but she was 9 when Pandora died. Remus interrupts in shock. Are you telling me No. Actually, that would explain a lot, Remy. Sirius interrupts. Think about it. Everyone blames the unusual articles printed back then on Xenophilius's grief. Oh my God, Remus says, putting his head in his hands, guilt and horror wrecking his body. Please, don't make us stay here, Luna begs, looking up from Harry's shoulder with tear-filled eyes. Please, right. No, we understand why you two want to leave, but what about your friends? From Harry's letters, we've gotten the feeling no one is really close with Ron, Ginny, and Hermione, but what about the others? Neville, Lee, and the twins have already sworn unbreakable vows to keep our location and decision safe. Everyone else we know just well, they follow the crowd, right? It seems we all need to take a trip to Gringotts. Remus says, getting up. What? Why? Harry asks, still worried and afraid, but now confused as well. We need to move our bank accounts and have Gringotts check up on the wards around our properties before we lock them down, Sirius says, standing with the help of Remus. Come to think of it, we'll need to put a Fidelius charm around all the places that aren't open to the public. We're really leaving? Harry and Luna asks as one equally happy. Sirius and I have only stayed in England for you, Harry, Remus says seriously. Now we know we should have taken you and left years ago, right? But we have to wait until the school year is up and the tournament is over. No sense in losing your magic and life now. Sirius says seriously, just promise me that you'll do your best to stay alive. I don't care about you winning this, and you shouldn't either. This is a life or death tournament designed to test the limits of witches and wizards in their majority. Let someone else win. For you, staying alive is paramount. I promise I'll do my best to stay alive, Harry vows, teary-eyed and grateful. We need to get back, brother dear, Luna says, her voice and eyes having returned to their usual dreamy state. The bumblebee and his hive haven't noticed our absence, but they will if we don't leave soon, right? Dinner is in a few minutes. We'll see you tomorrow after curfew, Harry says before wrapping his arms around Luna's waist. Hold on tight, sister dear. I know what to do, Luna says as there's a near-silent pop, then the two are gone. Did they just Sirius says, gesturing to the empty spot where Harry and Luna just were standing. Yeah, they just operated out of our parlor coated in anti-apparition wards, and presumably through the Hogwarts anti-apparition wards, Remus says, standing still in shock. Huh, Sirius says blankly. Think this means the Black family magic has accepted our pup as heir? It's the only explanation. But what about Hogwarts? James always did claim his family was descended from Gryffindor, and we know the Blacks can be traced back to Ravenclaw. Who's to say the other two didn't intermingle at some point? Huh, Remus says thoughtfully. Fire whiskey? Sirius offers, pulling the bottle from a hidden shelf. Yes, please. Remus groans, collapsing back into their couch. Chapter 2. Gringotts Revelations. If I were you, Lord Black, I would leave England as soon as possible. The headmaster will become frantic as soon as he finds out Lord Potter is gone. 12 Grimmauld Place, Islington, London, England, Sunday, September 04-1994. I'm going to become a vampire, Siri. I've got less than a month left as a human, and the bastard never even told me. Harry erupts as soon as they make it back home. What am I supposed to do? Dark creatures can't attend Hogwarts. Hell, light, and gray creatures can't attend? Harry screams as he paces. It's all right, Pronkslet. Sirius soothes, pulling Harry into his chest. Harry fights back for a moment before giving in and clinging to his chest in a fierce hug. This is just a minor setback, Remus assures his stressed makeshift family, having just finished feeding baby Teddy. We'll leave this week instead of in 2 months, as we had planned. Look on the bright side, pup. You've managed to do the impossible and kill a Dark Lord at least 70 years your senior. Where are we going? Harry asks, pulling back from the hug. We've decided on America, Remus explains while bouncing baby Teddy on his lap, who has decided today is a blue hair kinda day. Most nations don't trust the British ministry, but Americans have the best track record with taking in refugees. It took a few months, but Gringotts has already managed to transfer all our money and anything else stored in our bank vaults here in Britain. It took months just to move our vaults? Harry asks, bewildered. Between the Potter and Black accounts, we are talking about moving billions of galleons to the American branch. Oh. Harry breathed quietly. Immigrate. No pairing. Chapter summary. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley had already made arrangements to flee the UK altogether when they discovered their nephew was orphaned in some sort of civil war. Therefore, the Dursleys, plus the newly orphaned Hawthorne Potter Black, quickly leave the UK behind and settle down in an American coastal town in Maryland called Mockingbird Heights. The Dursleys are charmed and delighted by their new life and surroundings. Their new home is even a respectable 30-minute drive from Baltimore, Maryland, where Petunia's noble, wealthy, and influential cousin Count Hannibal Lecter just happens to live and work. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley quickly, and unapologetically, take to dropping their unwanted nephew off with his Uncle Hannibal at every available opportunity. Unknown to the Dursleys, Petunia is a squib in a dark pureblood family with a long line of royal werpires. Hawthorne is well-educated with his Uncle Hannibal's aid, kept well-fed, and even attends Maryland's premier magical primary school, Mockingbird Academy of Magic, alongside his best friends, Eddie Munster, Wednesday Addams, and Pugsley Addams. Chapter 1. Immigrate. Before discovering their nephew on their doorstep, the Dursleys had decided to move to America. They decide not to let this setback stop them from leaving the UK so they can live their ideal lives. POV. Narrator. Much like every other intelligent species, vampires have social classes and often marry within these hierarchies. Unlike wizards, werpires, and their descendants, the vampires and werewolves do not discriminate based on blood or magical status. Werpires discriminate based on wealth and prestige, much like muggles. Still, as with most truly successful unions, other factors play a crucial role in deciding a vampire mating. Attraction, personality, knowledge, and skill set remain a common ground for almost every intelligent species. As with many other intelligent predator species, werpires instinctively require any prospective partner to be able to provide for them and at least match and balance out their own skill set. It is, for this reason, werpires, vampires, and werewolves each have what is called a bloody court. A bloody court is an age-old courting dance. It requires both prospective partners to showcase their ability to provide and protect by hunting for muggle or magical prey that has either offended or threatened their prospective mate without getting caught. While hunting muggles is legal in most magical governments, hunting magical beings is not. The Lecter and Evans clans may not be strictly wizarding families, but they most certainly aren't muggles. The Lecter and Evans families are among the original magical werpire bloodlines. Werpires should never be confused with your regular run-of-the-mill vampire and werewolf citizens. Original vampires are vampires that were neither turned nor created. Werpires are naturally born and cannot be created with magic or infection. Werpires are traditionally far superior to their cousins the undead vampires and monthly werewolves in terms of raw skill and natural immunity. In order of coming into existence, the original vampire families are Teeps, Evans, Dracula, Sanguini, Slytherin, Adams, Peveril, Lecter, Prince, Munster, Ravenclaw, Graves, Graham, Black, Morningstar, Snape, Frump, and more recently the Potters and the Sawyers. Isis Lecter has everything a muggle looks for in a prospective partner. She can cook, sew, garden, and clean. She was born into a kind-hearted and welcoming, if an eccentric noble family with near-endless wealth and a rich family background. Isis Lecter is even considered classically pretty to most muggles. The problem is she isn't a muggle herself by any means. She was born a blood-drinking, flesh-eating, moon-bathing, spell-casting, potion-making vampire. Isis Lecter simply lacks the natural allure, charm, hypnotism, and the innate grace most vampires are inherently known for. Still, Isis wasn't willing to settle for less than she is worth despite something as simple as being born deformed. After centuries of searching for a mate, Isis met and fell in love with the professional wardbreaker and spellcrafter Jasper Evans. After a formal vampire, red serial murder, courtship the two bonded and wed. Due to Jasper's profession as a ward, breaker, and spellcrafter, Isis and Jasper moved quite frequently. So frequently, in fact, that both of their daughters were born in a different country. They named their eldest Petunia Amethyst Evans. She was born in their townhouse in Paris, France. Petunia was unfortunately born a squib, and thus without magic. Additionally, she was shockingly born without access to her inherent creature blood due to a rare birth defect. Petunia was lovingly nicknamed Toonie by her little sister and their friends. Petunia was always a proper child, however, and preferred to be called by her full name. She was also oddly obsessed with Muggle normality, a trait they blamed on hiding her family's own magical status from her. Petunia grew up attending the best Muggle schools money could buy, and even went off to college before settling down with a Muggle man. Lillian Garnet Adams was Iris and Jasper Evans' youngest child and second-born daughter. Commonly known simply as Lily, she was born in London, England. Lillian was the baby of the family and was born with full access to her magic and werepire heritage. From the age of 5, Lillian attended London's Maximilian's Academy of the Arcane, where she befriended the vampire Severus Snape and the werewolf Remus Lupin. At 11, Lillian was accepted to Scotland's Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Bizarrely, however, Lily was assumed to be a human Muggle-born witch, of all things. With her husband away in Egypt when the Hogwarts representatives came, Iris Evans née Lecter had no choice but to try to explain the school's bizarre mistake herself. Unfortunately, the foolish wizards didn't seem to be able to identify a real creature to save their idiotic lives. No matter how blunt Iris Evans was, the representatives simply laughed her off or took her to be overcompensating for her daughter. Thus, Lillian Evans left for school wrongly assumed to be a human Muggle-born witch alongside her best mate, the vampire Severus Snape, who was wrongly assumed to be a half-blood wizard. Naturally, they remained thick as thieves despite everyone assuming they had some sort of fallout after a small fight. Date: May 29, 2000. Location: Great Britain, England, Godric's Hollow, number 8 Godric's Hollow, Potter Cottage, dining room. POV: James Charles Potter Peverell, age 20, species pureblood vampire, titles Lord to the most ancient and most noble families, Potter, Peverell, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. I don't like Harry, Lady Lillian Potter Peverell née Evans says abruptly during dinner one night. Who? Lord James Potter Peverell asks, looking up from his steak, cut from Muggle meat. As a name, Lillian clarifies as she cuts into her own steak, cut from the same Muggle meat. I don't like the name Harry for our son, she says before stabbing a forkful of her autumn salad alongside a sliver of steak. What brought this on? I mean, James asks, raking his hands through his wild raven hair and looking at his pregnant wife bewildered and amused. Why are we even considering a name like Harry? Albus keeps pushing for us to name our firstborn Harry, even if our child ends up as a girl. I told him no flat out. He's still insistent though. The last time he left, he acted like I agreed with him. You know how he is, Lillian says before turning back to her dinner. The words controlling, demeaning, and egotistical are left unsaid. James agrees with her. As she is 6 months pregnant and extremely temperamental, he feels he needs to inform her of this fact. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. A future werepire prince and pureblood lord named Harry? James scoffs. Precisely, Lillian says, equally disgusted with the thought. Despite the foolish wizards not knowing that he'll be royalty from my side, they do know he will be a noble lord of both wizards and muggles, one day from your family. You would think they would have more tact, or at least the care to stay out of other people's business, James says, equally disgusted with the realization. That earns him a smile from his lily flower. He relaxes enough to absent-mindedly suggest a name while twirling his steak knife between his fingers. If we are going with H's, how about Heralder or Harold? Lillian's fingers tighten around her own knife. No, she growls, glaring at him before sighing. I want to follow the tradition my mother began with Petunia and myself. I want our son to have something from my side. James ponders the thought before nodding his head. Okay, what about Hawthorne? It can be shortened to either Briar or Harry, and it keeps with your family's traditions of naming children after a plant or something deadly. That's fine for a first name. We can call him Harry for short when we're around Albus and his lot. In private, we'll call him Hawthorne or Briar. By Potter family tradition, he has to have my first name somewhere in there. How about a second middle name? James asks, absently wondering why deciding on a name is so bloody difficult. Then he remembers names have power, especially among those blessed with magic running through their veins. Why does he need a second middle name? He's not even born yet. Nothing's been decided. Lillian argues with her eyes narrowed. No, James argues while picking up his wine glass. It's full of old but homebrewed red wine laced with muggle blood. You had a point about Albus. We need a name that we can use to trick him and his Order of the Phoenix into thinking we're following their insane plans. Okay, Lillian says slowly before declaring decisively. So we need a second middle name. Something to throw them off even further while keeping with both our families' traditions. Precisely. James agrees. Thus Lord Potter Peveril and his wife Lady Potter Peveril argue well into the night about what is a suitable name for their unborn son. Lillian gives him a thorough lesson throughout dinner on what constitutes a proper Evans and Lecter name. Afterward, James began searching through books full of proper pureblood baby names. Meanwhile, Lillian vetoes any name she disagrees with. Can we use a star name? Lily hesitantly asks hours after they're both buried in summoned books. I've always wanted to name my children after the stars, and it's a tradition on your mother's side to do so. Yes. James quickly agrees. Anything to have an excuse to get the house elves to put away this mess. He thinks to himself looking around the disaster that is the Potter Manor library. It looks like a tornado swept through the room. James absent-mindedly muses. What about Regulus? What? Regulus? Regulus like Sirius's brother. Reggie? He asks confused. Exactly, Lily said with a small smile and a nod. It means Dark Prince in Latin. James pauses in thought before quickly agreeing. I think it's perfect. Date: November 1st, 2002. Time: 6 a.m. Location: Great Britain, England, Surrey, Little Whinging, number 4 Privet Drive. POV: Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Age: 150. Species: Half-blood wizard. Titles: Headmaster of Hogwarts, Grand Sorcerer, Supreme Mugwump, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot. The Headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, happily holds the Potter heir in his arms. He is immensely pleased with how well his pawns work to ensure his plans for Harry's new residence. After the Potters, heir Sirius Black was the only one left with the power to threaten his plans. A threat he took to heart. Like all purebloods, the Potters and the Blacks are dark and therefore evil. As always, his plans included a course of action to take to deal with the Black heir. After all, someone had to take the blame for the Potters' tragic double murder. Silently in the frigid November morning air, Albus and 2 of his professors approach number 4 Privet Drive. The secondary school headmaster gently lays heir Harry James Potter on the frigid ground. The young Potter heir is wrapped in a soft, self-expanding blanket covered in Quidditch snitches which appear still to Muggle eyes. The poor boy's parents were recently targeted and murdered. Their son was the sole survivor of the attack. Albus has already prepared a letter to explain everything to the Muggle relatives who reside within the house. Unbeknownst to Albus Dumbledore or his lackeys, the residents of the house in front of them may be the boy's relatives, but they are in the middle of leaving the country. Secondly, the child in his arms may be the Potter heir, but Lady Lily Potter and Lord James Potter did not follow his wishes when naming their son, and his name is not Harry James Potter. Third, despite what Albus and others believe, the Potters and the Black families are not wizards, they are magical creatures. Albus Dumbledore and his lackeys remain unaware of these facts as Albus gently tucks a letter into the infant's outer blanket. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore then knocks on the door before disapparating away. His followers spare the child one last tear-filled farewell before following his lead. The poor orphaned infant remains on the front porch of number 4 Privet Drive through the blizzard snowfall remaining until he's deftly buried. As the child has been put under the bewitched sleeping spell, he does not wake throughout this. His magic, however, does. In its second attempt to rescue itself in under 24 hours, the infant's magic breaks the spells placed on itself, causing the child to startle awake shivering and crying out. Date: November 1st, 2002. Time: 6:16 a.m. Location: number 5 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, England, Great Britain. POV. Mr. Robert Rob Thompson, age 24, species Muggle, titles none. What the devil is that noise? Rob Thompson grunts as he pushes his trash bin through the tall, slushy snow to the curb. Well, it sounds like a baby. Rob's wife, Marie Thompson, grumbles, tightening her thick red and blue cotton robe, walking along with their Yorkie on a leash. What's that god-awful racket? Mrs. Rosemary O'Brien of number 6 demands of them sharply. She's already standing by the curb with her trash can while her poodle Palm barks irritably at her side. Marie here thinks it might be a baby, of all things. Rob snorts, amused despite the frigid weather and the irritating barking. But it can't be a wee bairn. What kin maniac would just leave a wee bairn outside in a November blizzard? Rosemary demands aghast. I don't know, Rob says, exasperated, but I'll tell you both what I'll do. I'll check the noise out myself. It's coming from over there, Marie says, pointing across the street while riding her robe again. The Dursleys' place? Rob asks, bewildered. Yes, and I'm telling you, Robert, there's a child over there. Marie insists. I believe you're right, Marie. That sounds like a wee bairn screechin' for its mum. Mrs. Rosemary O'Brien says, distraught. Fine, but I'm not going all the way over there in this weather. Rob states with a yawn, wobbling back home through the deep sludgy snow as the blizzard continues to rage. His wife follows behind. A baby outside in November. He huffs as he makes his way back home, earning him a whack from his wife. Date: November 1st, 2002. Time: 6:20 a.m. Location: Great Britain, England, Surrey, Little Whinging, number 4 Privet Drive. POV. Petunia Amethyst Dosley Nay Evans, age 23, species pureblood living vampire, titles none. But it can't be a baby. What kind of maniac would leave a baby outside our house, and in a November blizzard no less? Petunia asks Marie over the mobile as she groggy makes her way out of her bedroom. I don't know why anyone would, Tunny, but I'm telling you that's what we heard, Marie states with a yawn as she continues cooking something that's sizzling. I'm not calling you a liar, Marie, it just seems unlikely, doesn't it? Petunia says as she ambles down the stairs. Well, we'll see about that now, won't we, Rob? Sorry, Petunia. Rob's on another rant about the minister. You find what's making that god-awful racket yet, Ton? Nearly to the door now. I can hear the poor dear whatever it is. Petunia says, adjusting her mobile between her shoulder and ear. God, I hope it's not a baby. Though it does sound like one, and in this weather too. Petunia says, aghast as she works to unlock the front door with added urgency. I thought so too. Still do. Now that I can hear it again, I'd say it's a toddler. When she opens the door against the howling wind, Petunia's expecting to see someone's pet crying out in distress, or perhaps even some sort of prank recording. Whatever is trapped out in the heavy blizzard, it's making a god-awful racket. Petunia doesn't find something normal when she looks down. Petunia finds the morning paper atop a pale, wailing baby. A baby that's nearly buried in the snow on her ice-covered doormat. Moving in a panic, Petunia picks up the freezing, snow-covered child and takes it inside. She gapes for a second before fighting against the howling wind, which seems determined not to let her close either door. A baby. Petunia whispers in shock, staring at the loosely blanket-wrapped toddler as she tightens her thick quilt around herself. Thinking better of it, she pulls the frigid child under the thick quilt with her. There's a raging blizzard out there, and some nutjob left a baby on my front stoop. Petunia shrieks, enraged once the situation has hit her in full. My God! Marie shouts through the mobile phone. A child, Rob, she actually found a child out there. But well, I told you that's what we heard. Marie rushes out over the sound of the baby's rightfully distressed sobs. Tunny? Tunny, are you there? Wah. Yes, I'm here. I'm a bit off a shock, but I'm here. Petunia mumbles, staring into early familiar green eyes. What do I do? She whimpers. Right. Well, you need to take the child to the ER, or the police first, of course. I doubt the police would mind coming to the hospital, so you can make an official report there. Poor dear's probably got frostbite. What were those maniacs thinking? Who just leaves a baby outside and in a winter blizzard? Toonie, I'm here. But I don't dash. Rob says we're coming to the hospital with you. You grab Dudley, I'll fetch Miss O'Brien. The hospital, right? Thank God I'm already dressed. Petunia mumbles to herself as she rushes back upstairs to grab her son. Date: November 1st, 2002. Time: 8:15 a.m. Location: Great Britain, England, Surrey, Little Whinging Police Station. POV: David O'Connor. Age: 25. Species: Muggle. Titles: Deputy Officer of the Little Whinging Police Station. I just don't understand. When could this have happened? Mrs. Petunia Dursley sobs, ruining her formerly breathtaking makeup with her tears and tissues. I just talked to my sister last night to tell her I was leaving the country, she shrieks out before continuing to sob. Do you know what's happened to my baby sister? She desperately asks. We can't say for sure what happened yet. It's still entirely possible that your sister is still alive. David carefully and hesitantly explains. For all we know, someone has simply kidnapped Heir Hawthorne Potter Peverell Black. It is, however, also still possible someone has actually murdered Lord and Lady Potter Peverell. It's simply too early in the investigation to tell either way. My deputy David's right. At the moment, we're just covering every possible angle. The chief explains. Whatever the case is, we will catch the one responsible for just leaving Heir Hawthorne Potter on your porch, and during a blizzard no less. Mrs. Dursley nods her head to show she understands as she continues gathering control over herself. For now, we are going to need you and your husband to stay in the area, at least until this investigation is done. What about our move? Our house is on the market. Mrs. Dursley shouts before hastily assuring, I'll do anything to find the sicko. My nephew could have frozen to death. It's just, well, we have a lot riding on this move, you understand? You're moving to America, correct? Yes. A lovely little town along the coast in Maryland. I know Lily's, well, she's currently missing. Her husband, too. Mrs. Dursley sniffs before drawing herself up. But I can't lose this chance. I promised my husband it would be a fresh start. An escape from all the drama, and now my sister's missing and someone's left her son on my front stoop. And during a blizzard no less. Tell you what we'll do, Mrs. Dursley. The chief says, if you are willing to continue to cooperate, we should be able to make this whole process as quick and painless as we're legally able. You shouldn't have to lose your chance at a new life before you even have it. You've suffered enough. Date: November 1st, 2002. Time: 9:45 a.m. Location: Great Britain, England, Surrey, Little Whinging, number 4 Privet Drive. POV: Vernon Dursley. Age: 24. Species: Pureblood living vampire. Titles: None. Mr. Vernon Dursley is quite aware of those freaks with their freakish powers and their unnatural worlds. Mind you, Vernon's not aware of those monstrosities to the same extent as his wife, Mrs. Petunia Dursley née Evans. Still, Mr. Vernon Dursley is quite aware of the freaks and their unnatural worlds all the same. That's not to say Vernon related to any of those freaks of nature himself. Both his parents were perfectly normal and lived perfectly natural lives. Thank you very much. Vernon Dursley's mother was a housewife, and his father lived and breathed factory life. His father worked hard to save up for Vernon's college career while providing the best he could for Vernon and his mother. Naturally, Vernon went to college to become a sales director for a factory himself. It's his hope and belief that his son Dudley will continue the Dursley family tradition of slowly climbing the factory hierarchy. Maybe something in accounting, then again perhaps not. Whatever his little tyke grows up to do, it's sure to be something to be proud of. His 2-year-old son is already diaper-trained and has learned to shout the word no quite well if Vernon does say so himself. Unfortunately, life hasn't been the best these last few years. There have been odd and unusual happenings since Vernon graduated secondary school, but lately, it's gotten to be a bit much. There's only one explanation for such unnatural events. It's those blasted freaks with their unnatural powers and freakish worlds. Personally, Vernon's had enough of those freaks interfering with his day-to-day routine. Unlike the average British citizen, Vernon knows about those monstrosities and that all the freaks are meant to stay hidden from the normal world. Rightfully so, given that they have a mutation, a curse, or an incurable disease, if you will. Whatever one wants to classify it, the lot of them are right to keep themselves well away from nice normal folk. Lately, however, those bloody monsters haven't been towing the line as much as boldly dancing across it. Vernon's wife and soulmate, Mrs. Petunia Dursley née Evans, was unfortunately born to a family cursed with one of those freaks. Petunia's sister, Lillian, is a wand-wielding, potion-brewing, rune-carving, Latin-chanting, honest-to-God witch. Petunia was in tears and nearly inconsolable when she told him. She still flinches when forced to mention the dark satin on her family. Now, most of those freaks rub Vernon the wrong way, but Vernon refused to put up with anything that made his wife hysterical like that. They've gone 13 years without any contact from those bloody monsters. Unfortunately, the entire freakish community of occult fanatics has recently managed to track them down. The last straw was when a business dinner of his was interrupted by a group of those bloody freaks. A crackpot old man and an entire army of people in dresses just welcomed themselves to his reserved table to congratulate him for some sort of witchcraft Petunia's freakish sister had done. The insane herd refused to leave and lost Vernon his budding promotion with Grunning's Drill Company. That was a bloody expensive dinner reservation. £120 right down the drain. Vernon had had quite enough. He decided it was time to leave the UK altogether. God only knows what connections those maniacs have locally. Petunia was enthusiastic with her consent and equally eager to get away from any reminder of her freakish sister. Since neither of them spoke anything other than good old British English proper, their options were shockingly limited. That just made the decision on location easier in Vernon's opinion. They quickly decided on America over Australia or even Canada. Australia was too freakish and wild, while Canada may as well be in an eternal winter from what they've seen and read. Petunia was dead set on moving into a larger house. For bedrooms, 5-bath minimum, and she wanted it to be a Queen and or Victorian home at least. Vernon easily caved to her whims. Happy wife, happy life. That's his motto. After a bit of searching, he settled the deal on the perfect property. A 5-bedroom, 6-bath, Queen, and with an already established garden and a nice-sized shed out back. The house was just renovated too. It was a bit much, but the house met Petunia's criteria in addition to his own. It was also along the coastline of Maryland. They've both always wanted to live along the coast, so the find was a diamond in the rough. The historic house and the new furniture were all quickly bought and paid for. Vernon admittedly splurged, but he felt the new start was worth every pound. Once again, Petunia was ecstatic. Apparently, Petunia had a cousin who recently moved to the nearby city of Baltimore, Maryland, from somewhere in France. Despite not knowing that beforehand, Vernon was happy enough for her. He didn't want her to be completely alone in a new county. Not to mention, most of her family are from money and are sure to want to help them out. They were all ready for the move. Everything they wanted to keep was packed and shipped to their new home. Their agent even ensured the desired updates on the property had been completed. All that was left to be done was wait for Vernon's contract with Grunning's Drill Company to expire. Then 2 weeks before the move, Petunia woke up to find a baby just abandoned on the front stoop overnight. Nothing was with the boy but a short and bizarre note for identification. Vernon was spending the night in a hotel near London and thus wasn't present when the tot was found. Apparently, Petunia had broken into hysterical wailing tears, causing the neighbors to come over to investigate. After calming her down, they took Petunia, Dudley, and the abandoned boy to the local police station and made a report before calling Vernon. Vernon had spent the previous day working on signing a new deal with the director of Grunnings in America. He was exhausted, hungover, and beyond lucky that the American director had been visiting for a tour of the factory the day before. Unfortunately, Vernon couldn't sleep off his celebratory liquor. Petunia's sister was apparently dead, and their nephew was just left on their front stoop like the morning paper. Petunia was in such a state he had no choice but to head home. So Vernon quickly called and explained his situation to his shocked and sympathetic secretaries, Darcy Roberson and Marie Thompson. Both women immediately set to work rescheduling the following day's appointments for the next week. Everyone was extremely accommodating, in addition to being rightfully shocked and sympathetic to his bizarre situation. By the time Vernon got home, Petunia had already made it home from the local police station. She had filed a child abandonment report, ensured someone was looking into her sister's supposed murder, and gathered the necessary files for guardianship on the abandoned freak. According to the note, Petunia's sister and brother-in-law were murdered in some sort of civil war between two factions of the freaks. The couple's freakish offspring was left with them for safekeeping until the boy turned 11. Apparently, the author of the note views them as some sort of foster home and expects the boy to attend some sort of freakish boarding school starting at 11. Once again, Vernon was rightfully livid. The modern world has procedures in place for such things. Child services exist for a reason. Yet a barmy old man, who somehow became headmaster of those freaks' secondary school, seems to view himself as immune to such basic governmental procedures. According to the police files and necessary DNA tests, the idiot even wrote the wrong name and birth date down for his nephew. Honestly, the entire situation is completely ridiculous and entirely illegal. Mr. Vernon Dursley and his wife Mrs. Petunia Dursley would not stand to be a willing part of it. Unfortunately, they had no choice. So they were forced to take the freak to America with them. Azrael Morningstar. No pairing. Chapter Summary. Harry Potter is born Death's chosen master. When he dies at others' manipulations, a second time Death steps in and brings Harry back in time. Slowly, various reapers, angels, gods, and demons teach him everything they know. When it comes time for him to attend Hogwarts a second time, Death de-ages him and sends him to school under a foolproof alias during the Marauders era. His new friends attend alongside him. This time he's not going to be anyone's pawn. This time he's going to have some fun. He just wasn't expecting to fall for the youngest black. Classic Potter luck. Chapter 1. Betrayed with an AK. Harry, my dear boy, I know this must all be very surprising, but is this any way to treat your deceased headmaster? Dumbledore's ghost scolded in a shocked tone as Harry walked off, or well tried to anyway. His fellow ghost now has a vice grip on his arm. Quite frankly, Dumbledore, I don't bloody care what positions you managed to weasel your way into during your life. I am done being your blasted pawn. Now sod off. Harry snarled, ripping his arm away. The former headmaster jumped a bit while Harry tensed upon hearing an amused chuckle behind them. Both turned to see a gaunt man dressed in a well-tailored red shirt and black suit. The dark-haired man's eyes are a deep brown and full of untold wisdom. Harry felt them appraising him. The man is powerful, more so than Voldemort, more so than Dumbledore. Harry doesn't know what species the other is, but he can tell the other being is a credible threat and that he isn't human. Thankfully, from what Harry can tell, he is stronger, at least magically. When the man finished his appraisal, he seemed to find Harry worthy if amusing for some absurd reason. Then the stranger's eyes flicked to Dumbledore, hardening and flashing in disgust and obvious anger. "Who do you think you are, to manipulate my master?" the man demanded furiously. "That boy is not your master, I am," Dumbledore declared, straightening himself up importantly. "Now, as for my first order Dumbledore continued, only to be interrupted by the man's deep laughter. Not the amused sound he had given when Harry had told Dumbledore to fuck off, but a deep sound that spoke of much darker intentions. "You have never been my master," the man hissed once he had calmed down. "Did you truly think that I, Death, would allow objects that could control me to fall into a mere mortal's hands?" the newly titled Death asked in his deep whispery voice. "But what of the Hallows? I was the first to touch all three of the Hallows." Dumbledore argued, seemingly confused, yet Harry could clearly sense his rage at being denied. It must be the first time it's happened in decades. Harry closed his eyes in resignation and happiness. For as long as he can remember, his life has been one battle of survival after another. First with the Dursleys, then with Dumbledore, and finally with Voldemort, and so the cycle would seemingly continue. Every moment of torment was all orchestrated by the brazen and manipulative man currently trying to outwit Death. It has been a pathetic excuse of existence, and personally, he can't wait for it to end. If he's lucky, which he so rarely is anymore, then he may even exist long enough to see the man behind the tragedy that was his life get his comeuppance. "You were hardly the first to hold the tools for my chosen's bloodline," Death declared with a dismissive wave of his hand. "As for your ridiculous claims, they are based on nothing more than slander and hearsay. I chose my masters. Although the term and role are both vastly misunderstood. None can control me, for I am Death and I am everywhere, but only one may evade my permanence, and that one is most certainly not you." Death said, and with a small flick of his finger banished Dumbledore's outraged soul elsewhere. Harry stiffened at the obvious show of power and skill. Despite being more powerful than being in front of him, Harry has had barely any training. He may be dead. Hell, he is dead, and sure, he was ready for his existence to end a moment ago. But he's spent his entire life surviving. Like hell will he just give in to non-existence? Oh, Master, you need not fear me. Not you. Never you. Death crooned. What? Harry asked, blankly wondering if this is all some massive prank. You are my chosen master. Mine to care for, mine to protect, mine to keep and raise. My equal from now and forevermore. Why would I ever harm you? Death asked, seemingly worried and confused. Oh, Harry said blankly. After finding out he's the nationwide celebrity of a hidden world at 11, just now discovering he's the master of some omniscient being truly isn't as shocking as one would think. Does that mean I stay in this? Harry looked around. Limbo space always? Harry asked. After having been forced to live in a supply cupboard for nearly 16 years before being coerced into walking to his death, Harry's absolutely positive he'll go mad if he's forced to live somewhere similar for all eternity. You can if you wish, but you don't have to. I've been anticipating your arrival for quite some time. I've even bought you wardrobes and homes that I believe would be fitting your style while still being acceptably formal for the necessary situations, Death answered. You bought me clothing and homes? As in plural? Harry asked incredulously. What is going on exactly, and what does Death mean by master? Harry thinks to himself, bewildered and overwhelmed. Of course I did. While I do occasionally indulge, I do not require sleep or food, and as such, I do not require a bedroom or a kitchen, much less a home. Death said. Harry looked up at the taller being in awe. Eventually you won't need them either, but mortal habits, I've been told, are often comforting and hard to break. I have purchased a manor in every country across every realm and time stream. They have served as headquarters of a sort for millennium now. Bloody hell, Harry whispered. How are you so loaded? Harry asked before he could stop himself. Nearly every sediment race pays me, or my reapers, to ferry souls to where they are supposed to go. Additionally, there are entire universes where I am worshipped as a god and given offerings. While I pay my reapers extremely well, there is only so much that is acceptable. Death shrugged. I have accumulated many different forms of payment over the eons. I don't always deal with physical currency either. Sometimes I am paid in favors or items that hold my interest. Additionally, many cultures are buried with their treasures, foolishly hoping to bring them with them in their mortal deaths. Why does Death even need a master? Harry asked, confused. I found myself needing company, someone to share my time with, a child to raise as an equal but not as an heir, someone to share my power but not a partner, a companion. I chose you. Death answered. It has always been you. Thank you, Harry said, grateful but nervous of what being the master of such a being will entail. From what Death has said, it seems to be more of a loose title for an adopted child more than a position of control. I have told you. I take care of my own. You are mine, and what you wanted was freedom. I'm giving you a new start. If you wanted, you could even change your name, Death said. Harry looked at Death for a moment. Azrael, Azrael said in answer. Azrael Potter it is then, Death said. No, just Azrael, Azrael said. Just Azrael then. Still much more dignified than Harry Potter, Death said, and Azrael smiled. A series of miraculous coincidences. No pairing. Chapter summary. In what would later be termed a nearly miraculous coincidence, the fallen angel Crowley and his mate, the angel Aziraphale, are hopelessly lost in the suburbs outside of London when they mistakenly witness a Nephilim toddler just being abandoned on a seemingly random doorstep by three mortal wizards. Well, they can't just leave the poor kid with mortals. The poor boy's parentage is hardly even his fault. Thus the demon Crowley and the archangel Aziraphale raised their Nephilim son, Hariel Potterblack, widely known as the boy who lived, together. They managed to become the go-to couple for Nephilim parents, without anyone realizing they're actually really truly together. Meanwhile, Hariel meets his soulmate, the Nephilim Castiel, attend a mortal wizarding school, and make friends with angels, demons, reapers, creatures, wizards, and muggles alike. in which I, once again, blatantly cherry-pick and blend multiple canon universes until they are completely unrecognizable. Been out of the SBN fandom a while, but I found this in my fanfic folder. Hope this helps y'all heal your wounds. Chapter 1. Lost and Found Nephilim. The fallen angel, Crowley, and his mate, the angel Aziraphale, didn't go around planning to steal any kids for themselves. But, well, they couldn't just leave that poor Nephilim toddler on a random mortal's doorstep now, could they? Someone had to step in and do something. Date: Sunday, November 1st, 1988. Location: Midgard, Earth, Great Britain, England, Surrey, Little Whinging, number 6 Privet Drive. POV: Aziraphale, legal aliases: Aziraphale Francis Fell, gender: male, species: Archangel. Would you please just finally admit it? We are lost. Aziraphale groans while resting his head of curly white hair against the car's warm leather seats. We are hopelessly lost. We will not make it to wherever you were planning on taking us tonight. Aziraphale complains while closing his sapphire blue eyes with a soft sigh. No, no, no. Crowley grumbles while furiously pulling out yet another map. We are not lost, Angel, Crowley declares in a huff before brushing his long, fiery red hair out of his yellow snake eyes and letting out a soft, dismayed whine at whatever it is he's not found on his several maps. Then where are we, Crowley? Aziraphale asks, hoping Crowley has some idea because he certainly hasn't any clue. Crowley sputters while looking about wildly before finally spotting a street sign and leaning his entire body out the flaming Bentley's window to see it better. The simple task of looking out the car's rolled-down window would probably be easier if Crowley's 1930s Bentley wasn't constantly on fire. The car is currently burning with honest-to-God hellfire despite being parked. Crowley claims the hellfire helps him drive faster, but they both know it's just for the aesthetic. Thankfully, they have almost everything that makes them stick out hidden from prying mortal eyes. No mortal muggle can tell that their car's on fire, much less see their feathered wings. It would take an exceptionally powerful magic user the aid of a powerful artifact to even sense Crowley's unearthly darkness and Aziraphale's unearthly glow. Even the mortals with magic have trouble doing more than viewing them as blessed with unusually powerful magic. Given tonight's overcast clouds and the street's shadows, the two husbands are naturally hidden despite sitting in a flaming 1930s Bentley. We're on some suburban street named Privet Drive, Crowley says before pulling his body back inside the car and looking at him with a wide grin. You hear that, Angel? We're in the English suburbs near London in a neighborhood called Privet Drive. Do you know what this means? Crowley asks, nearly bouncing with excitement. We're not actually lost? Aziraphale asks hopefully. Well, yes. We're obviously not lost, Angel, Crowley says. He easily brushes off Aziraphale's hope-filled question with a dismissive wave of his hand. But also, we can still make it to the anniversary surprise I set up for you before anything too exciting happens. Crowley cheers before turning in his seat and propping his map open on the steering wheel. All right, now, I just need to find a road called Privet Drive on our map and we're all set. Crowley happily declares while looking over the map with newfound purpose. There are over 30 streets named Privet Drive. Crowley shrieks aghast as Aziraphale sighs in dismay. Were there that many roads named Privet Drive last we were here on Earth? Crowley demands, while looking up from his map in bewildered confusion. I honestly wouldn't know. Aziraphale sighs out while slowly leaning back into his seat and just enjoying the night's cool air. You know, I rarely leave heaven. When I am able to come down to Earth, I nearly always stay around my shop in London or visit that castle boarding school with a nice lake in Scotland. The founders did say we were both always welcome, right? We're both lost then, Crowley says, turning back to his maps as he tries to discover where they are on the mortal plane. Honestly, who is this uncreative with names? Crowley mutters under his breath while scouring the maps. Date: Sunday, November 1st, 1988. Location: Midgard, Earth, Great Britain, England, Surrey, Little Whinging, number 6 Privet Drive. POV: Crowley legal aliases: Anthony J. Crowley gender: male, species: Prince of Hell. Crowley, honey. At this point, whatever surprise anniversary event you had planned has likely already happened without us. Aziraphale says disappointed as the full moon comes back out of the clouds 2 hours later. They got out of the car an hour ago to stretch their wings and look for someone awake that they could ask directions from. All they found was a witch enjoying the night in her form of a tabby cat and a few actual cats. The witch pointedly and rudely ignored them, and the cats all ran off. Not finding anyone else awake, Crowley went back to searching his maps looking for some clue as to where they currently are. Aziraphale just walked around stretching his 6 white feathered wings and enjoying the night's cool air. Crowley, love, we are lost, Aziraphale says again while wrapping arms around Crowley's waist and resting his heavenly warm forehead on Crowley's leather-clad shoulder. Crowley's grateful Aziraphale can't see his face. He's blushing furiously. I know we're lost, Angel. Crowley sighs, thoroughly disappointed and angry with himself. Today was supposed to be special. Crowley whispers sadly despite knowing his husband will still hear him. We've been together for 20 eons now. It's our anniversary. Crowley shouts, throwing his hands in the air around the firm hold Aziraphale has on him. We can still enjoy our 20th anniversary if we head back to London, Aziraphale says while pressing a gentle kiss behind Crowley's ear. We can have a nice homemade meal and some fine wine at the Leaky Cauldron. Then we can head back to one of our flats. I'm sure the local wizards will even give you a few new date night ideas if you explain our situation. They may even give us detailed directions to your anniversary surprise. Fine. We can stop in London and ask for directions. Crowley says, only slightly offended. I'm still not even sure the surprise I had planned takes place tonight. We may have only wasted 4 hours driving about dash, Crowley says before pausing. Did you hear that? He asks, wildly looking about bewildered. What was that? It nearly sounded like a backfiring car or a wizard arriving. Yes, I heard it too, Aziraphale says while he leans back and looks around the suburban street confused. Oh how odd, Aziraphale says now looking up at the dark blue moonlight sky. It seems there's a giant flying a charmed motorbike overhead. Over there about a mile off and coming closer. Can you see it? What? Crowley demands, suddenly excited. Where? He asks as he clambers on top of the still smoking, but no longer flaming Bentley. Are you seeing this, Angel? Do you think I can get my Bentley to fly like that? Crowley asks with an excited grin. I don't know. Maybe, but, oh, it looks as though he's coming over toward us. Aziraphale says as the motorbike falls to the ground across the street. Oh dear. Do you think they're all right? Who cares? The giant's obviously up and walking. We can ask for directions, and I can find out how to charm my Bentley to fly. Crowley shouts excitedly. Quickly, Aziraphale, cancel the disillusionment charm you cast over us. Hold on, someone seems off about this. Aziraphale says quickly, becoming worried. They have a child with them, look. Oh my, that's a Nephilim. Crowley, those mortals have a Nephilim child. What in the blazes are 3 mortal wizards doing with a bloody Nephilim? Crowley asks, now also confused and worried. Fuck, Aziraphale. You don't think they kidnapped the kid, do you? Who even gets away with just kidnapping a Nephilim? For fuck's sake. Sure, they have magic, but they're bloody mortals. Mortals can't just go up against angels and demons without powerful backup and help. Especially 2 pissed of angel and demon parents. I don't know what's going on, but that's definitely a Nephilim toddler, Aziraphale says, equally bewildered. The child looks to be about a year old at most. He's powerful already. Where are his parents, Crowley? Aziraphale asks, worried. Everyone knows that Nephilim children have a kill-on-sight order from heaven right now. All children of demons have a kill-on-sight order. Crowley spits, enraged at the reminder. Yes, but children between angels and demons most of all. Aziraphale says sadly, they're among some of the most wanted. Just finding one Nephilim often results in a promotion. Oh hell no. Crowley spits, enraged, watching as the 3 wizards sit the kid on a muggle doorstep and just leave. Angel, love. We need to do something if we want that kid to live to see his next birthday. Why? What are they, dash? Aziraphale asks, turning around. Are those wizards actually just abandoning that poor child? Aziraphale demands in a shocked yell. This is a muggle area. There's even a church around the corner. He'll be an even easier target. Aziraphale cries sadly as his wings droop behind him. Crowley, we must do something. Aziraphale sobs. We can't just sit back and watch as a fledgling is murdered. What if it was one of ours? Well, fuck. You're right, Angel. Crowley curses while pacing. We can't just leave this kid here. He'll die before even seeing the world. Fuck. Crowley curses, still pacing and now pulling on his hair. What do we do? Date: Sunday, November 1st, 1988. Location: Midgard, Earth, Great Britain, England. POV. Narrator: This may not have been our greatest idea, Angel, Crowley says hesitantly as he speeds away from the London suburbs and back into London proper. Oh, hush. Aziraphale scolds playfully. Just look at his whittle face, those cute pointy fangs, and his tiny whittle wings. Aziraphale praises while holding up the confused but overall very happy fledgling Nephilim that they've essentially stolen back from the mortal kidnappers. You're a cute little fledgling, yes you are. Aziraphale coos before turning to face Crowley. We'll need to shop for baby supplies and possibly even child care books until we can find his parents. Oh, that reminds me. We still need to find out his name. Did that letter they left say anything trustworthy about the poor dear? Aziraphale asks while the kid coos and plays with Aziraphale's white feathered wings. How would I know? Crowley asks, making a sharp turn and sliding into their reserved parking space. I left everything in that bottomless basket. What? Why? Do we still have the basket? Aziraphale asks, going from bewildered to angry to just worried. Crowley, we need that letter to help narrow down our search for the poor fledgling's parents. Yes, I know that, Crowley argues, turning to face his husband and their new ward. But it was coated in so much magic, urging me to hurt our newest ward that it made even me sick. Oh my, did you burn it? Aziraphale asks, worried before asking, what about his toys and those quilts and blankets? I imagine the toys and blankets still have the scent of his parents on them. It may help calm the poor dear and help us search for them. No, I didn't burn anything. I'm not an idiot. Crowley says with an eye roll hidden by his designer shades. I tossed everything into the Bentley's warded and bottomless truck. We need to take it over to the goblins. Maybe even see what can be done legally about this whole mess. I don't want anyone who even has a chance of coming into contact with our ward touching that stuff until it's all recorded and neutralized. Good thinking. Aziraphale praises. Now where should we stay tonight? We need to both remain close in case someone comes looking for the poor dear. Your place is more, kid-friendly, Crowley says, looking over their shops thoughtfully. I'll even bring Juliet and a few of my more kid-friendly guard plants over. Crowley, honey, Aziraphale says slowly as though speaking to a child. It may have escaped your notice, but Juliet is a hellhound. Yes, I know that. Crowley says with an eye roll. I bred her myself. Hellhounds aren't known to be particularly friendly. Aziraphale tries to explain. Oh, please. Juliet loves you, and she's been empty nesting for over a decade now. Crowley argues, besides the kid is a Nephilim. His parents were an angel and a demon. Hellhounds are a demon's best friend. Juliet will love him. Fine, your hellhound can spend the night, but only if Bartholomew approves, Aziraphale says with a pleased grin. You treat that cat of yours better than me, Crowley complains. You do the same with Juliet, don't lie, Aziraphale says, sliding out of the car. Now come on. Let's go make a report with the local goblins. The Wicked Revenge, Option 1. Chapter Summary. A 7-way poly soulmate, crack treated seriously, crossover, currently in the works. 1. Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling. 2. The Sandman Comics. 3. My Hero Academia. 4. Batman, all media types. 5. Marvel Cinematic Universe. 6. Disney, all media types. 7. Percy Jackson and the Olympians and related fandoms, all media types. Soulmate 101 class. Date: August 20th, 2013. Location: Midgard, Earth, United Kingdom of Great Britain, England, Surrey, Little Whinging, Town, Victoria Road, St. Gregory's Primary School. POV. Hadrian James Regulus Stark-Cloakison, a.k.a. Harry James Stark, Hadrian Lockheisen, Harry James Potter Black, the boy who lived, the savior, Harry Quinn, master of death. Gender: male, age, 10, species, demigod, power status, magical. Now that introductions are done with, let's begin. Mrs. O'Connell says to the class while pacing in front of the whiteboard. In this class, we will be discussing soulmates. She says, pointing to where Soulmates 11 class was written across the whiteboard in blue bubble letters and then underlined with a dirty yellow marker. As I'm sure you all know, everyone has a soulmate. Soulmates are meant to love and protect each other. 10-year-old Hadrian Stark, aka Harry Potter, yawns in exhausted boredom before writing the old information down with his pretty green gel pen and chewing on his violet pen cap. Directly beside him are his best mates, Dean Thomas and the Indian Patil twins, Padma and Parvati. They are all taking notes while mumbling complaints about their bullies. As this happens, their substitute teacher continues to drone on with her outdated class lesson plan. Because everyone has a soulmate, we all have a soul mark. Your soul mark is on your body and it will resemble a tattoo. The name that looks like it's tattooed on your skin that is next to your own name will be your soulmate's name. Sometimes people actually have more than just the one soulmate. This is not uncommon, but it is a tad bit rare. Regardless, most people only have one assigned soulmate who they will eventually marry. As such, marrying more than one person is not done, and you can only marry your assigned soulmate. Mrs. O'Connell scolds angrily before quickly excusing herself for an important phone call. Once their teacher is gone, everyone breaks into angry and confused chatter over the odd lesson. I get I'm new here, but has this teacher gone completely mad? Seamus Finnegan growls, extremely upset. Both of me mums and me dad are married. It ain't illegal to marry your soulmates. What was she on about? She's crazy. Parvati Patil scoffs. If any of that rubbish rant were actually true, my parents wouldn't be married either. No idea what came over her, but most of that rant was total bullshit. Harry agrees. Ah, good. Seamus says, relaxing back into his seat with a bright smile. I was, kinda worried there for a moment. I have 3 soulmates myself. Parvati has 3 mates as well, but I have 4. Padma Patil groans. I'm worried sick about traveling with them all. Can you imagine living 5 separate lives? Hey, that's nothing. Harry laughs with a cheerful yet mad grin. I had to be weird enough to be assigned 6 matches. I'm looking forward to where they take me. He laughs happily. Oh, well that's not too odd. Seamus says hesitantly. It kinda is, Harry says, frowning at the bold lie. I mean, it's super cool, don't get me wrong. But 7 is also the rarest category out there. I only know of like a few other times it's ever happened. Like it all, regardless, our teacher is clearly lying to us for some reason. It's perfectly legal for us to marry so long as they're actually our soulmates. Parvati Patil assures them animatedly. There's certainly no insane law against it like she was implying. I think she just doesn't know her subject, Harry argues with a frown. It's possible. Seamus agrees. I mean, if our last soul teacher was telling the truth, I won't get to marry my soulmates, just 'cause they're all boys. He complains with a sad sigh. You know, the more we have this stupid lesson, the more I don't think anyone knows what soul marks even are. Well, everyone knows that they're a naturally occurring, magic-infused connection to our perfect match. So there's that. Padma Patil defends animatedly. But it actually seems as though it's still a real mystery, doesn't it? Date: August 20th, 2013. Location: Midgard, Earth, USA, California, Los Angeles County, west side of Los Angeles, Bel Air, X-Mansion, Xavier's Institute for Gifted Youngsters. POV: Nicolo Savio Lucas D. Angelo Graves, a.k.a. Nico Savio D. Angelo, Nicholas Lucas Graves, Ghost King, Ambassador of Pluto. Gender: male. Age: 10. Species: demigod. Power status: magical. I'm glad you asked, Professor Storm says cheerfully. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know your name just yet. Are you new? She asks, embarrassed. It's Chase. Magnus Chase. I'm still kinda new, I guess. I started school here at Xavier's Institute last week, but this is only my first day in actual classes. I'm mostly caught up on the work for all my classes. I just need to finish up with math and history. The blonde jock-looking kid sitting just to Nico's left rushes to explain. He's clearly embarrassed and surprised his muttered question was even heard in the sudden silence. Oh, Well, in that case, welcome to Xavier's Magnus Chase. Professor Storm says with a kind and happy smile. As for your question, like you, all of the students attending Xavier's have special powers and abilities. So, our basic Soulmate 101 classes are taken more seriously. In my time, I've noticed that most schools here on Earth often treat Soulmate courses as basic preparation for interacting with powered individuals, or simply as a health ed course. Xavier's Institute does not do this. Xavier's staff and students are all forced to teleport and time travel alongside their soulmates. This makes Soulmate classes a necessary core class for us. Does that answer your question? I'd be happy to explain further. What? No, that's fine. I got it. Thanks. Magnus rushes out while struggling to pick up his notebook and quickly write that down with a pen. POV. Narrator, Nicolo Savio Lucas D. Angelo Graves. Nico pities the new guy. It's actually his third year here today. He's lived and gone to school here for 3 years, and he's still not used to this place. The bizarre time travel accident he and Bianca suffered definitely hasn't helped. Nico and his sister both, somehow, time traveled into a whole new country and a new decade, which is not exactly uncommon, except it was done without their soulmates. 2013's America is much different from 1940s Italy. Nico can barely recognize the world around him. For one, he's no longer living in Venice or even in Italy. Nico is now an American living in California. Secondly, Nazi soldiers no longer casually walk the streets or even force their way into stores and homes. Third, everyone here seems to dress and talk very casually and really revealingly. Attending Xavier's Institute, a private boarding school for people with powers or mutations, has only heightened Nico's awareness of this world-altering knowledge. The world has changed. It is weird and new, but Nico and his big sister, Bianca, can't go back. No one has any solid ideas on how they actually traveled here, to begin with. Even if they solve the bizarre case, Nico and Bianca will not be able to return. Most devices for long-term time travel have several unforeseen or just unknown consequences. Long-term time travel devices will often rewrite the entire timeline, even with just one use. It is just not worth the risk. Nico understands that. Besides, Bianca has already begun traveling alongside 2 girls named Talia and Reina. Bianca is much happier and far safer in this new decade. With 6 male soulmates, Nico will be far safer as well. Still, no one seems to enjoy speaking with him. Maybe Nico can try to be this new guy's friend. They are both clearly new to Xavier's. According to Bianca, the older students must have a superhero team to pass their classes. So, Nico and Magnus will both require local friends in order to pass their classes here. Magnus looks just as lost as Nico feels. They already share 3 classes together. Hopefully, they can at least get along well enough to form a halfway decent X-Men superhero team. Date: August 20th, 2013. Location: Midgard, Earth, USA, California, Los Angeles County, west side of Los Angeles, Bel Air, X-Mansion, Xavier's Institute for Gifted Youngsters. POV. Nicolo Savio Lucas D. Angelo Graves, a.k.a. Nico Savio D. Angelo, Nicholas Lucas Graves, Ghost King, Ambassador of Pluto. Gender: male. Age: 10. Species: demigod. Power status: magical. Okay, great. I'm glad I could clear that up for you. Professor Storm says, quickly continuing with the lesson. Now, this class is actually extremely ahead of schedule. I have nothing more I can actually teach you until your soulmates have arrived. So this is now a refresher course and a study period. Once you meet your soulmates, we will cover any problems that have arisen. However, unfortunately, I still need to give you an assignment. Everyone groans at the unfortunate and unwelcome news, and Professor Storm laughs, causing a light mist to settle over the room. Look, I understand this is disappointing. However, just remember that you're each turning 11 sometime this year. Professor Storm says as she banishes the mist with an amused grin. It is my duty, as a soul professor, to prepare my students for any common soulmate-related scenarios. Still, you are extremely ahead of schedule, which is very good. So, this year you will have fun while working on revisions. Professor Storm explains with a sigh. I'm handing out your study guides, questionnaire booklets, and this month's textbooks. I want each of you to read them with your classmates, study anything that's confusing, and discuss your findings on paper. It's multiple choice, and you have an entire year to complete your assignments. Have fun. Professor Storm says as she creates a light wind to levitate the books to their desks. Crap. No. I've got this. Magnus shouts, causing Nico to look over. His assignment partner is struggling to hold everything atop his desk. Magnus lets go with a sigh of relief, only to groan as everything begins toppling down. Shit. No, no. Oh, come on, man. Not today. He groans while rushing to pick everything up and knocking even more things off the desk. Nico reacts instinctively with his shadow magic and catches Magnus' bag of food and his new backpack as they fall. From the look of the takeout container that would have been a horrible mess to clean off the books. Here, you dropped this. Nico winces as he realizes how rude he just sounded. Thanks for, asking the, question. I'm new around here too. Some bizarre lighting accident. My name's Nico D'Angelo. I'm from 1937. I could help show you around campus if you want. This place is massive. Wait, what? Magnus asks, looking up from where he was checking to make sure all his food actually survived. Huh? Oh, sorry. I'm still working on my Italian accent. Nico explains, embarrassed by his lack of manners. My name's Nico D'Angelo. I'm new here as well. Those poor guys. The kid on his right mutters before calling out, Hey, don't sweat it, my dudes. Listen to me. You're both doing great. Magnus, baby, you need some serious lessons on basic hand-eye coordination. But let me just say you got that whole homeless surfer vibe working for you. Now, Nico, my Italian man out of time. You know, we're going shopping and getting you an updated wardrobe as soon as we can make it out of class. But you know what? Your accent's awesome, Neeks. Wish I could sound like that. Dreamy. Thanks. Nico says, unsure if he was just insulted or complimented. Yeah, thanks. I think. Magnus says slowly. He's also clearly confused whether they were just insulted or complimented. Unlike Nico, Magnus seems to wear his emotions openly in his facial expressions. Do you too? Do we know you? Magnus asks, squinting at the Latino or Hispanic guy bewildered. You do now. And I can already tell, we're gonna be best friends? The other kid says while leaning over and offering both his hands for Nico and Magnus to shake. The name's Valdez. Leo Valdez. All right. Well, look, I'm sorry about the mess, or, I guess it's more of a near disaster. Magnus apologizes while shaking Leo's hand. I must have panicked when I was called on. I wasn't prepared to get randomly selected, especially since it's only my first day and all. I mean, even if it wasn't, who actually expects that? I know. I mean, I get it. Nico agrees while looking away. As I said, I'm new here too. Kinda. It's my third year and I stay here year-round. I'm still called a newbie. You kind of get used to it. Still, I would hate to get randomly called out like that. In my home country and time, I was the son of a diplomat. Here. Now, in this time period, I guess I'm more of a wallflower. Yeah, same for me. Leo pipes in. Well, I like the spotlight, but I'm new too. So what are we going to do if we find ourselves in medieval Europe during the witch hunts? Fucking leave? Nico points out reasonably, while sharing a bewildered look with Magnus and wondering about the random question. Why would you even stay there? Magnus asks, worried. Are you going to medieval Europe when you start traveling alongside your soulmates? I don't know. Okay? I'm just reading the first question. Leo shouts while blushing a deep reddish gold and catching on fire. What kind of fucked up multiple choice sheet is this? Are they all like that? Nico asks, looking over the options worried. Check D. Flee the country. Everyone knows option C is unrealistic. Time travel was not officially created until the end of the 14th century. Plus, even today, we can't actually use it. Options A and B are just very stupid diversions. Entering Camelot to ask Merlin and King Arthur for help is just asking for a very public suicide. Then, start a revolution? That would never work. No one's ever changed the order of history. So, you'd probably just die or something, right? Leo agrees, thankfully already calming back down. It sucks, but you can't change historic events. It's never actually worked for anyone else, and it definitely won't suddenly start now. You need be truly dumb and desperate to even try it. It gets more reasonable, I think. Magnus says reading the test. Question 2. What should you do if you time travel to the same year or decade? Options. A. Look for your past self. B. Hide from your past self. C. Get a new legal ID while hiding from yourself. D. Get a new legal ID while secretly helping your past self. Oh, yeah, C. That's obviously a trick question. Leo groans while leaning back in his desk chair. 'Cause technically, everyone who travels to the same year, or even a close decade, does their best to help their past selves. You're an idiot if you don't at least try. Exactly. Nico agrees. Everyone knows as long as you keep from physically or even directly interacting with any other version of your past self, you're still safe. Yeah. Magnus agrees. But we all know the correct answer is C, right? But only because we can't legally say that we're all going to take any advantages we get in life, Leo argues right back. No one's arguing that. Magnus groans. I'm just saying the correct answer is C. Okay, next question. Nico says after they fill in the annoying little bubble. What's the first thing you should do when finding yourself in a new country? Date: August 20th, 2013. Location: Midgard, Earth, Asia, Southwest Asia, Egypt, Eth Altheben, City, YEA Academy. POV: Damiano's Jasper Bruce Wayne Al Ghul, aka Damiano's Shaheen Al Ghul, Damian Jasper Wayne, the Demon Prince, Ambassador of Raz, Ambassador of Bast, Robin number 5. Gender: male. Age: 10. Species: demigod. Power status: magical. By now your parents, guardians, and mentors will have compiled a few flash drives and several packets with your necessary legal documentation and personal information. While such news may seem alarming, this is nothing you should ever rightfully fear. This is a very common custom and traditionally a necessary legal procedure in most societies. As we never know when or where we will be forced to travel, this has remained a custom and a legal procedure throughout time, realms, and even history itself. 10-year-old Damian Wayne leans on his palm and yawns in boredom as he sketches a rose blossoming out of a skull. Meanwhile, he idly watches their professor as she quickly and obviously yanks a long golden cord. To everyone's shock, something unlocks, unravels, and then falls from the 3-story ceiling. Acting off of years of assassin training and honed natural instincts, Damian quickly slides under his desk and unsheathes his beloved katana. Meanwhile, the lecture hall fills with the sound screams and a loud thud as, whatever it is, lands on the classroom's marble floor. His best friends are all also wide-eyed, armed, and prepared to flee or fight to the death at a moment's notice. With their weapons, powers, and magic in hand, Damian and his friends all peer out from behind their shared desk. After assessing the situation, it becomes clear that not only has no damage has occurred, but that no attack will be forthcoming. Although, to the clear shock and amazement of the new group of students 3 rows down, their surroundings have visibly changed. There is now a massive, ancient, and intricately detailed tapestry hiding the classroom's entire back wall. As the classroom walls are all 3 stories high, the artistic feat and rapid change of scenery are honestly admirable. Upon closer inspection, the beautiful and ancient tapestry boasts a diagram outlining common and plausible situations one may face with soulmate-induced time travel. Everyone settles down as their soulmate mentor, Arya Al-Farsi, begins dancing up and down the classroom stairs and through the aisles. While mentor Arya Al-Farsi dances, she sings in a mockery of a lullaby while playing her solid gold tambourine. Damian tisks under his breath and rolls his eyes at the professor's unnecessary, but still very amusing, dramatics. Mentor Arya Al-Farsi has always been one of their more eccentric mentors here. Yet, mentor Al-Farsi is not quite as bizarrely eccentric as their defense and survival mentor Jockey Blevins, or even as clearly foreign as the Sorcerer Supreme. However, each of those mentors are equally unique in their own ways. I know that mentor Al-Farsi is one of our weirder teachers. Kurt Wagner, X-Men, Nightcrawler, mutters under his breath. Still, I never expected her to scare everyone like that. We're super-powered assassins. Someone could have died. Minter Al-Farsi nearly got herself and half of this room killed. Yukio, X-Men. Yukio agrees as she lowers her bright red force field shield. It was very brave, but also extremely stupid. I do not mean this as a threat, but she is lucky to still be alive right now. I was ready to book it back to my mom's new California house. Pietro Maximoff, X-Men. Quicksilver, says before quickly pulling everyone into a group hug and adding, "Of course, I would have come back for you guys," he says with a smile. Duh, Kurt agrees, slipping through his arms with a sly and wicked grin. "You're always chasing after Damien. I bet you would even follow his lead if he wanted to break into the afterlife itself." "Hey!" Pietro gasps in mock offense as his eyes light up with glee. "You're right, but that's still not what I meant. And you all know it," he complains with a cute pout. "Regardless, if we're actually breaking into the afterlife, you're all dead," Damien teases with a grin while sliding out of Pietro's grip with a light blush. "That makes this a hypothetical rescue mission to rescue and resurrect you idiots," Damien brags while grinning smugly. "Obviously," Kurt laughs, shadow traveling back into his seat. "Ugh, Minter Al-Farsi's about to restart the lesson. Again. Let's hope we actually get through it this time," Yukio mutters annoyed as everyone slips into the shadows and back into their seats. Minter Al-Farsi enjoys taking her time teaching these classes for her own sadistic amusement. "Now that everyone is once again settled and my new students understand what to expect in my classes, let's begin," Minter Al-Farsi states while dramatically pulling her floor-length clock back on. She does the simple task with a dramatic flourish, normally reserved for the drama department. "Your basic training has now prepared you, children, for entering and exiting a country. By now each one of you can perform this simple task, legally, illegally, and hopefully still undetected." Minter Al-Farsi lists as she begins to pace. "Others your age are not taught such basic things. As you were taught, many foreign lands traditionally spoil and coddle their youth. This has made most of our planet very foolish." Minter Al-Farsi hisses as she spins with a swish of her floor-length robe. "What was once common knowledge on this planet has become rare and valuable. Therefore, each of you young students and each of your respective soulmates must keep this rare knowledge well hidden when visiting foreign lands. Most societies here on Earth no longer teach such basic information to their citizens." Minter Al-Farsi scolds while spinning around to glare about the room. "Remember that," she orders sharply. "By now, you each know the basic procedures that must be performed when entering a new location in the past, present, and future years. We only ask that you follow our teachings, even if you chose to leave our league. Few enjoy needlessly wasting their time. I am not one of those foolish few. I teach, so my students learn. Additionally, I have the authorization to kill any of you who forget this simple fact. For today, we will be focusing on the preparation and handling for common soulmate-related time travel. I am aware that it is a needlessly long title. I cannot do anything about this. I do not name my classes or even my lessons. As usual, take any formal complaints about how I teach my classes to Earth's resident Sorcerer Supreme. We are privileged to have the Sorcerer Supreme as our temple's head priest as well as our school's new headmaster. His name is Dr. Stephen Strange. He is a white American and wields the Time Stone. Good luck. Date: August 20th, 2013. Location: Midgard, Earth, Japan, Chubu, Honshu, Shizuoka Prefecture, Mizudafu, Aldera Junior High. POV: Izuku Hiroto Amarji Midoriya Yashida, aka Deku. Gender: male. Age: 10. Species: demigod. Power status: magical. Alright class, that's to the bell. Let's begin. Watanabe-sensei says, reading his clipboard and walking over to close the door. I know that just last week we covered basic culture and date awareness. You each learned what to do and what knowledge you just don't share when you're in the past versus in the present or even in the future. Watanabe-sensei reminds them while walking back behind his desk and picking up a remote. So, today we will be starting with common laws and languages. Now, obviously, you're not going to learn everything here. There are too many cultures on our little planet alone for that to even be feasible. But I am a soul teacher. It is my job as a soul teacher to prepare my students for introductions and basic questions in common foreign languages. I am a soul teacher and I will do my very best. Izuku Midoriya, aka Deku, smiles and giggles as the entire class laughs at the crazy idea that Watanabe-sensei, out of all their professors, would know more languages than basic Japanese and American English. Just last week their class saw Watanabe-sensei insult everyone in the lunchroom. Watanabe-sensei was only trying to jokingly say hello with a fake Scottish accent. Instead, Watanabe-sensei, somehow, insulted half of the students and most of the staff with horrible slurs in 2 different languages. When the class realizes Watanabe-sensei is being deadly serious, they all pale. Izuku watches as Watanabe-sensei quickly excuses himself and leaves the room amidst the shocked silence. We will die. Izuku Midoriya mutters to Shoto over their telepathic connection, receiving worried confusion and amused exasperation from his soulmate. Izuku explains the situation to Shoto as he watches his school bully, Bakugo Katsuki, and the rest of his class hastily planning a riot to, quote, teach these idiots a lesson. Thankfully, they haven't noticed his lack of input thus far. His quirk makes him look non-threatening, creates an invisible barrier dome, and allows him to communicate with family and at least one of his soulmates telepathically. Unfortunately, his awesome quirk is seemingly invisible to everyone else unless they're looking for a silent and invisible quirk. This has resulted in basically everyone assuming he's completely quirkless. It's insulting, very rude, and frankly annoying, but it's their loss as far as he's concerned. Agreed. Shoto sighs into their mind space. Your idiot professor clearly has no idea how to do his job properly. I'm actually facing a similar dilemma. We are both fluent in Japanese, English, and Mandarin. Still, we need to learn more foreign languages. It's becoming increasingly clear that our remaining soulmates are not from Japan. Your quirk likely would have reacted as it did with me if they lived anywhere near us. We must learn more languages and in much better quality than what is being offered. What will we do? We need to self-study. There's not really another choice. Izuku calmly states while pulling out his phone. We only have until summer. So, we should try learning 3, maybe 4. No, we should try learning 3 new languages. We'll start with the basics though. What? No. Why? Shoto bemoans, both fondly exasperated and dramatically annoyed. Seriously, Izuku, how are we going to learn 3 new languages? Much less find time to study together? You know how strict father has my training schedule. Shoto complains while sending Izuku a wave of fond annoyance and barely suppressed anger. We'll find time. Izuku counters as he ducks an exploding book that Katsuki Bakugo throws at his head. We have no choice, especially if we want to actually understand our other soulmates. Not to mention we're legally required to attend school with them. Ugh, it's not right. Shoto bemoans. Just because there's 7 of us, we all legally need to attend school 7 times. What were the lawmakers thinking? Isn't once enough? To be honest, I try not to think about it, Izuku admits as he retakes his seat. Hopefully, with 7 of us, we'll actually go to a cool school. Is that a thing? Anyway, I know your dad has already enrolled everyone into the YEA high school. My mom mentioned something about sending us to a magic academy. She's still debating which one we will attend. Magic? They have magic academies? Shoto demands, intrigued. Yeah. Izuku confirms as he finishes writing the mass email to all his friends. Apparently, there's a secret subculture of people whose powers aren't enhancements, mutations, or quirks. The power comes from real-life magic. They have separate laws, jobs, governments, and everything. They seem to dress kinda weird though, like, from what I've seen it's either traditional kimonos or formal Victorian-era stuff. Anyway, Mom is still deciding between all the different boarding schools available. Fascinating. Shoto dryly mutters, sarcasm evident in his tone. Another boarding school. School is already dull and boring. A top-secret boarding academy where we'll be forced to wear stuffy kimonos or Victorian-era uniforms sounds even worse. You still have weekends and most Friday nights free, right? Izuku asks, pointedly changing the subject to give Shoto time to collect himself. And, well, to get their conversation back on track, they have a massive task to complete with a strict deadline. Your parents and tutors are never home when we're online. So I figured you're left alone, right? I have 3 days out of the week to rest, yes? Shoto agrees in a deadly calm. Izuku. Izuku. You know that's the only time I have to myself. Why do I have the feeling you're going to take that from me? What are you planning? All right, check your email when you get home. I've sent an invite to our entire Gamers Guild. I'll tell you more later. My soul teacher just came back in, and he's brought the entire math department with him. Izuku explains, feeling Shoto's anger shift into bewildered confusion. Great news, everyone. Watanabe-sensei cheers. Our math department is happy to help everyone learn their soulmates' native languages. To save us time and energy, I've paired everyone into groups. Don't worry, I've not seen a single soul mark from any of my students. As you are all aware, your marks are a part of your private health records. I just made a few calls and emails back home to your parents and guardians. I don't know the names. I only have a close idea of what languages those names are written in. So, if everyone goes to their assigned group seats as you see on the projector, let me just turn that on. Okay, here we go. Now, before you children sit down, I need each of you to get a laptop from the usual cart and head over to your assigned group table. Got it? Great. Date: August 20th, 2013. Location: Misthaven, the United Realms of Auradon, Strait of Ursula, Isle of the Lost, Prison Colony, the Lost Sea of Ursula, Isle of Sages, Night Raven Castle, Serpent Preparatory Academy. POV: Hendrik James Killian Jones Swan, a.k.a. Harry James Hook, Harry Killian Swan, first mate of the Lost Revenge. Gender: male. Age: 10. Species: demigod. Power status: magical. Will die. Harry Hook groans as they enter class and sit down. Aunt Ursula only speaks 4 land languages: Spanish, English, Scottish, and Latin. We'll need to communicate with our souls if we want to escape this damned prison. And it's clear our other souls ain't even from this realm, much less our planet. At this point, our only option is to self-study. Harry groans before mockingly saying, "We could even make a study group and twist it into our official gang on the Isle." Oh my gosh, this is great. I was super worried we would need to join an existing crew, but this is a way better idea. Way to go, Harry. Evie Grimhide cheers, pulling out her pen and paper to jot down ideas. Wadash, you want actually to study? At home? Harry demands, shocked. Why? It's only extra homework, Carlos DeVille explains, with a careless shrug while Harry Hook dramatically sinks lower in his chair. Besides, this is a way to meet other villain kids and have them owe us stuff. It's pretty simple, but definitely genius. I'm joining whatever gang you guys form. So sign me up, Carlos says with a gentle nudge to Evie and Harry. Yeah, actually trust us? Harry Hook demands, horrified and protective. Ya do understand we're all stuck in this damned prison for a reason, right? Yeah, but I'm stuck in here too, in case you forgot. Carlos counters with a low growl. Unlike everyone else, we grew up together. As stupid as it sounds, I trust any crew you guys create not to stab me in the back down the line. Fine, Evie says with a wicked grin. We could use your big brain. Just remember, until we have an actual base, a theme, and a bunch of useful weapons, we're just an unusually large study group. We'll need to add on some extra classes, but this idea may actually work. I have the most leeway, money, and influence. So, I'll look for supplies. Carlos, you need to look for a main base and possibly a few decoy bases. Harry, you're definitely leader material, so you'll need to start recruiting for our gang. Why? Even more homework, Harry growls before dramatically collapsing against his desk with a loud groan. Focus. Evie Grimhide snaps, allowing his blue eyes to glow for a moment. You guys need to remember, this is our best shot at escaping and actually making something of ourselves. If we escape, we can finally become legendary villains. We can leave this stupid prison and become legendary villains if we play our cards right. Evie reminds them with a wicked grin as Harry's eyes finally light up in excitement at the brilliant idea. What about a pirate ship? It's easily moved, and with school, we basically live between 2 of the 6 islands. We could try and find a hidden cave or something to hide it in. Carlos points out as he chews on his pin cap. Oh, plus, Harry's dad has all those extra pirate ships he's been trying to sell for ages. Right, Harry? Aye, Harry agrees thoughtfully. We got about 6 extra ships right now. My mom and dad managed to take down that Auradon navy that tried attacking a while back. We store extra stuff on their old ships like fabric and whatnot. It'll take some time, but I say we could try haggling the price down for 3 of him. Dad's been desperate to get him off his lagoon. So, if we play our cards right, we could even make off with the extra stuff on the ships. He'd likely just laugh it off and brag about us later. We could be pirates, especially if it earns us extra supplies. Evie agrees as she jots that idea down on her fancy notepad. Just try and find a defensible location with lots of water and easy access to the sea. All the docks, both coves, and most of the beaches and I think even the lagoons have already been claimed. We should try looking around the cliffs. Carlos points out to Harry, who nods and jots more notes on his extra scroll, while he looks at his hand-drawn map of the 6 Isles of the Lost and the sea available within the prison's golden dome. Most of their surrounding sea is taken, but there's still a large chunk of unclaimed sea from the north to the east. Apparently, the weather is unpredictable and that causes the seas to be rough. Thankfully, Harry Hook grew up learning how to sail and fly most ships in those exact unclaimed waters. He can sail a pirate ship through a tornado or through a tsunami. This is his chance to escape. A chance to become more than just a child prisoner of war. Something like a little bad weather won't stop Harry Hook now that he has a goal in mind. All right, we made it on time. The Gaston brothers shout as they rush inside and quickly claim their seats. To everyone's surprise, the youngest son of Gaston shoves his way past his laughing brothers and steals the empty seat next to Carlos. Hey, it's Gilbert, son of Gaston, right? Carlos asks as Evie passes him an invite with a wink and a wicked grin. It's Gil, actually, the blonde jock mutters. But yeah, that's my dad. Do you want to sign up for sparring lessons? Or do you need something? 'Cause I don't have any money on me. Gil says, sending a betrayed glare at his older brothers. Sparring lessons sound fun. We should add that to the list. Evie says with a thoughtful frown and a nod to Harry, who quickly agrees with a smile. But Carlos was actually trying to hand you an invite. What's this? Gil asks, looking over the red and gold invitation. Okay, I know I'm dumb, but your cover story needs tons of work, Gil says with a groan. I'll join your crew, but you guys need something less obvious. The Auradon spies will pick this out in a heartbeat. I can get my soulmate, Uma, to create a decoy gang, or is this a pirate crew? Either way, I'm in, but Uma will want something in return for creating illusions realistic enough to be decoys. How about a ship? Harry Hook says with a wicked grin. Needs some work, and it don't actually sail anymore. Still, I got a free pirate ship your soulmate can use. But only if this Uma agrees to help sell our story. That'll work. Gil Gaston says with a happy laugh. Uma just wants to fight and get revenge on Maleficent's daughter. She already has some territory and a gang in the sea. I don't think she'll care about the ship not working. As long as she has some territory here on land, she'll be impressed enough to consider your offer. Just make sure Uma understands this is only a peace offering and a large down payment for her help. Harry Hook warns. She's not the one truly in charge. This is my crew. Evie and Carlos are my backup seconds, and we each have our soulmates to consider as well. We're all turning 11 soon. That means we need a better cover story. Quick, got it, Gil says with a slow nod, still smiling happily. Oh, and thank you guys so much for letting me join. This is the best crew offer I've gotten. My grades will definitely improve, Uma will be happy, and Dad will get extra customers. That's 3 in 1. He laughs before jumping up on his desk and waving his study invite at his older brothers. Hey, idiots. Yeah, you. Gil shouts at his perpetually confused pack of older brothers. I've finally ditched your lot, and I just got invited to an actual royal princess's birthday party, and I've got Dad new and loyal customers. Who's a worthless loser now? What? Gaston Jr. shouts outraged. No way. You're lying. I am not. Gil defends with a laugh while hopping off the desk and gesturing at Evie, Carlos, and Harry with a dopey grin. I heard about their study group and now I've got new friends. You're just jealous you're not going to a princess's birthday party. You've ditched us for a bunch of stupid little nerds? Gaston III yells, going red in the face with outrage. You can't leave us. You're our brother. We own you. Tell this stupid girl to let us come to her stupid little party. Now. He orders with a pitiful growl. You know, with an attitude like that, you won't be invited to any parties, Evie says with her iconic prim and proper attitude. It's your loss, really. I've already arranged for a chocolate birthday cake to be at my party. Of course, I'm sure you've never even had chocolate. So it's not like you know what you're missing anyway, she says with a careless shrug. The Gaston boys jump up screaming in outrage and yelling obscenities at Gil and Evie. To her credit, Evie's prim and proper mask is almost as good as Gil's clueless jock routine. Evie amps up her innocence and looks around confused and seemingly frightened. To their luck, Queen Ursula enters the classroom clearly unimpressed at the barbaric display. Shut your clams. That's the bell. So class is starting now, Queen Ursula says while reading her clipboard and sashaying back behind her desk. I said class is starting. That means you will shut up and you will sit down. Queen Ursula snaps, quickly wrapping her large purple tentacles around the group of boys and forcing them to sit. Now, let's begin, she says, primly and sternly. Last week, you learned how to get around most of those inconvenient and just ridiculous obstacles that stop you from talking about some very important history and common trivia with your soulmates. She reminds them with a careless wave of her humanoid hand. So, today, I'll start trying to prepare you for conversation in the foreign languages I can speak. That means you each have a year to learn 4 new languages. Wait, 4? Ginny Godhell interrupts in clear panic. What if they speak another language? We know our soulmates are from other planets. There's gotta be more languages you can teach us. Ginny Godhell shrieks as she knocks her desk over. Both Mad Maddie and Freddie Fasselier get hit in the face with the textbooks flying around the classroom in the tornado of Ginny Gothel's magic storm. Overdramatic is an understatement for that crazy girl. Not my problem, Queen Ursula says with a careless shrug. I'm from the sea. The only land languages I actually know are Spanish, English, Scottish, and Latin. I'm not even paid decent money to teach. So if you want to learn something I'm not paid enough to teach, then you're on your own. I've heard there's a study group you can join if you're that worried, Queen Ursula says with a proud nod toward their group. Join, and you may even get invited to the party of the year, she mutters sarcastically before snapping. Now get control of your crazy magic, or get thrown out of my classroom. You're ruining my hair with that little storm. Endnotes. Disclaimer. Hey everyone, CrystalAzul here. I hope you have enjoyed reading my fanfiction, Plot Bunnies. Grinning face. This is just your regular reminder that I am a fanfiction writer. I do not own the rights to anything from a canon storyline in this fanfiction. As you can imagine, I would be insanely rich if I actually did own even a small percentage of the original canon story. I am simply playing in the created universes of those far more famous than myself. So remember, this is not my job, and I'm not even making money from this. That said, I do own this fanfiction story. This fanfiction is a product of my imagination, my time, my effort, my research, and my creativity. I am using my ideas to twist and braid the existing canon into my preferred version of the story. Just as I have no right to claim canon, you have no right to claim my fanfiction story. So, don't copy this story to another site, don't use my ideas without asking me first, and always source any material you reference. Please, drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.